Hello everyone. This video is my Dead Space Remake Impossible Mode Plasma Cutter only no damage run. This video is intended to help with the Untouchable Achievement or trophy, for which you have to beat the game on Impossible Mode, and the One Gun Achievement or trophy, for which you have to beat the game only using the Plasma Cutter. You can also use this run to help with the achievement or trophy for getting 150 logs. I wasn't going for all collectibles in this run, but you can use it to get that achievement if that's something that you're interested in. For those of you who don't know what Impossible Mode, it's basically the hardest difficulty on the game, and if you die at any point, then you can't complete the run. You essentially have to start over. Your save will be reverted to hard mode, which is the difficulty below impossible, and you won't be able to get the achievement. You'll be essentially locked out of getting that achievement. This run is segmented, which means I was just working save to save, doing no damage segments, and if I took any damage at any point, I would just go back to my previous save and work from there. So that's all the information I have for you on the run. If you want to help me out a little bit, just drop a like on the video, comment down below. That really helps get the video out there to more people. If you want to go a step further, you can always subscribe and follow me on my live stream channel over at twitch.tv/ifreams. The links for that will be in the pinned comment below this video. I also have a Discord server if that's something that you're interested in, and I also have links that will help you get this game cheap if that's something that you're interested in. All of those links will be in that pinned comment below this video. Thanks for taking the time to listen to my intro. Let's get this going. Alright, so the intro to the game is a good few minutes long, just like the original. I know that the original game had a mod to remove all of this and you just kind of started where the Kellyan crashes, but don't know if that's available for this version yet. Probably will be eventually for speedrunners and whatnot, because it's definitely tedious if you speedrun in this game just to have to sit through this.
I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I just wish I could talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening. Strange. Such a little thing.
That's her? Nicole?
Yeah. First I've heard from her in weeks.
We're 5 minutes out. You still got that thing on repeat? Guess you really miss her.
Fishermer is not a job you turn down, but 6 months apart with only vid calls? It's rough. Easy to say the wrong thing.
I don't blame you. I'd listen to my girlfriend over Hammond reciting security protocols.
Forewarned is forearmed, Miss Daniels.
So you keep saying.
Here we go. Nice clean re-entry. Welcome to Aegis 7.
Imagine 6 months staring at that chunk of rock.
To an independent miner, that's paradise. Aegis 7 is one of the richest finds in CEC history. Some prospecting team set up for life. Now where is she?
There. Confirming visual contact with USG Ishimura.
What a beauty. Biggest planet cracker in her class, you know. And it looks like they already popped the cork.
Why is it so dark? We should be able to see her running lights.
Yeah. I'll get us into hailing range. Someone's got to be waiting up for us.
Just be careful on the approach. I'm not taking any chances with the CEC's pride and joy.
No chances, huh? Is that why you were digging into my personnel files before we left?
You track your file access?
I'm a computer analyst. Comes with the job.
I ran standard CEC background checks, Miss Daniels. If you want to work in the big leagues, you have to play ball.
Sir, we're in hailing range. USG Ishimura. This is the emergency maintenance team of the USG Kellyan responding to your distress call. Come in, Ishimura. Ishimura, do you copy? Come in. This is the USG Kellyan.
You ever hear of a full communications blackout on one of these things?
Never. Come on. Someone pick up the damn phone.
What the hell is that?
Sounds like their communication array is busted. Maybe a broken encoder. Daniels and I can handle it in 48 hours, max.
Hey, that gives you plenty of time to catch up with Nicole.
Yeah, I hope so.
Chen, Johnson, take us in.
Gravity tethers engaged. Automated docking. Let's go.
We're losing control.
We're off course.
Daniel!
Guidance system override isn't responding.
Shit, we're coming in too hot. It's gonna smash us into the hull. Jen, aim for that emergency stabilizer. There, the blue light. It might slow us down.
Got it. Drop the blast shields. Everyone brace yourself. Everyone okay?
I'm good.
I'll live. Hey, Johnston. All right?
It's my ankle. Might be broken.
Shit. But better than a broken neck. Or worse. Good call on the stabilizer, Isaac.
Gotta always read the manual.
What the fuck's going on with flight control? That guidance system's a death trap.
Better add it to your repair list. Jen, what's our damage?
Comms are down. We lost a port booster. We've got a fire in one of the stabilizers and... Singularity core's a mess. Could be worse, but not by much.
Then let's get some help. Johnston, stay with the Kellyan. We'll send a medic. Everyone else, with me.
Alright. So I'll do my best to listen to dialogue and keep quiet during cutscenes and stuff like that for those of you who want to enjoy this. This will be kind of like a detailed playthrough. I'll pick up all the audio logs. I won't be reading the text logs because there's so much of it. And I've read a lot of them before. It's kind of difficult also to pick up text logs and then allow the time for me to sort of read them, but I will be collecting them. The first one is right there on the Kellyan before you get off. You do have a chance to get that later.
Hello?
Where is everybody? Half the ship must have heard that landing.
Be proud, Chen. You gotta see her in one piece.
Johnson might disagree. But if you're offering to buy the first round tonight.
I wouldn't mind something to steady my nerves, especially on CEC's tab.
You see anyone in flight control?
No, nobody.
Alright. So, if you follow along with me and pick up the same audio logs that I do, you will get your achievement
At
or
least I didn't
trophy
take out the sign.
for getting 150 logs. I probably miss a couple from side missions and whatnot, but I do get enough. You don't have to get them all to get that achievement or trophy. Although I will be making some videos that show where all of the collectibles
May as well
are.
get signed in.
We're gonna have plenty of time to talk, but there's a little bit of dialogue now.
To the USG Ishimura. Rig synced. Collect kinesis and stasis modules from Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple. Location? Error. Employee not found.
I can't reach security.
Same for the chief engineer. What is wrong with their comms?
Alright. So, there's a section coming up where you have to avoid some damage, and it's annoying if you take damage, just because if you do, you're gonna have to replay this whole intro again. So it's a little bit tedious to do this part. A massive part of getting this run done is just using saves as often as you can. Obviously, this run is segmented, so it just means I work from save to save.
Where's anybody?
There's nothing logged. No duty roster, no power to the elevator.
For God's sake. That security console's still working. Isaac, get a damage report. I'm done playing around.
Something on the floor here. Seth?
Isaac, I need that damage report.
So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to edit out a small part of this section.
Shit. It's not just comms with the guidance system. Half the Ishimura's in the red. Engines, hull, the trams.
Could do that kind of damage to a planet cracker.
And that's due to YouTube's demonetization policies.
Power. Ventilation's up. Power to the elevator.
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine
This part here,
activated.
Another malfunction?
has
No, the quarantine systems are all fine.
now hold that thought. Wait.
Do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it.
Yeah, man.
Take it easy. Daniels, get those elevators running.
There's something in here with us.
So yeah, there's a very violent part here. And if I don't edit that out, I'm probably going to get demonetized. There's probably 2 parts of the game that I've just got to cut out, pretty much. And that's one of them. Right here, you want to stick to the right and then move to the left. Stick to the right again when you're turning these corners, and you can avoid taking any hits. I think if you're directly under the vents when you run through those doors, you do actually get hit by them and take some damage, but it's kind of like the original. If you stick to the right, you'll avoid taking any damage. So I've probably mentioned this in the intro, but the point of this run is to do impossible mode, which basically means we can't die. But I'm going for no damage, and to use the plasma cutter only. Which, when you've got upgraded, is one of the most powerful guns in the game. Really loved the remake though, had a lot of fun playing it. Really great. But the only thing that let it down a little bit was some performance issues, and I think everybody was kind of suffering with that a little bit. The only reason this video isn't in 4K is just because the performance issues are like amplified so much if you play in 4K. So I just stuck it on 1080p and stuck with that. This video will go up in 2K resolution, but that's just to make sure it gets really good quality. So we've got our first little fight here. This Necromorph will sort of jump through the door, and the way the enemies work on this game is you have to cut off their limbs. Kind of obvious at this point, I'm sure everyone knows. But it'll take 6 shots with the basic plasma cutter to kill a normal Necromorph. If you take off one of their legs and then one of their arms, that'll get it done. If you shoot off both of their arms, they'll also die, although I find it easier to go for the legs first.
Security request retrieved.
It didn't die. We shot that fucker right between the eyes and it didn't die. Smith had to shoot its fucking arms and legs off. For God's sake, send help!
So one thing to take note of is the blue flashing you'll see on Isaac's back and sort of a little beeping you'll hear. That just means I'm checking to see if I've taken damage.
Isaac. Oh my god, Isaac. You made it.
They're everywhere. Shin, is he,
He's gone. Nothing I can do. What the fuck are these things?
The ones I saw, some of them were wearing Ishimura uniforms.
They're the crew? How the hell can they be the crew? Look at them.
We need to get to the bridge. There's 1,000 people on board. Someone will be there.
We can't. The tram system's wrecked. Everything's locked down because of the quarantine.
And you're both repair techs. So how do we do this?
There's a broken tram car blocking the tunnel. It's gridlocked the system, and the data board's burned out. I can't lift the lockdown or call the tram until we get a spare from the maintenance bay. But it's all on Isaac's side of the quarantine.
I'll handle it. Just make sure there's power to the repair systems.
And Isaac,
Yeah?
I'm sure Nicole's okay. She's a doctor, right? She'll do the smart thing.
Yeah, she always does. Find somewhere safe. I'll be back soon.
Oh yeah, Nicole's gonna be fine. Totally fine. So yeah, you'll see like a blue flashing on Isaac's back, and I always keep a medkit on me during this run, just so I can check to see if I've taken damage. What can be a little bit confusing is when Isaac picks up a medkit, it makes the noise as if you're using the medkit. It didn't do that in the original, but it does in this. But so if you hear that noise and you're kind of used to that noise meaning I'm using a medkit, just know that I'm not actually using it. It just means I'm picking one up. And because we're going for no damage in this run, we can sell all of the medkits at the shop, which kind of just means we get a ton of extra credits to buy ammo and whatever else we need. But yeah, like I mentioned before, I'm working save to save. I just save it as often as possible. And you don't have to kill that enemy there, it'll just go into the vent and leave you alone, and you should be good to explore this little area and have a little look around. So right before I save, you'll probably see that flashing up on my back, and I'm just checking to see if I've taken damage before I save it, because if I've taken damage and then I save it, I kind of screw over my entire save, and it means I have to restart from the beginning, and I actually did that a couple of times whilst putting this run together on Twitch. But this is actually a really easy way for you to get impossible mode done. If you just save it as often as you can and try your best not to take any damage whatsoever, and if you do take damage, just reload the save up, and then you can avoid the problem with impossible mode, because impossible mode kind of means if you die, you can continue the playthrough, but it reverts the difficulty to hard instead of impossible, basically making it so that you can't complete the game on impossible mode. Another cheesy way to get it done if you want to is to back up your save files, and if you do die, just import the save file back in. I'm pretty sure you can do that on console, but it's actually a pretty easy thing to do on PC. You can just back up your save files for each chapter, and then if you mess up, you can just load up the chapter for impossible. There's lots of different ways you can cheese this, but I think the best way for you to make sure that you get through the game without dying is pretty much just do your best not to take any damage. Save as often as possible. Save it like literally every chance you get. You'll see me doing that a lot. And whenever I got hit, again, I know I've mentioned it a couple of times that this run was segmented. Whenever you get hit, you can just load the save and continue from that point. So you'll sometimes see me go to a save point and then you'll see like an edit fade because I've messed up doing this section. I've had to reload my save point up. Doing this game no save, no damage would be very, very, very difficult, I imagine. Just because some of the sections can be really annoying to avoid damage, especially when you get to the late game.
Don't bother shooting those fuckers in the head. Doesn't even slow them down.
Okay. The only way is hacking them apart. Those arms, legs.
Does that even kill them? Or do they just stop moving?
That's actually a really cool little thing that they added in the remake here, is Hammond talking about the fact that the necromorphs might not actually be dead when you take them down, because they're not. They're still alive. They're just like biomass, right? That the hive mind is controlling, or at least that's the lore in this game. So when you take a necromorph down and it stops moving, it's not actually dead. I guess it's just like the hive mind decided that that particular necromorph can't attack you anymore, or isn't useful enough to do damage to you, so it stops controlling it or something like that. Alright, so we need to get the two claws engaged here, and you want to be careful and look out for necromorphs jumping in. We need to use stasis on that one to stop it from breaking. Once you've got them both connected like that, you're going to have to go press the button, but I was getting attacked from multiple directions here. Abuse stasis as much as you want in this section, just because you've got a recharge up in the middle. You don't need stasis packs. You can just go ahead and abuse stasis a ton. Kinesis is also really, really useful, but we don't have it yet. You don't get that until mission 2, so we're not gonna worry too much about kinesis in this chapter. We're just gonna use stasis as much as we can, because the plasma cutter is quite weak at this point. It can be difficult to deal with multiple enemies. So then we press the button in the middle, that'll get the tram sorted. Once you've done that, you will get attacked again. You really need to stay on your toes. I like to stay in the middle here and just look out for any enemies coming, because here they come. If you feel like you're struggling at all, just go ahead and blast stasis out. Freeze the enemy that's causing you bother. Try not to leave your back exposed for too long. If you do that, you will get snuck up on in this game. The necromorphs seem to work the same way they did in the original, in the sense that they will try to sneak up on you if they can. If you're not looking at them, they'll walk really slowly. Sometimes you'll see them doing that when they're walking towards you, and it's because they haven't actually seen you yet. But if you didn't know, the way the necromorphs work in Dead Space, at least in Dead Space 1, is they sort of have like an aggression level, and when they haven't detected you, they'll be walking really slowly.
That's one down.
Hold up.
You said a data board was fried too?
Inventory says there's a spare board in the maintenance bay. We can't run the trams without it.
But also the way their AI is designed, if they feel like that you haven't seen them yet, they will try and creep up on you. I haven't really experimented with it on this version of the game, but on the original you could exploit that a lot by running around looking at the floor. And if you did that, the necromorphs wouldn't attack you, and they'd still be sort of doing that thing where they're trying to creep up on you, walking really slowly, and you could just run past and look at the floor and ignore those guys. But I'm guessing it probably still works to some extent on this game. If you've been around my channel for a while, you know I did go through the original Dead Space and do no damage impossible mode. I don't know why that stasis didn't work on that guy there. Again, you can abuse stasis here because there's a recharge just behind you. Feel free just to use it as much as you want. You have to be careful of these guys, they're a bit of a nuisance. They're kind of the first enemies you come across that have projectiles, and they just try and spit at you, so you need to be careful. Even when keeping your distance from those guys. But yeah, the original run I did of this no damage was around the time that I was speedrunning the original a little bit, and I knew it so well. And I think that run took me about 3 hours, but I really didn't include much detail. I like didn't go for logs or anything like that, or listen to anything. I just kind of sped through it. Whereas in this run I take a lot longer just listening to stuff, checking stuff out, because this game's a lot newer, right? So people may be interested in the story and stuff, so it's kind of one of those things where you can enjoy the storyline if you want to. I will do my best to explain what I'm doing and give you guys some tips. But yeah, it's pretty straightforward at the moment, just don't get hit. There are some sections in the game that are particularly difficult to get through with no damage. I think it took me something like 20 hours to get through the game, but it boiled down to like 8 hours of footage, which isn't bad. I mean, you can beat the game a lot quicker than that, like a hell of a lot quicker than that. Yeah, I just took my time. This wasn't really a speed run or anything, it was just like a challenge run I wanted to do. I kind of want to do Dead Space 3. You're going to have an enemy jump out here, you can use the explosive tanks to deal with him. Make short work of those guys. There's a lot more explosive tanks in this room than there were in the original. There's several lying around. I think there was only a couple in the original. I'm trying to just play it safe here and conserve ammo by using the explosive tanks to get rid of the necromorphs. Just wait until they run past one and then shoot it, you know. There we go. Constantly checking your back is vital in this game, because they will sneak up on you. You may have, if you've played this, you might have had situations where you were trying to focus an enemy in front of you and then you get hit in the back and you're kind of like, where did he come from? So you see how that guy ran at me right there? That's what the necromorphs do when they spot you. They'll run straight at you, but if you're looking at the floor, I'm pretty sure they don't do that. It may be a little bit more scripted in this first mission, but in the later missions that is kind of how it works. It's a little bit strange. So this area has changed a bit from the original. This elevator used to be where the room we've got to get into is. But it's over here now. It's down like a little ramp on the side. For the most part, the game is like almost identical to the original, but they have changed little bits, like, you know, the layouts of rooms and stuff. There isn't really much cut content in the ways of areas that you've got to go into. You got to look out for these guys on the floor because they are sneaky. Get rid of him. There we go. Okay. So these guys on the floor shouldn't bother you, but when you grab the card here, you should get jumped. So you might want to loot over here. You've got text log right there. And ammo and stuff. Check all the lockers. I do a lot of exploring in this game and just picking up everything I can find. Just because of the whole one gun thing that we're doing. A really powerful weapon to use if you're not going to use or go for the one gun run is the contact beam. The secondary fire on the contact beam is super strong, especially when you get it upgraded. So you might want to use that. A lot of people like the line gun as well. But if you remember the contact beam from the original game, the primary fire kind of has this mode where it like charges up and when you release it, and if you hit an enemy with it, it'll pretty much one-shot anything. And that is still in the game, but they moved it to the secondary fire now. So if you tried to use the contact beam and you were kind of confused as to why they changed that, it is still there. They've just switched around the firing modes. But yeah, I can't use that in this run. It can make things a little bit tricky in areas just because, you know, I can only use the plasma cutter, man. It's rough. So this guy's behind me and I was kind of confused. I turned off the lights, which is what you have to do to get the card, which can make this area really difficult to see in. I was trying to get these guys to sort of group together next to an explosive so I can kill them both with essentially one shot, but the one guy was being really slow. Again, see how as soon as he saw me, he just ran at me. I'm pretty sure if I was looking at the floor right there, that wouldn't have happened. Because I was in a really tight spot, I decided just to go up in the elevator and come back down and make them back up a little bit so I could keep safe. I don't have any stasis. I would have had to recharge. So, come up here, get the recharge on the stasis and go back down. And usually what the necromorphs will do is jump into a vent to sort of follow you around floors. So if we come back down here now, they might not be here. And this guy is. There we go. Get the stasis. Move away. Take out the guy on the floor. There we go. Good stuff, good stuff. Just doing my best to stay safe. One hit and I've got to go back to the last save point then. I'd rather not do that. Makes my life a little bit easier to not have to. Yeah, like I mentioned before, doing my best to show you as many text logs and stuff and audio logs, just the locations rather than the
Isaac, we can't stay here much longer. Hearing a lot of movement.
Actual text.
Hold on, I got the data board. I'm coming back to tram control now.
Daniel, get ready to go.
But keep your eyes peeled. I know I'm a little bit late with the Dead Space content because I'm going to be releasing collectible videos for this game. It shouldn't take me too long, but I'll work through it chapter to chapter and get those videos out. But yeah, I've recently moved, so I've been super busy working on the house and just moving in general. But if you want more content from me, especially more casual stuff, you might want to check out my Twitch. I know I mention it all the time, but I suppose that's kind of what I've got to do. At this point I probably sound like a broken record to some of you, but yeah, I do live stream stuff like this if you want to come and watch me put runs like this together. Links will be around probably below the video. In the comment section, the pinned comment. More than likely already mentioned that in the... It's very live, yeah. In the intro I probably already mentioned that, but you'd be surprised how many people just skip the intro when you're talking at the beginning of a video. Lots of people do that. The amount of times I've had to answer questions from people who just haven't listened to the intro, and that's obvious because they're asking a question that I answered at the beginning. Right. There we go. Right. I think the last no damage run I did was Callisto Protocol. And a couple of people were annoyed at me because there was a section in that where I took one hit and I was so certain that that damage was unavoidable. But, oh well. Stuff like that happens sometimes. I thought it was scripted damage and there was a way around it, I just didn't know about it at the time. But I put that no damage run together pretty much the day the game came out. On a 24-hour live stream, so I wasn't about to redo the whole thing just because of one section. But I do actually want to go through Callisto again because there's a new difficulty come out for it and I'll see what I can do with that. I don't know if it'll be no damage, I don't really know the nature of the playthrough, but I'll be checking it again at some point and probably doing a run of that on, I think it's called Hardcore mode or something. There's also a new game plus, but I'm not bothered about that.
We're on board. Something hit the roof, but it seems operational.
Quarantine lockdown's lifted, so you can get to the hangar. Comms are still down though, so be ready for anything.
What's the plan?
You and Johnston fix up the Kellyan. We report to the bridge. Standard emergency protocol.
What? Protocol? Hammond, people are dying here.
And I'm not losing anyone else. We stick to procedure. We'll get through this.
We'll see.
Right. I mean, I'm all for constructive criticism, you know, and people, you know, essentially trying to help out or whatever, or saying what they like and don't like about a video. That's entirely fine. I just don't like people who order me around and try and tell me what to do. At the end of the day, it's just a video, you know, like, it's not the end of the world. Also, you know, you'll get people who will only comment on your video when they've got something negative to say. Like, they would never comment in your video and say something like, oh, good run, or... And I'm not saying people don't do that, there's plenty of people who do that. But there's so many people who will just look at your content with such a skeptical mind, you know? And they're literally looking for mistakes, they're waiting for you to mess up. And you could do 100 good things, you could do 100 amazing things in a video they're watching, and they won't say anything about it, but then there's one thing that they have a problem with, and you can, you know, bet your bottom dollar that they're gonna make a comment about that and complain about it, just because I guess people have some sort of like negative mindset, which is pretty frustrating. You put a lot of time into creating this content, you know, and people are just actively trying. I don't mind people pointing out a mistake maybe or something like that, but there are people who just go out of their way to be negative.
There's no survivors. Daniels is trying to get into the command computer.
Okay, let's drop a save. I will be abusing saves, so you'll see me visiting save points a lot. Okay. Maybe one day I'll get around to doing no damage, no save, but that's definitely a run for another time. We got Resident Evil 4 Remake just around the corner. I'm probably going to want to make some Resident Evil content before that comes out. I might do some no damage runs for Resident Evil. I'm not sure if I want to do the original Resident Evil 4 before it comes out, or I might just wait to do a no damage run of the remake. We'll see what happens. Really hoping they make another Dead Space game, because I feel like this one has been pretty successful. Its only downside is those slight performance issues. I know that people said it wasn't as much of a problem on console, but it's been a big issue in PC. It's kind of a shame, because that was the case with Callisto as well. The only reason people had problems with that game was literally performance problems, and I'm pretty sure that it got ironed out quite quickly.
What have you got on you? Is that blood?
Haley, I need you to listen. Ishimura's overrun with... they're fucking monsters. You didn't hear anything?
What? No, the comms are still out. Isaac...
We need the Killian fixed now. Got a damage report?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
Singularity core.
Singularity core overload. Evacuate the
Oh deal.
Go!
Go. So this whole little section is new with Johnston. She wasn't in the original, or well, she was, but I'm pretty sure she doesn't end there. She ends like in the first room where Chen ends. It sucks that I've got to edit a couple of those parts out because of YouTube's demonetization policies, but that's how it is these days, you know. It wouldn't bother me so much if getting demonetized or age restricted didn't really affect my video's visibility, but the problem is, man... Oh, hold up.
Isaac, what's happening?
Johnson's gone. Killian too. The singularity core overloaded.
No!
Killian was our only way home. We're trapped.
No! I'm not losing two good people for nothing. What about the command computer?
It's a brick. All the primary systems are locked down with the captain's codes.
So we find Captain Matthias, track his rig.
Okay, here. Captain Benjamin Matthias. Location medical. Status deceased?
Even the captain? God,
Isaac, you're closer to medical. You can double back and cut through maintenance. Find the captain's body and get his rig. With his codes, we...
Uh-oh.
What was that? Chen?
Hammett's gone!
Shit.
Right, yeah, so, yeah, when a video gets age restricted, it just ruins the video's visibility. I don't mind if, you know, the advertising changes or whatever, it gets like makes a little bit less money. That doesn't bother me. It's just the way the video gets pushed out. YouTube systems are actually really backwards because YouTube actually has data on how, like, the age of its viewers. Like when you have, if you own a YouTube account, you kind of have to disclose your date of birth. So YouTube kind of knows how old people are. Obviously, they can lie about that. But there should be some sort of way in which, you know, say if your video gets age restricted, so it's 18 and over or something like that, it only gets pushed out to people who are over 18. But rather than doing that, it just completely flatlines. Like, it just flatlines any visibility. It doesn't get pushed out to anybody. Like, for people to find it, they would have to go directly to your channel or search for it, which kind of sucks. Like, YouTube systems can be a bit strange, especially when you've got a channel like mine and you can see your metrics. You can see how, like, you know, the age range of your audience. You're kind of given that data, and the majority of my viewers are between 18 and 34. So, you know, there's a small percentage of people. Also, when you upload any content to YouTube, you have to disclose the, like, that your video is not made for kids, you know, anyway. So shouldn't that mean that everybody who uploads content and says this video is not made for kids, shouldn't that be enough? Do you really have to age restrict the content? Like, it's weird. And also, it's almost as if YouTube is oblivious to the fact that everybody is already desensitized to violence in video games, except for maybe really, really young people who just really shouldn't. I think you have to be over 13 or something to use the normal YouTube app. Like, if you're under that age, you're not supposed to be on the site, and same as Twitch as well. It's really strange, like, just the way they do things is kind of backwards. Anyway, switching up suits, we got the level 2 suit, and this is one of the, just a cosmetic that you can get with the deluxe version of the game. Doesn't actually do anything, it just looks cool. But yeah, I have to buy the suit in the shop, and then I can switch into one of these cosmetics after I've upgraded it, because if you upgrade the suit, it will take you into the standard suit, so you kind of need to upgrade the suit to, say, level 2, level 3 or whatever, and then switch the cosmetic afterwards. But yeah, it's back onto that subject of the way YouTube works. It's kind of annoying to have to alter your videos so much so that the automated systems don't pick up on certain things. There's not really much you can do about it, but just take away the stuff that will get it demonetized. I think there's like 2 sections in the game. The beginning area with Chen. Hey, that vent didn't even break. That Necromorph just jumps through the wall, man. That's weird. Yeah, the beginning part of the game with Chen, and there's a section, I think, in this chapter coming up as well, where there's like a woman, and it was in the original too, and she pretty much ends herself with a knife. But I've already edited that one out because I just sort of stood there and watched it, and all I need to do is just cut that little section out. I know that might suck to see, or not see, should I say, but, you know, it's either leave those in and have my whole video's visibility just go to crap, or take them out, you know, and it's just an easy option. We've got like 99.9% of the game that I can leave in, probably, in those 2 little sections that I've got to take out. It's just kind of worth getting rid of them.
God. They all came back.
Okay. one thing I've seen other people doing is setting up a Patreon, which I've kind of been thinking about, but I don't know how I would run it really, because you're talking about uncensored, like I could put the uncensored versions of the videos up there and maybe release them a little bit early for the people who are subscribe to my Patreon or whatever, but I don't know if that's such a good idea really. I don't know if I'd be able to keep up with putting enough content out to justify it.
Isaac, have you heard from Daniels? We were attacked. She ran the other way.
No, nothing. Medical's a slaughterhouse. They barricaded access to the morgue.
The morgue?
Yeah, but the barricade was put together in a hurry. A hydrazine tank might blow it open. Just need a detonator, like maybe a shock pad. Nicole could be through there if...
Isaac, the one who attacked us. I swear to God it was Chen. But I saw him die. If they barricaded the morgue, maybe it was to keep something in.
I don't know, maybe I will start a Patreon in the future. And obviously you don't have to do anything with that, it's just be one of them where you could maybe see the uncensored versions of the videos, although again it's kind of a difficult situation. You can kind of figure out what's going to get you demonetized these days, and it would be very small changes that would be in the videos, but I guess it would be more about supporting me further if you want to do. Although, you know, I already stream on Twitch and stuff, so it's like if you want to spend that little bit of extra money to support me, it's probably just worth subscribing to me on Twitch or something, you know what I mean? I mean, you can do the whole donation thing through YouTube now, pretty much. I don't like to talk about this stuff too much anyway, because I feel like it's really like imposing. I don't know, I have thought about setting up a Patreon, but I've never really justified it in my head. To be honest though, I think if YouTube hit me harder with, if YouTube hit me harder with age restrictions and copyright claims and stuff like that, I would do it. But I haven't really been hit too hard. Like, a lot of my content is still good, it's still greenlit. I think maybe as you become a little more popular and you get more views on the videos, it's more likely to happen. So maybe if that does start to happen, I will set one up, and then it'll be a case of trying my best to censor the content I put out so that doesn't happen, and then releasing the the uncensored versions on Patreon or something. Maybe I'll think about that. But that's I don't really feel like I need to do it yet. Maybe in the future sometime. If I get really struggly. And I know I say this a lot, but there's plenty, well, no, I'm not even going to go into the detail of it, but there's plenty of ways to support me further if you want to do that. You know, I know I've mentioned it enough in other videos, and even in this one, for you guys to know about it. So, for now it's enough. That is the difficult thing about creating content, man. It's like trying to get people to do certain things without sounding like a dick. Because I know what it's like to watch someone's content and all they do is ramble on about all their other platforms and do this and do that, follow me here, go there, do this, drop likes, comment, subscribe, like, and all that crap. Like, it's just too much sometimes. But I think that's kind of what you've got to do. Because it's kind of strange. I've been on YouTube for such a long time, but there's people I've followed on YouTube and I love their content. Like, I'm super into watching it. Like, they're really entertaining and I support them fully. They always say, oh, you know, come and follow me here if you want this kind of content or whatever. Or, you know, my live stream channel or all that kind of stuff. And I just didn't do it for years just because I don't think to. And it's kind of one of those things where you have to sort of repeat yourself again and again and again and again and again. And eventually, those people might, still might not, but they might be like, oh, I'll check their live stream channel out. So it's just like, you have to sound like a broken record, basically. I hope I don't annoy you guys too much.
Given the reports from the colony, he's lucky to have his faculties at all. Well, a divine experience would leave an impression on anyone's mind. Perhaps. I saw nothing divine in all that blood. The suicide. The place presented with ancient terror. We just need more insight to translate it. Can be found in Mr. Harris's psyche. I'm positive. And with Captain Matthias barring any visits to Aegis 7, this fellow may be our best chance.
Harris is Dr. Brennan's patient. And your methods...
Look, Mercer, things are complicated enough already. I can't sign off on this. You'll do what's best, of course, but... How long can we afford to wait?
Okay. Doing my best just to listen to all the dialogue we have and stuff. I don't want to talk over it. I think that's just because... I don't know, I wonder how you guys feel about that sometimes. Because it definitely annoys me if I'm trying to watch something. And I don't mind having commentary. I know some people just hate commentary in general. I know that's a thing. Like, some people are just like, I just want to watch the game, shut up, kind of thing. And I understand that. But I'm guessing this video probably won't be for you if that's the case. You should probably find the no commentary video if that's the case. But I don't mind listening to someone's commentary as long as they're only talking when there's no other dialogue. Not even because I'm so desperate to listen to the dialogue, but it's just like a mess in your ear if you're listening to the game's dialogue and the commentator talking at the same time. It's just, I don't know. It's just not something I enjoy listening to, I guess. I was getting some performance or frame drops there, performance issues. And for anybody who is trying to play this game, or is going to, if you get into a situation where you start getting loads of frame drops and the game seems to be performing terribly, save the game and just restart the game. A lot of the time it will fix your issue, even if it's only for a small amount of time, it will fix it. So just save it and then quit the game, load it back up, and you should be good to go. I think I was okay. Sometimes you'll walk into a certain area and it will cause performance issues, and then once you leave it, it will be fine. That's why you can see me wiggling my screen and stuff, because I'm sort of trying to check on my frames to see if it's lagging really bad. This game has a big problem with input, or the game dropping inputs when the performance is dropping. Other games, like if it's lagging a little bit, your inputs will still register with the game properly. It will just sort of like look like a 30 frames per second mess, like you're playing on a Nintendo DS or something. But this game in particular, when the frames start to drop, you'll be trying to do stuff like shoot your gun or strafe, and the game will either be super delayed on your inputs, so you'll have like 3 seconds in between you pressing a button and then it actually happening in the game, or it will just straight up drop your input, so you'll press the button and just nothing will happen. And it's really bad on this game when the performance issues kick in. I don't know if they've updated the game enough yet where it just isn't happening. But I haven't got the best PC in the world, but it's definitely like at the least mid-tier. I've got a Ryzen a Ryzen 5800X, which is a respectable processor. Again, not top of the line, but not terrible.
What's happening there?
Hold up.
Did you find Nicole?
No sign of her yet. But I found some hydrazine that should work on the barricade. I just need to find a shock pad.
Okay, work fast, Isaac.
I'm working fast. And I've got a 2070 Super. Again, it's kind of mid-tier. It's not a terrible graphics card. It's not an amazing one. It's like a 40 series or a 30 series. But if you look at the game's recommended specs, I'm above all of it. So I should have plenty enough. Oh, what's the right phrasing? Like good enough hardware for the game to run smoothly in 1080p. I'm only playing in 1080p, so I have got like, you know, maxed out settings on 1080p. And the game should be performing properly. Once I go to 2K, maybe 4K, you can expect to see some problems with a more modern game if you're playing on my hardware. Some games are alright with it, others aren't. It's just kind of the way it is. But this game in particular, it kind of doesn't matter. It'll just get really bad at times. But yeah, that's just the way it is. I'm not forking out over $1,000 for a new graphics card, to be honest, when it's only like minor problems. A lot of new games play absolutely fine. Like I've been playing Atomic Heart, again in 1080p, not even dropping any frames. It's been blocking. Oh god, that was so close. I just checked there to see if I took damage. You see the blue lights flash on Isaac's back. That means I tried to use the med kit to see if I'd taken damage because it was so close there, but Yeah, I always keep a medkit on me during this run, just so I can check to see if I'm taking damage or I've taken damage.
I trapped him in a damaged escape pod. He's snarling like, this is fucked up. Hurry, Isaac.
So if you see me go to the shop, I will keep one small medkit on me at all times just to check that. Alright, so I'm freezing up this guy with stasis from running past him because there's another necromorph who's going to come from behind you here. Sometimes he comes really fast, other times he's slow as hell, so I just want to be ready to take him out. Give myself a little bit of space here. Play it safe by stasising him. I know that around here there's a couple of stasis recharges. I'm pretty sure I've got some packs on me as well. One thing they added in the remake, which was nice, was the ability to just use a stasis pack without going into the menus. In the original, you would have to go into the menu to use the stasis pack. I think here I might have come out to go on to the next section and then double back to get some stasis. It definitely makes sense to do that. Although, yeah, you'll see me do stuff where I'll save it and then I'll literally move for like 30 seconds or a minute and then I'll save it again, and it's just because I'm doing this segmented, I don't want to have to repeat just running around. If I have to repeat the segment, it just saves me a lot of time. So you'll see me double down on save sometimes, like there's a really short space in between me saving. But it just makes sense when it comes to putting a run like this together, so apologies if you see me saving it all the time. I know it's a bit much at some points.
Detected. Quarantine activated.
So using kinesis objects is really useful for taking out enemies. It will pretty much one-shot most enemies if you hit them with one of these poles. If you hit enemies with other enemies' claws, it won't one-shot them, but it'll do a lot of damage. So it's definitely worth doing. You just conserve ammo that way as well. I think 2 hits with the claws will usually kill an enemy, but the poles will insta-kill them. One thing that they added in the remake, which is really nice, it wasn't in the original for this game, is the ability to rip off the spiky bits off dead enemies and then use them as projectiles against like alive ones. That only came about in Dead Space 2, and they didn't have it in the original Dead Space, so it's nice that they put it in this game, because it is kind of like a key feature of the later games. So right here I'm smashing this table that has 4 kinetic poles on it. We've also got this one that I ripped off the wall. I'm going to put all of those on the elevator and take them down with me, because this next section is just like a quarantine, so you've got to essentially just get rid of all the enemies that are in this area, and then the quarantine will lift and you'll be able to progress. So I want to grab all of this stuff and just put it on the elevator, use the elevator, go down, and then we can quickly take out all of the enemies down here using this stack of poles that I've got. Makes life a lot easier. Just keep turning around and grabbing them, and you'll see the enemies jumping out at me and stuff and coming out of nowhere, and you can just pretty much one shot. You don't have to use any ammo. It's decent. There is another pole on the wall in front of you as well. I think there's either... yeah, there's one more, and there's that crawling one. And that should be it. There we go. Nice and easy. Make that section really simple. Alright, so there's a few collectibles in this area. If you're doing New Game Plus, there are markers throughout the game. I think there's 12 of them. Obviously I'm not getting them in this run because this is New Game. This is a New Game Plus. You can only get them in New Game Plus. And if you get all of the markers and then take them to a specific location...
Dr. Charles Mercer, copy the
Hold up.
your terminal. I convinced Jurgens to show me the video feed from the colony. It's remarkable to finally see what I've sought all my life. The miners, this transformation, the divide death itself. Kine is erring on the side of caution. His faith has been shaken by these necromorphs, as he calls them. How strange, when my own faith has been so richly rewarded. With or without Kine, I must study one of these creatures, or the next best thing. Brennan's patient, for example.
Alright, there's another little video log here. I'll get back to what I was talking about in a minute. So I think that's a text log. There we go. I'm not sure if that activated actually. Oh, there we go.
Precisely that. God's work. How can you say that? These deaths at the colony. The paranoia, the hallucinations. You wanted a scientific analysis? Cause and effect? Well, it all began after they raised the marker.
What are you so worried about? The marker is divine. We know this. Look, it'll be on board tomorrow. You can study it then. Put your mind at ease.
At ease? People are dying. How can that be the transformation the teachings promise?
We're witnessing a new beginning, Terrence. For unitology, for humanity. Of course our faith is being tested. Everything is about to change.
That's what worries me. And recording. See you later.
Alright. I really like those video logs, the way they've changed them, so you can like see what's happening between characters. But yeah, anyway, there's 12 markers that you can find throughout the game on New Game Plus, and if you find them all, take them to a specific location, which I think is in chapter, it's either 10 or 11, I think it's 10. You get an alternate ending, and it sort of alludes to Dead Space 2, but I don't think it's lore accurate. It's just a cool little alternate ending you can get. And there's a couple of dialogue lines that change. So this is Nicole's office. Kind of cool to find this.
Log, Dr. Nicole Brennan. With medication and zero-G therapy, patient Harris is showing improvements. If this continues, there might be hope for the others on Aegis 7. However, Dr. Mercer continues to interfere. He claims Harris's delusions are religiously significant. If I have to make a complaint, I will. I'm not losing my patient over unitology bullshit. Not again.
Tracking rig signal. Dr. Nicole Brennan. Rig location? Inconclusive. Manual rig tracking is available.
So I think this is where you can start one of the side missions, although I could have probably tried a little bit harder with the side missions in this run. I kind of wasn't focusing on it. There are some audio logs that you get only if you do the side missions, but yeah, I wasn't bothering with those really. I'm going to do a separate bunch of videos that show where to get all the side missions done and stuff. You get schematics from some of them. There's a schematic. I think a lot of the schematics we would want, like stasis, and if you're not doing no damage, the medkit ones, I do end up getting, but I don't really focus on those through this run. I didn't want to go and get all collectibles during this run because I would have had to sidetrack a little bit more than I have. I didn't really pick up any of the weapons either. You saw me run past the pulse rifle earlier. I think I might have accidentally picked up the contact beam, so that was in my inventory, but it doesn't matter if you're carrying the weapon. As long as you don't shoot it or use it, you're fine. But you can also store weapons. The game won't let you run around without a weapon, but you can store away any extra ones. As long so if you just keep the plasma cutter in your inventory and nothing else, you'll be fine. You'll still get your achievement or trophy. Really enjoyed going through the achievements on this game. One thing that's kind of interesting about the original game is it doesn't have, or for PC at least, it doesn't have achievements on Steam. The 2008 version. It did on Xbox 360 obviously, and PlayStation 3 I guess. But yeah, not on PC. It's kind of nice that we've got them on this. I actually forgot, and it came to mind recently, that when the PS3 released, which was kind of the era that, you know, achievements became like a massive thing and everyone cared about that stuff, the PS3 didn't have trophies when it released. It was kind of an update that was added later, which is kind of cool to know. Didn't even know that. Go. Use these things to our advantage again. Very, very useful to get rid of those guys. They can be annoying with the things that they fire at you. They'll do damage to you so easily. So the way I'm recording this commentary is kind of like hour by hour, because this playthrough is like, let me see, actually I can probably go and check how long it is. I think it's over 8 hours, yeah, it's like about 8 hours 15 or so, 8 hours 20 or something like that. Yeah, I'm going to be breaking this down into like little hour-long recording sessions so I don't have to sit here for 8 hours.
What's your status?
I found a shock pad I can use on the barricade. I'm heading back there now.
Watch the voltage on that pad. I'm not losing anyone else.
So yeah, I'll try and do like a couple of hours a day or something, and within a few days I'll have it done. I've got another run of the game that I want to post as well. Kind of just sort of a fun run. And also the collectible videos I want to do. I might make a video talking about how to get the alternate ending. I know I'm super late on all of that content. So close to getting hit there. You can see how stasis just totally saved me. You need to be careful in this room because these two enemies can spawn in different areas. If you stay down low, they'll both spawn up top. If you move up the ramp, one of them will come behind you, so be ready to turn around when you're in this room. Yeah, I'm late to the party with Dead Space stuff, I know, like I said, moving, new house, all that good stuff. So, yeah, I've had to sort of pace myself when it comes to putting content together, but I really need to get back to it and start making more stuff. So there's going to be a lot of content coming out real soon, a lot of new stuff. I really want to put out more no damage runs because I know you guys enjoy them and I enjoy creating them. So thank you for checking out these videos because I do put a lot of time into them and I appreciate it. Just sitting around watching my videos does mean a lot. It's very kind and it helps me more than you know. Alright, so I'm gonna stay, I think I'll be here for another minute or two until the next split in this video here on my editing software. Hopefully, I'll be able to get some more of this recording done soon. But let me know if you've done impossible mode or you've struggled with it at all. I'll try my best to give you tips, but yeah, if you're happy to cheese this run, you can pretty much 100% get the thing done without dying. The best way to do it, in my opinion, I'm not upgrading my suit at the moment, but I do have to upgrade my suit because that's where some of the nodes are. I'll explain in another part, but yeah, just cheese it with saves. That's the easiest way to do it. Okay, so getting on with medical then. Gotta watch out for this guy as he drops in before you enter this door. You always want to be careful when you're approaching necromorphs after you think you've taken them out.
When you reach the morgue, find Captain Mathias' body. Get his rig codes, and the computer's all ours.
Yeah, they might still be alive. Doesn't seem to happen as often in the remake as it did in the original, but you still want to be careful. A couple of logs in this room, there's a text log right there. You've got a little sort of video log here from Nicole if you want to watch it.
Loop and transmit to all personnel. This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is overwhelmed. We need help. Look at his wounds. We can't handle so many trauma cases, and the command crew won't tell us what's happening. He's seizing. Shit. Maybe I have some KHB left.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm trying to include as much detail as I can in this run, which is a little unusual for me when I'm doing runs like this, but because of the nature of it, with it being a remake and stuff, I feel like some people may just want to experience it as much as possible. Maybe at some point I'll do another run
Medical log,
where
Dr. Nicole Brennan.
I just go as fast as I can.
I repurposed this room to run counseling sessions without unitologists interfering. Now it's the only place I feel safe. I recovered a limb after yesterday's attack. Genetically human tissue with bizarre mutations. But it's just a sample. It's not enough to figure out a cure. I need... Wait, where's that report from engineering? Here. engineers pulled something out of the machinery. Limbs missing, torso intact. Okay. Time for a real autopsy.
Okay. Really important to make use of the enemy kills as much as you can. Also, if a necromorph jumps through a vent, you can grab the fan that gets knocked out of the vent and use that as a projectile as well. You can make for a nice, easy, good bit of damage on an enemy, and it'll take less shots to kill them doing that sort of stuff. Not an insta-kill, but still definitely useful. Right, so it is going to take me some time to get around to recording all this. You can imagine playing through the game is one thing, and then you've got to come back and record it all. It takes, or record all the commentary. I could use the commentary that goes with the stream, but no, it seems as if people prefer it if I just sit here and talk through the video, as if I'm just paying attention to the video. You kind of don't get the natural experience of, as if like when I'm playing, but it kind of gives me the ability to focus more on talking to you guys and chatting about what I'm doing and just other stuff in general as well. But yeah, a few enemies in this area when you come through. You do have to come to this area twice in the run. One really great thing about the original Dead Space and the remake is how it makes use of the same areas multiple times. Like, you'll have to come here for mission 2, and I think it's like mission 5 you've got to come back here again, and it kind of feels fresh when you come back. Really love that about the game.
Me. I woke in the dark with them scratching in the walls. Scratching like rats. And you all locked me in with them. Fuckers. I'll cut them out. I'll cut them out. I'll cut them out.
Some of the audio logs in this game are so good and well put together. So that right there is probably the other part of the run I've had to edit out. The only other part I'd say I probably have to edit out. And there's a little bit of a gruesome scene with the woman in that glass chamber. Not sure what I was looking for here, but maybe I thought there was an item on the floor. But you got to be careful when you come down here. There's a log down here if you want to get it. But when you do, you'll get jumped. So just be ready, and also one will come behind you. So it's sort of stasis the one, turn around and use the fan from the vent on the other one. And it's a good idea if you get an enemy to the floor, you sort of know that you've bought yourself a little bit of time. And if you are in a situation where you're like, okay, this enemy's too close, if they're on the floor like that, you can kind of just run past them and avoid the attack a lot of the time. Making sure you have all enemies on one side of you is definitely very useful. Alright. Also a node down here as well. So it pays to come here.
Terrence Kine. You were in surgery, so I left this with Warwick. He'll be discreet. I just got the latest report from Aegis 7. The situation's worse than Captain Matthias will admit. 40% of the colony's population is now showing symptoms. Depression, hallucinations, more violence. People are dying down there. I know it's linked to the marker somehow, but I just don't have enough data. Or, sir, maybe I was wrong. We need answers by any means possible. That patient, Brent Harris, might be our last hope.
Okay. Knocking out another save point here then. Maybe at some point I'll come back to this remake and do a run where I do it as fast as I can. Maybe I'll learn the speedrun again. I did speedrun the original Dead Space, but it's probably gonna take some time before I get back around to it. I did want to try and get one of the records I had back on this game back in the day, but this game, the original game, went through some serious developments when it comes to glitches. Some crazy glitches got found for the original game, and you gotta watch out for this guy that's in this area by the elevator. One thing that always kind of bothered me a little bit about certain games is some people, well, I wouldn't say some people, but it's more like communities around games celebrate when glitches are found that skip chunks of the game and stuff like that. Some communities are really into that, and then others aren't. A big example of that is the Resident Evil community. If you find stuff that essentially is a glitch that skips a chunk of the game. People don't like to see that, from what I've seen. A lot of people complain about that. I think it just comes down to people being uneducated about speedruns, though, to be honest. I think that a lot of people just think that speedrunners upload a speedrun to YouTube and say, this is a world record, but that's really not how it works. I don't know, I guess the kind of person I am is, if I don't really know much about something, then I won't flap my gums about it, you know what I mean? But we'll talk a little bit more about how speedruns work when we've got past this next section. I think this is like a good bit of dialogue coming up, but before you go into this next room, you might want to stomp on the bodies that are in here, because this is where we have our first encounter with an infector, and if there are full bodies that aren't sort of dismembered in this room, the infector can turn them into necromorphs, so it's a good idea to stomp out the bodies just in case you mess up or you're a little slower getting to them, just to make your life a little bit easier. These necromorphs don't look as different as they did in the original. In the original, you could really tell the difference between the stronger necromorphs and the normal ones. These guys do take more shots. They've kind of got like a greyish green colour to them, whereas in the original, they were just black. They looked like a necromorph that were basically burnt. It looked really strange, but they haven't gone with that in this game. I don't know if that's some sort of political correctness or something that's going on there. Personally, I don't think it should be considered weird or wrong to use the color black on an enemy if you want to. Nowadays, I feel like...
What's your status? Do you have the captain's rig?
Fuck me! Ugh. Transmitting codes now. I saw it, Hammond. A flying one turned the captain's body into another one of those things. The same must have happened to Chen.
God. Maybe the command computer has something. Where's Daniels when you need her? Head back to the security checkpoint. It's safer there. At least I can upgrade your clearance.
Yeah, nowadays I feel like I could offend someone just by saying the word black, and I'm not even referencing anybody. I'm referencing an enemy in a game, but just by saying black, it's gonna piss someone off or make someone cringe, which is stupid in my opinion.
I'm here. What the hell's happening?
The computer says the Ishimura's engines are offline. We're on a decaying orbit toward Aegis 7.
Oh god. I have to get to engineering.
There's no time. That tram station's offline. Unless... Here. Head back to the flight deck. I'll guide you from there. If this damage report's right, there's a shortcut to engineering.
I can feel the neckbeards typing Twitter posts and Reddit posts right now, trying to cancel me. Well, joke's on them, because you actually have to be relevant to get cancelled. So, I think I'm in a good spot.
Clearance confirmed.
But yeah, what were we talking about before? Speedruns? Yeah, it's surprising how many people don't understand categories on speedruns or within how speedruns work. Like, obviously, I know not everybody is into glitches, and some people want to see games done without glitches. And a lot of people already know about this, I'm sure, and anybody who has ever done a speedrun will, you know how this works. But I think a lot of people just think that people post videos to YouTube calling it a speedrun, and that's how it's judged. But in case you didn't know, I'm not trying to sound like pretentious or anything here, but in case you didn't know, there is a website where speedruns are judged, and it's called speedrun.com, kind of easy to find, and there are different categories for every game. So a category where you can use glitches is typically called any percent, and that basically means you can do whatever you want to get through the game as fast as you can, you know. But then you have other categories like glitchless or no major glitches is also, you know, a popular one. That just means you can use minor stuff that might be considered a glitch, but you can't do stuff like, you know, glitch out of the map or whatever. And yeah, some games such as Alien Isolation have category like random categories. That's, you know, you have stuff like knife only and you know, all chapters, so you have to actually, you can't skip any chapters. You can use glitches to glitch out of the map, but you have to visit each chapter. And then in a game like Alien Isolation, you can skip several chapters with a certain glitch, and basically it just means you can't use that glitch, you know. But essentially what that means is there's several world records for each game. So if you see someone posting something that says Resident Evil 2 any % world record, it means it's the world record for that category. Again, I know I'm explaining stuff like I'm talking to a 2-year-old right now. Some of you are probably rolling your eyes because you know about all this stuff. But it's actually really surprising because I've posted some videos of any % runs in the past, and I have so many people that comment and they say, you know, this isn't cool using glitches, this isn't a world record, and it's kind of like, again, it's people who really don't understand how it works, you know? And it just comes down to, you shouldn't really try and throw shade at people if you don't understand how that stuff works. It's just, you make it blatantly obvious that you don't understand like different categories and how a speedrun is judged. And you know, if I was to try and submit an any % run to a glitchless category or leaderboard, it would be invalidated. I wouldn't be able to use that run, and that basically makes it so that not every game's world record is the one with all the glitches in, because if we didn't have those rules and you didn't have categories, that's how it would be. Like every speedrun would be full of glitches. And that guy's a bit suspicious anyway. It's just kind of funny how many people almost get offended by it. Like they really hate the fact that people use glitches to beat games, and it's like, I understand where you're coming from. If you like to do runs, if you like to see speedruns without glitches, that's fine. Again, it's kind of touches on what I spoke about earlier, where if you're the kind of person that doesn't like to watch videos with commentary, you should probably search for no commentary runs. Don't go to somebody's video who is doing commentary and then complain about it. Just, I guess, learn how to search for what you want, you know? There's Chen having a bad day. But you'd be surprised how many weird comments you get on YouTube. Sometimes I just tend to stray away from it. I used to look at my YouTube comment section all the time, but these days I don't look at it as much, or I try to only respond to positive people, but it's hard sometimes when you see someone who's saying something so stupid and you want to be nice about it, you know, you try to be nice about it.
Isaac, this damage report says there's a broken cargo lift just beyond the hangar doors. I'll open them now.
Especially when you see the same thing again and again and again, it's just kind of like, oh, you know, if they took like a few seconds to read the comment section.
That lift shaft should take you straight down to engineering.
Again, I think I mentioned this in the previous record that I did for this video. You'll explain in the beginning of the video what's going on with the video. You'll sort of explain that, you know, this run can use glitches, it's an any % run, and it's just obvious that people skip the intro and don't listen to you, and then they watch the run and then complain about it. It's also amazing, so the sort of stuff that I see in comment sections, it really like makes me question people's, like, I don't know, I wouldn't say mentality, but just the way, I guess it does come under mentality, just the way people think about things sometimes is kind of strange. Because like I recently posted a Callisto Protocol no damage run, and like I mentioned in one section of that video, I took damage thinking that there was no way to avoid it. I thought it was like scripted damage and you had to take that damage, and then later down the line somebody figured out that you could get through that section without taking damage. And because I had made that run on the first day the game came out, I had like two choices really. I could go back and delete the video, re-record that part, re-render, re-upload, re-edit the video, which is just far too much time for that one little section, you know, or just leave the video as it is. So I just left it alone. But you'll have people we'll get to that point in the video, and bear in mind it's like probably 2 or 3 hours into the run that happens, and they have nothing else to say but complain about that one part of the video. And it's kind of like, are you sitting here watching my video for 3 hours waiting for me to mess up? You know what I mean? Just so you can like comment about it and complain? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm looking at it from the wrong point of view. I'm not, you know, small-minded enough to think that I'm always in the right or something. And I can understand, you know, I'm advertising the video as no damage, and I did take some damage there. But usually scripted damage is allowed, and that's what I thought it was. So it's an easy mistake to make, but it actually, I don't know, I guess it's a little bit infuriating to see how serious some people take it, you know. It's like, relax, man, it's just a fucking video. It's literally just a video on YouTube, it doesn't matter. Don't lose any sleep over it. It's not going to affect your life, like, it's fine. But that's just the way it is these days. I think people take stuff far too seriously sometimes. And either way, if anybody who watched that video is watching this video, I am going to have to go back to Callisto Protocol and do another run, because they've actually released a harder difficulty, and I guess I'll be able to do that part without taking damage, so maybe that'll make people happy, you know? Right. So these low gravity areas can be a little bit stressful, just because it's easy to take damage. And it's hard when you're in the air, it's a little bit harder to control Isaac because there's a bit of a delay. I guess it's something to do with like velocity, like when you're moving in the air, you'll hold forward or left or right to strafe or move. And it sort of takes a second for him to build up to full speed, so it's really easy to like have a projectile coming at you from one of the lurkers and get smacked by a projectile. Can be quite frustrating, but it's all good. We got through it that time. There's only a couple of them in this area. There's a lot more tricky areas that are like that throughout the game. This section is a little bit different from the original too. Watch out for that guy. These dudes that sort of crawl around are really intimidating. They look bigger on the remake, but the way they move has always been kind of crazy, that they sort of sprint at you sometimes. But then again, sort of the normal necromorphs from time to time, you just gotta be careful. I find myself, if I'm in some sort of panic situation and I'm stressing out, when a necromorph's running at me, I just revert to stasis, just quickly blast them with stasis and buy myself a few extra seconds to move out the way or whatever, you know? You've also got to watch out for doors in this game, because doors can slam on you and hurt Isaac, and that's really frustrating if you're trying to do no damage and you walk into a doorway and it closes like that one just did and you take damage. It's kind of embarrassing. But it happens, you know? So we are 1 hour, 20 minutes into a very long run. So when you're in this area, you want to stomp on this guy's body, because later on an infector will appear in this area, and if you haven't stomped on that guy's body, he will become one of the more powerful necromorphs, so
Engineering
be
careful. Acting Chief Engineer Jacob Temple reporting. Christ, I still can't believe the chief is gone. It's all fallen apart since the captain died. Everyone down here is on their last nerve. We thought the rioting was the worst of it, until those things came through the vents. Faces. Fuck, those were my lunch buddies, Liz's friends, old boyfriends. And out of nowhere, the engines are screwed. Primary's laboring, we're hemorrhaging fuel. Fuck if I know why. I'm taking Danvers to the fuel depot to fix it. Gotta keep the team focused or we'll crack. Temple out.
Right. Seeing you in the control room. Any news on the engines?
Yeah, but it makes no sense. They're out of fuel. The centrifuge is offline. We're tethered to a 4 trillion ton payload. Without the engines, it's dragging us down to the planet.
Can you handle it alone?
Sure. Fix the centrifuge, get the fuel running, then do a full restart. But you'll need to stabilize our orbit from there.
Standing by. Fast as you can, Isaac.
Okay. So yeah, quick save, get that saved up. A couple of tricky sections in this mission. If you are after the weapons, you can get the Ripper, I think, just ahead of us. There's some really cool audio logs in this mission, some of my favourite ones. This area has changed a little bit though. When you walk through the door we just walked through in the original game, you sort of ended up in this room, and this room is the same in a lot of aspects, but one room in this area has sort of been deleted, and this room has been added where it's kind of like a bathroom.
We need help down in engineering! Danvers, get those wires out! I don't want to! I don't want to! Right, Henderson, your teeth! He's pulling his teeth out! Just hold it! Where the fuck is security? Oh God! He's dead! No, he's alive, but he hit that thing pretty hard. His own teeth. What the hell is happening? I don't know. Medical security request. Anderson needs the medical bed. And a shrink.
That is my favourite audio log in the entire game. Another little video log from Nicole here.
Rig identifies the subject was junior engineer David Swenson. The subject was dismembered after falling into machinery, allowing... God. So sorry. Some postmortem spasms. The chest contains a yellow bile seen in other specimens. I've seen this bile react to dead or bioprosthetic cells. The dead tissue is absorbed, recombined, then reanimated. The bile shares genetic markers with human DNA and a growth on the walls. It's all connected to the marker from Aegis 7, but how? Dr. Kine studied the marker. Dr. Kine has vanished. Unless he's with the survivors on the mining deck.
No rest easy now, David. I promise.
End log.
Kind of cool that you get these little bits and pieces from Nicole throughout the run. Interesting to see that. None of that was in the original. I don't even think you got audio logs from Nicole. Maybe there was a couple, but yeah, they've added a bunch of stuff around her, which is really nice. I don't know, you guys will have to let me know what you think about them remaking Dead Space 2, because I'm not sure if I've already mentioned this, but the original game, the original Dead Space to the 2008 version, if you play that, it feels kind of dated. Like, it looks like an old game. It's like 15 years old now. It was designed for the 360. I don't think it was kind of like a release title for the 360, but I'm pretty sure it was in its early years. And even though it did release on PC, I'm you know, pretty sure it was designed for console. Playing it on PC didn't really give it much of like a graphics boost or anything like that. But yeah, if you play Dead Space 2, however, it still looks and feels like a modern game. Like, it doesn't feel anywhere near as clunky. So yeah, they added like a bunch of new features. It feels definitely very like playable and enjoyable by today's standards. Whereas the first one doesn't really. Even though it's still a great game, it's still a fantastic game to play. You know, you can still play it. It just feels very dated, like I said. So it was nice to see this game remade, but I'm not entirely sure if they need to remake Dead Space 2. I would love to see them completely redo Dead Space 3. Like, completely remake Dead Space 3. So you can grab the kinetic thing here from a little bit further away. I actually chose to go straight up to it just because that's sort of a legit way to do it, I guess. But you can grab it from the bridge, and you want to be careful on the way back because you'll have a couple of Necros jump on you. You've got this pole here. I brought that along with me. I think it bounces off this guy. Yeah, one thing to take note of is that if you attack an enemy whilst they're in the animation of falling out of the vent or climbing out of vents or anything like that, you won't be able to do damage to them. You're gonna have to wait for the animation to finish, which I guess is kind of difficult to work around, but would be nice to see that you'd be able to do that if you wanted to. Right, so we gotta drag this thing back now that we've pulled that kinetic lever down over there, and then we can go across this thing here. Yeah, Dead Space 3, I think Dead Space 3 gets a lot of flack from people because it was very different from the original. They kind of tried to capitalize on co-op gameplay, and Dead Space kind of, even though co-op is great, just it's not really a Dead Space thing. If you ask me, Dead Space is kind of meant to feel like you're in this solo, claustrophobic, you know, creepy environment, and I feel like playing the game co-op can take away a lot of that and make you feel like a lot less threatened by stuff, like a lot more safe because you're with a friend that can help you out, and just matrix the hell out of that projectile. Yeah, you kind of feel like alone all the way through Dead Space 1 and 2. You don't really have anyone helping you. You have sections where you interact with other characters and you meet other people, and maybe they are fighting stuff, like the section in Dead Space 2 when you meet Ellie. But you never actually really fight alongside people. Maybe there are a couple of small segments I'm overlooking, but for the majority of the game, you're very much alone. And in Dead Space 3, they changed a lot of that with co-op. Like I said, although you can play it solo, the way they did the weapons was so weird. Right now, we've got to grab a keycard for this door. There's an audio log right there. Let's have a listen.
Progress report filed by Jacob Temple. The engine problems aren't a malfunction. Someone shut off the fuel lines to the primary engine and damaged the valves to hell and back. We just wasted an hour fixing them. Now we need to restart the south refueling station, but some jackass turned off the power and locked up the circuit breaker. No engines? We're gonna hit planetfall soon. What now? There's gotta be someone around here how to spare access card. Go. Hear that? Never go!
Okay. Few necromorphs in this area. But yeah, they completely changed the way weapons are done in Dead Space 3. You could use technically the same weapons, like you could get a pulse rifle, you could get a plasma cutter, but they had this system where you kind of had to like make guns, and it kind of feels like a cop-out to cash in on microtransactions. And when I think it was kind of when companies were sort of, well, more companies were sort of messing around with microtransactions, especially in the console days, like PS3, Xbox 360. Hold up.
Isaac. Hammond.
Daniels?
Thank God. After the bridge, we saw the...
Glad to this point. I barricaded myself in the computer core. I can hear them, but I don't think they know I'm here. Isaac, I've tracked down your rig. You're in engineering, right? I'll get myself admin privileges. Maybe I can help.
Yeah, so going in there, and you can either turn off the lights or turn off the life support to grab yourself oxygen. There is an oxygen tank right next to you. It's up to you what you do. I think I came back and had a look at it here. Yeah, it's up to you what you do. But we need to turn on the south refuel station. Whichever one you turn off, it is your decision. You've got to turn off one. I feel like I'm happy to play without lights in the area, so I don't have to worry about air. But it is up to you. You can do whatever you want. There is like an oxygen refuel station just behind you. But anyway, yeah, I was saying that Dead Space 3 was really trying to cash in on the whole micro-transaction thing when it was becoming bigger on the PS3 and the Xbox 360 days.
Only a quarter full, but it should be enough.
I still need to get the centrifuge working before restart. Someone really screwed with these fuel lines.
Too fast, Isaac. Aegis 7's looking damn close out there.
Gotta watch out for the projectiles from this spitter guy. It was a weird system on Dead Space 3. It was kind of like you had to find parts of the gun and then put them together to make different guns. You didn't essentially like find, say, you know, the contact beam or the plasma cutter or whatever. Yeah, I think you found some schematics, but you needed to get parts in order to make the guns you wanted. And there were a lot of combinations you could make with your guns. A lot of them were crap, and a lot of them were kind of just like the original guns, but again, you had to sort of create them. But I think the reason they did that mainly was so that they could make it so that the parts that you needed to scavenge to make the guns, they could charge with microtransactions, which is just such a cop-out. It's really crappy to do that. And yeah, that's the way they went with it. They had this whole system that was, I mean, it was I guess a cute system for Dead Space. You had this little robot that you could let go and scavenge pieces of the stuff you need or whatever. You put it down in certain areas and it would come back with the stuff you needed later on or something. It would return to the workbench with the stuff that you'd let it go and scavenge. It was sort of like an automated system. But yeah, if you wanted to get lots of it straight away, you could just pay for it. So the game could essentially just be pay to win, where you would just get the stuff you needed to make good guns. If you knew where the schematics were or whatever. It was kind of dumb, and like the upgrade system wasn't done with nodes. But it was just stupid, because in Dead Space 1 and 2, the whole node system and the whole thing with, you know, the way you found guns, you find the guns in this game and then you can upgrade them. There's nothing wrong with it. There's just nothing wrong with that system. It's a great system. It's quite original, to be honest. The weapons in this game all feel quite original. Yeah, you have the plasma cutter, which is essentially a pistol, but it's not actually a gun, right? It's like a cutting tool. That's the thing. That's why it makes sense for Isaac to have it, because he's an engineer and it's like supposed to be a power tool, right? You've got the pulse rifle, and that is essentially like an assault rifle. That is actually like a gun, you know? But then you've got like the contact beam, force guns, stuff like that. They're not conventional guns in this game's universe, but Isaac repurposes them for what he needs, which is taking apart necromorphs, which is great. It's a great system. The power node upgrades and stuff is all great. I don't understand why you need to change that. And I guess the last thing I want to touch on with this subject is just the way that Dead Space 3 is like sort of paced and played. It just doesn't feel claustrophobic. There's like a lot of open, bright spaces in the snow. There are some still, like, you know, situations like this where you're in, like, it feels like you're inside kind of like a space station or a ship, you know, and you're in these tight claustrophobic areas. But there's a lot of areas where you don't feel like that, and you're in like open outside spaces, which is really weird and out of place for Dead Space. In my opinion, at least. I just don't feel like it fits with the series. And a lot of people really don't like Dead Space 3. They hate it. But I don't hate the game. I just feel like it's very different and it didn't need to be. They improved or tried to improve on things that didn't need to be improved upon. This is one of those games. Dead Space is one of those games where you really don't need to change a lot about the mechanics of the game. You just kind of need more storyline that's good. As if you've got the same mechanics, but there's more storyline, it's going to be a great game, and the people who love Dead Space are going to love it. You know what I mean? You don't need to change much. And that, I guess that's why the way I feel about a lot of games. Like Dead Space, for instance, and then you've got a game such as, I don't know, maybe you could do that with Bioshock, like Bioshock 1 and 2. I know Infinite is very different, but Bioshock 1 and 2, Bioshock 1 is a great game. Bioshock 2 is also a great game. The mechanics haven't changed a huge amount. You've got the whole dual wielding thing, you're a different character, you know, but the essentials are the same. The environment's kind of the same as well. It's still Rapture. And Bioshock 1 is probably the better game in my opinion, but they're both still great games. Not a huge amount of change has changed with the game. There's like subtle changes, you know? And I feel like that's a system that more games need to adopt. I would use The Last of Us as an example here, but I feel like a lot of people don't like The Last of Us 2 for its storyline. But mechanics-wise, not a lot has changed with the game between The Last of Us 1 and 2. It kind of has similar mechanics. It plays very much not the same, but there's a lot of stuff that is the same. There's a few subtle changes. Again, subtle changes are great in a game series, rather than making huge changes that just don't need to be done, just to try and... It's almost as if companies are trying to innovate when they don't need to, you know, and I think that's why Dead Space kind of flopped in the end.
Sequence complete. Thank you for your patience.
Interesting, there's a schematic for the medium medkit there if you want it. Interestingly enough, the DLC for Dead Space 3 I thought was really good, but which is like it's a story DLC that I actually thought was really decent, but the game itself wasn't. And I also do feel like the DLC didn't need to be there. It was kind of a way for the studio to cash in, you know, like leave a story unfinished and then finish it with a DLC, which is just kind of terrible in my eyes, but that's the way it goes. A lot of games do that these days. They still do that to this day. It happens, right? People want to make extra money, especially with a single player game. I know it can be hard to sort of get aftermarket sales, like somebody buys the game and then after they've bought the game, how do you make money with the game from that point? You have to have some sort of like reason for people to buy it, and that's probably what happened with Dead Space 3 as well, you know? They wanted to make extra money after the game's purchase. They want to make more out of their sales so they can pay their developers more, and I understand that. I just feel like it was implemented in a very terrible way. I think the best way to do that is to have cosmetics in the game that don't really do anything, but people will buy them. Like myself, like this game has cosmetics. I bought them, you know, because I love the game. Like, I think they're cool. Not everybody will buy them, but if you try and force a situation on people where they feel like they need to buy something to do better in the game, I guess companies think, oh, more people are going to buy it then, of course, but it kind of just ends up ruining your game, right? So, yeah, I would like to see them redo Dead Space 3 with, like, more original mechanics, like, take away that whole crappy making your own gun stuff and bring back the OG guns and close off a lot of the environment areas. They could, obviously the storyline is whatever, like I don't really have a problem with Dead Space 3's story at all. Don't really have a problem with how the game ended. That's not my I guess beef with Dead Space 3, it's just the way the game plays. And I know it's in a different location, obviously, so is Dead Space 2, but Dead Space 2 still did a fantastic job of keeping all the elements that everybody loved about Dead Space 1 and bringing it to Dead Space 2 and making that such a great series. I know I might be rambling a little bit here. I've got to find stuff to talk about, okay? I can't just tell you exactly what I'm doing. You can see what I'm doing in the game. But yeah, I've got to try and find some stuff to talk to you guys about, and I want to keep it Dead Space oriented because I do really love this game. Dead Space is like one of my all-time favorite games, as you can probably tell. I really do think this game is a masterpiece, and I love the fact that I don't know if I would call this game a remake. I would more call it a remaster, because there's so much that is the same. There are a few areas that they have redone, and I get that. But I don't know if there's enough there to call it like a complete remake, even though the game is remade from the ground up. I guess that's why it's called Dead Space Remake, right? But it feels like more of a remaster to me, like all the graphics have been upgraded, a few mechanics have been tweaked to make them better, a few fights have changed. It feels like a bit of a remaster to me, but that doesn't really fuss me. I guess that's, you know, it's neither here nor there. Doesn't really bother me too much what you called it, but I would like to see, if you're looking at it from that point of view where this is a remaster, I would like to see them remake Dead Space 3. Keep the storyline. Storyline's fine, because it makes sense with the lore. I understand all that shit, but remake the game. Make it better for the fans. I think fans, like, you guys will have to let me know if anyone out there is, you know, a Dead Space super fan like I am, like super crazy fan. Let me know what you would prefer. Would you like Dead Space 2 to be remade? Or would you like Dead Space 3 to be redone?
Looks like
completely
back
redone.
Online. All that's left is restarting the engines, right? Ready when you are.
I know what I would prefer. Would definitely prefer. But saying that, they might do both. They could remaster, I guess, Dead Space 2. Not that I feel there's a need for that. I'm stasis in this guy and running past him so we don't get squished, by the way. You gotta be careful here because of this guy when you come into this alcove as well. He's kind of in your way. You got the fan to chuck at him if you want to. A couple of shots will get him finished. You got oxygen recharge here as well if you need it. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I would play the hell out of Dead Space 2. Remastered, remade, whatever. But again, I hope they do it in the same way they did with this game with Dead Space 2, where they don't actually change a lot. It's the same game, just with modern day stuff. But I think 2 or 3 years ago I replayed Dead Space 2. to do a no damage run or do hardcore mode or something like that. And it doesn't feel like an old game, it feels like a modern game, whereas Dead Space 1 on the other hand, if you play the 2008 version, it feels old. It feels like a clunky game, especially if you play on PC. Like the whole mouse acceleration stuff and whatever is just really bad with Dead Space 1, and it's really nice in this game, which is beautiful to see. But I would love to see, like I said, Dead Space 3 just completely overhauled, almost, you know. It'd be lovely to see that. Or would you like them to skip over Dead Space 2 and 3 and make Dead Space 4? I'm not sure how they would do that. Spoiler alert if you haven't played Dead Space 2 and 3, but at the end of Dead Space 3, you kind of get left in a little bit of limbo with Isaac, and I think, what's the other guy's name? Carver? You kind of get left in a little bit of limbo with those two guys, and then the DLC sort of clears it up again. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. But I'm pretty sure they leave you thinking that Isaac has died, more or less, because if you don't know how Dead Space works, or the whole deal with Dead Space, the convergence event, which is what you'll hear characters talking about in this game, is when all of the biomass that is created by the necromorphs come together to create a brother moon. And the brother moons are what send out the markers in the first place. And the marker that is here is one that is man-made, but it was sort of studied. The original one they found was studied, and that's what they made it from. And it was, I think it's the black marker. And the brother moons are what send out the markers. And there's the one thing that I really struggle to understand with the Dead Space lore, and I think this is like what came first, the chicken or the egg kind of thing, is whether the brother moons or the markers come first. And it's like, okay, so who made the first marker? Who made the first brother moon if it needs a convergence event to happen, right? And the brother moons is just basically an absolute gigantic life form. But the one thing that's a little bit confusing about this game is they say that the hive mind is controlling the necromorphs, and I don't know if that's because like it's, you know, a man-made marker and they've adjusted it somehow, or it's just like the hive mind is eventually is basically all the biomass, and that's what's going to become the brother moon in the long run or something like that. But yeah, that's essentially what's happening. But at the end of the Dead Space 3 DLC, you see the brother moons reach Earth, and that's where Isaac and Carver are going, and you're led to believe that basically the brother moons have beaten them to Earth, and they're basically doing the same thing as what they've done countless other times and taken all, you know, completely transformed planets into brother moons. Where they're going to do that with Earth, basically, and they see that they see the brother moons approach them, and then it basically ends. So I don't know if they meant to imply that Isaac and Carver like die, or they're gonna find some way out of it, but I don't know how in the hell they would stop the brother moons, to be honest. Like throughout the DLC you're kind of trying to stop them from reaching Earth, and you think that you've accomplished that goal, and then you go back to Earth with Carver, and then the brother moons are there.
It'll give you access to the engine chamber.
And that's where it ends. That's where the storyline ends. I don't know if they would, you know, if any company would like to take on another game. And usually with a game series that is actually pretty good, like Dead Space, I would say, you know, enough is enough. You get to a point where it's okay to leave things in limbo a little bit, and you don't need another game, right? And I do feel that that's fine with Dead Space, because like, if you keep making games, eventually the games just become worth nothing. Unfortunately, Dead Space 3 is that blemish on the series' name. You know what I mean? Dead Space 3 is the one game that makes it a bit crappy. I don't think the storyline is terrible, like I said, but yeah, the game itself isn't that great. But I don't think it's a good idea to keep making games forever. You might as well focus on making a new IP and making a new game series, you know, making something different. Like, you could say what I'm talking about right now. You could sort of, as an example, a game like Assassin's Creed, where the first few games are amazing. You know what I mean? They're so good and innovative, and like there's nothing else like them. But then they release them every year for 10 years, and they're probably still going today, and they end up just becoming worth nothing, because There's so many of them, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's diehard fans of Assassin's Creed who have played every one, but in my opinion, I feel like a game series should come to an end. In the end. Like, and rather than just basing a game around Assassin's Creed, like take for instance Assassin's Creed Black Flag. By that point there had been like 8 freaking Assassin's Creed or something. Wouldn't it be better to have a game that was just based around being a pirate and doing that than just slap Assassin's Creed on it? Because really the whole Assassin's Creed thing, the whole being an assassin.
I cracked the secure files. DC was here for more than just a mining claim, huh?
What do you mean?
This outbreak started on the colony after the miners dug up some artifacts. Something alien.
That's impossible.
But it would explain why Aegis 7 is meant to be off limits, right? Earth's God's orders. When the miners found the artifact, they reported hallucinations, paranoia, suicides. But the Ishimura brought this marker on board anyway. Like that was a plan.
Wait. The marker?
Okay, back up. Where's this marker now?
In cargo. All packaged up for delivery.
Yeah, because if you've played Black Flag, I'm not saying it's a bad game. It's not my cup of tea. I don't like the whole ship mechanics in that game, but literally the guy at the start of the game, doesn't he like kill an assassin or find a dead assassin and just take his clothes and hey ho, he's an assassin now? Like, I just think it's kind of stupid. You might as well just make a game about being a pirate. It could be exactly the same game just without the intro, and it would be just as enjoyable for everybody who enjoys the game, you know? I think it's just kind of dumb to keep making games like that, and literally the whole gimmick of Assassin's Creed now is, oh, you get to visit Egypt, or you get to go to Rome, or whatever, you know? Like, that's the gimmick of the game now, pretty much. You could just make a whole new IP without having to slap Assassin's Creed on it, and just essentially milking the series as much as you possibly can. In my opinion, Assassin's Creed should have ended when the Desmond story arc was done with. That should have been the end of the series, but they just keep going, and I'm pretty sure they're still making them today. You know, I stopped playing that game so long ago. I suppose the only exception to that game is like maybe FIFA or sports games, you know, because obviously it changes every year, so it makes sense, I guess, to release one every year to update everything on it. Although you could probably, at this point in time, like now the graphics are sort of, you know, so far along in the modern day age, you could probably space out releasing those games every year and just have a game that you update, because, you know, we're living in this whole always online culture. You could just have a game that gets updated every year, right? And everybody's, like, you know, starting lineup, whatever, is just going to get updated by that. But again, cash cows, money milkers, that's what companies tend to care about, man, rather than actually making, you know, decent games. Kind of sucks that it's like that, but people have got to make money, man. There's so many studios that have made great games that go out of business just because they can't stay afloat. It sucks, but it's just the way it is.
Engineering log. My last log. Temple reporting. I can't raise anyone on Rickling. I think my team is gone. I found the kinesis module that someone used to bust the centrifuge. Burned out. Who would sabotage the Ishimura at a time like this? I'll report to the bridge, if anyone's left. And then I'm finding Elizabeth and getting us the hell off this ship.
Okay. Getting a few upgrades here. Sorry for that short pause. Yeah, and I don't know if Dead Space 3, you know, is in sort of that stage where it just needs to be left alone. The whole Dead Space series doesn't need more games. Maybe the remakes are just the way to go. Maybe they could just redo Dead Space 3. I really wouldn't like them to make another co-op game though. I think that just kind of ruins everything. I just want solo storyline. That's what Dead Space is. Let me know if there's any other games that you feel that way about, where they really don't need to change much with the game. Just give us more story, and that's all we need. I try and think of some other examples. I guess for me personally, I really love the Gears of War series. And that's kind of just the way that game has been, really. They haven't changed a huge amount mechanically. Obviously, engine changes and stuff like that. But the game essentially plays the same. They've just given us new storylines and stuff. If you take multiplayer out of the way anyway, because some of the Gears of War multiplayer games are just broken. Bad. Right. I really love the storyline with Temple in this game. He's got some really interesting logs to listen to. It's great that they have these side stories and you don't really meet the characters, but you feel like you're getting to know them by listening to their logs, and just here they're sort of giving you hints, but also, you know, explaining lore, and it's pretty great. The depth in this game is so good if you pay attention to it, and I kind of love games like that, where you can walk into a room and you'll see certain things and you kind of have to piece it together a little bit, you know? Love stuff like that. I feel like this game originally did a great job with Isaac not being able to talk, you know? Because it kind of puts you into this perspective of being Isaac, and I feel like that's what the developers wanted you to sort of feel, you know? They wanted you to feel like you were the protagonist, like you didn't need to talk because it was you, like your thoughts in your head of what Isaac was thinking, you know? But in the modern day, it's kind of not like that. You know, now that in Dead Space 2 Isaac has a voice, it's kind of a nice touch that they bring him back. In Dead Space Remake, it's not something that bothers me at all. I feel like it's done pretty well. It's not like he's constantly talking, he talks a little bit, and it is the same voice actor as well, which is really nice. It's great that they managed to get him to come and voice Isaac again. I'm sure he jumped at the chance. Yeah, another great example of that is Bioshock. The protagonist just doesn't talk in the first two games, but you still, you know, you can still get a sense of what's going on. But it's great when you sort of enter a room or an area and you have to piece together what's happened in that room in your own head, rather than having the game just, you know, explain it to you with exposition and stuff, you know. It's really nice. Kill most of those falling things with the explosives that are in this room. You also can use this pole to kill that Spitfire. Do not like these little guys, they are very annoying. One change they made with these enemies is, in the original, if they jumped on you or you shot them, they would just disappear, they would explode, but they actually leave tiny little bodies now. Right. You gotta be careful around them though, because there can always be one. It's very frustrating. So this next section can be kind of difficult. It's a good idea to drop a save here. Going into the engine room. You can also run that way to get some loot. So there will be a few enemies left when you first come into here. Get rid of them.
Warning. Engine power failure. Replace power cell to begin ignition sequence.
From the back of the room. Put it into the machine. This area has changed a little bit as well. The thing you had to interact with was just at the back of the room, and you didn't have to use a battery. You would just go and interact with it, and then like enemies would start attacking you, kind of just on a timer. And it's pretty much the same in this game. You need to go and put the battery and go and interact with the button, and you've just got to clear out the enemies, and then the process will complete. If you don't kill the enemies, it won't complete. So, or at least I think that's how it works on this game. I'm pretty sure it is. I know that's how it worked on the original, but got another schematic there if you want it. I need to do a video showing where all the schematics are. I kind of want to do it chapter to chapter. But the way I've kind of been doing things with my collectibles is to do them chapter by chapter and release the videos individually, and then release one video that shows them all, so you know people can get the best of both worlds. Okay, so there's the battery, and we need to go up onto the platform. It's over to the side. That guy can have a barrel to the face. A couple of enemies have spawned in just because we put the battery in. I really don't know where that guy's going. Could have just come straight to me, but he's just strolling along. Ripping off those arms to use as projectiles, always a good strategy. Nice and easy. Or maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's you put the battery in and then everything starts attacking you. And then you need to go and press the button. I think that may be what's going down. I like to stay up on the ramps though, because that just means that the enemies have got to come over to you. One thing that's a little bit weird in this game is the enemies seem to die easier when they're on an elevated surface. So those crawling guys that you see from time to time, the one, kind of like the one I just killed a minute ago, sort of racing towards us. If you kill them when they're like, those are the ones that can climb walls and go on the roof and stuff. If you shoot them while they're on the wall, if you take off one of their arms, they'll just die instantly. But I think it's the same for any enemy that's running up a ramp. Enemies seem to die a lot easier if they're running up a ramp for some reason. I don't know if it's got something to do with them being on a weird surface or something like that, but it just seems to be the way it is. There's a node in this area here. You want to come and get this. It's like under one of these platforms right there. Yeah, something to bear in mind. If you just camp on a ramp in areas like this, you can sometimes, or it seems like more the majority of time, get easier kills. Like less bullets will kill the enemies. So something to bear in mind, especially in this room. You might just want to sit up top of a ramp and then you can wait for them to come to you, you know. Makes life a lot easier. Alright, so we've cleared everyone out. Let's just go ahead and press this. Okay. So we're another hour in, 2 hours into this run now. I know I could be going a lot faster. This is like mission 3. But as you've seen already, I'm just taking my time, checking stuff out, getting logs and listening to the dialogue. I really want this to include the storyline of the game, so you can sort of sit back and enjoy this as like a big fat movie.
Isaac, you did it. The Ishimura's moving again.
No thanks to whoever sabotaged the fuck out of these engines.
You bought us time to figure it out. Autopilot's taking us into geostationary orbit.
Wait, you're flying us through the planet crack debris?
That's what the asteroid defense system is for.
But the ADS is offline. I've got the system readouts here.
Hammond, the Ishimura's in rough shape. A couple of bad strikes could finish her off.
Shit. Daniels, give me all the data you have. I'll try to adjust course. Isaac, you disable the tram lockdown from engineering. I'll open up the bridge station. Meet me there. We need to work on this together.
Cool. Alright, so this is almost the end of this mission. We just need to go back this way. And, yeah, you can go to the shop if you need to. Just up here is back where we came from. You need to break this seal. Yeah, you can punch those rather than shooting them to save ammo and stuff. Oh yeah, one thing I haven't really mentioned is, I think you get, yeah.
Nicole? I'm here. Nicole! Damn it.
One thing I probably haven't mentioned yet is that we are only, I know we're doing one gun right now, but you'll only find ammo for the weapons you're carrying. You will find the odd bit of ammo for another gun, but usually it's like scripted pickups. So when you find, say, the pulse rifle, you might find some pulse rifle ammo, or, yeah, pulse rifle ammo next to it. You know, same with the flamethrower. That's why I've got a little bit of flamethrower fuel, because we found it next to where the flamethrower is. It's the only real time that you'll find them. I think maybe on chapter 9 you find a lot of pulse rifle ammo. But yeah, if you're just carrying the cutter, or if you're just carrying the line gun, or say there's two weapons you want to use, make sure you put the other weapons away, because you'll only find ammo for the weapons you're carrying like 95% of the time. Sometimes you'll get a random pickup, but yeah, you find a lot more ammo for the weapons you're carrying than anything else. So if you are just going for a cutter only run, make sure you only carry the cutter, because you'll just naturally find a ton of ammo for it. Alright, so I think that's the end of... Is that chapter 3 or 4? I think it's 3. I can't remember. Either way, that mission is done with. Probably one of my favourite missions, to be honest. I really love the audio logs in that chapter. Yeah, chapter 3. We're on to chapter 4. Okay. Again, another slight difference in the remake is you have to unlock these tram stations, and once you do, you can come back to these chapters, which is kind of cool. You're unable to do that in the original. Once you get sent away from an area, you're kind of just kicked out of there, except for when the game makes you double back to go do another mission or something. Like, we do have to return to medical here, I think, and then you can go and re-explore an area in the original, but the remake just allows you to go around of your own free will. I think it's just providing you've unlocked the tram station for that area. You can go back there at any time, so maybe if you miss something, but that's kind of in the nature of the game, right? Because you get those security doors, and eventually you level up your clearance, and it's kind of nice that you have a reason to go back, which is like to check out those doors and see what you can get. I'm not sure, is this the mission where I have to come back here, or am I coming back to explore something else? I might be coming back here to check something else out. We'll see in a second. It might just be for one of the doors, to be honest, because there was one door, and I think it might be what I'm doing here, actually. Yeah, I think I came back here to get one of the clearance doors, because there's one, and I think it's through this door, and you only have a limited time to get this one, I think. All the others you can go back to when you want, but in my original, just like casual playthrough, I think this was the only door I didn't manage to open, because you have to come back here before you return to medical, I think. But there's not really a fat lot in here. But it's a little bit confusing on how to get back to it. You have to come back up through the elevator in zero gravity here and go around to it. And I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to get to it before. But yeah, this is how. I was kind of like, where do I go? And it's down here. I think it's just a level 1 door. So yeah, if you want to open this, you have to come here at this point. I just wanted to see what was in this room, and it's like a node and just a few normal pickups. Where's the 2 nodes? Yeah, 2 nodes. Oh no, just one. Just want to make sure you're looking for these floating containers, see what's in those. No, I've mentioned this a couple of times already, but I did try to just include detail in this run and come and check stuff out and get all the nodes and all that stuff. I didn't end up obsessing and opening up all the security doors. I could have, but I didn't do that in the end. Literally, I think this is the only reason we came back to medical here. I think when you come back here later, when you have to return to medical for one of the missions, this door is locked. So once you've got the level 1 clearance, you have to come here, like now, before you return, because that door ends up being locked. It's like this one just ahead of us. And yeah, not a fat lot in there. It doesn't really matter if you miss anything. I just wanted to see if there was an audio log or something in there that we missed, but there isn't, so. Also, another really nice touch about the remake is when you return here, when you return to different areas, you'll have new enemies popping out and stuff, and I think when I come back here later, all of those enemies are still there, so I have to kind of be careful when I come back. If you don't come back at this point, they probably won't be there for you, but they were for me, so something to bear in mind. If you do want to get that node and what's in those lockers, you have to come here now. Wasn't really something I had to do. Just wanted to check that one door. So now we go to the bridge, and I'm pausing here for a second for some reason. I'm not sure why. Come on, chop chop. There we go. Don't make me do another edit. So, going to the bridge. I think after this next mission is when we actually return to medical. Like, so, when you... Sorry, is it chapter 5 then? It must be chapter 5, right? You go to medical in chapter 2. Chapter 3 is in...
Now arriving at the bridge.
Is it mining? I think it's mining. Or is it engineering? I think it's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's engineering. And then chapter 4 is here at the bridge. And then 5 is back to medical.
Looking at the ADS cannons, they're a mess. I'm gonna need your help. I am not losing the Ishimura. Not now.
The Ishimura, Hammond, or the marker?
That artifact they found?
Don't bullshit us. CEC knew all along about the marker, didn't they? Isn't that why you're really here? Corporate wouldn't send the Ishimura for some off-the-books mining. But alien technology, yeah, that fits.
And how does losing my team fit into this theory?
Hey, knock this shit off. We're into the debris field. We get the ADS back together, or it's over.
Then meet me at the captain's nest. Daniels?
Fine. But I'm going through the ship reports, Hammond. I'm getting some answers.
Tensions are rising. Alright. So you do have a little conversation between Hammond and Kendra in the original there. Dialogue changes a little bit, but the gist is the same. Saving it as often as I can. Alright. So you saw me look down a second ago and there was that purple object beneath us. That's one of the rigs that I think you have to get the maximum security clearance, but you can't...
Security clearance required.
You can't pick it up with kinesis. Be careful here of the brutes. If you hang out too close to the window, you'll end up getting smacked by him, so make sure you take a wide berth there. Alright, let's see what we need from the shop. I do get a hell of a lot of credits from this run, just because I sell all the medkits I find. I do a lot of item picking when I don't really need to. This run isn't very well optimized in the sense of just doing things fast, but I do keep one medkit on me at all times, like I mentioned before, just to check if I've taken damage. Sometimes Isaac can take damage just by like throwing a canister or a door closing on him or something you might miss. I'm pretty sure there's a couple of really close scrapes where enemies just miss me.
At least containment and life support are holding. So far.
Alright. I don't think I picked that up. There you go.
Security request retrieved.
So for me...
Security's coming! We've been
Hold up.
boarded! I repeat, the ship has been boarded! We are under attack! They've killed most of the deck staff! Where the hell is Steve Benson? We need security backup now! Gunners are useless, What in God's name is that?
Ooh. So yeah, for me, I think this was the first area that I started having real performance issues with the game. Definitely around here. So, I'm not sure if I saved it here and reloaded the game, but it's a good idea to save. One thing that can happen with the recordings on this game because of the performance issues is the audio will slip out of sync sometimes. So if you do see that anywhere in this run, like a little bit where the game's audio is out of sync with the video, I apologize for that. I did try my best to fix areas where I noticed it, but I may come across some areas whilst watching this back where the audio's out of sync again. I'll fix it if I do see it.
Sorry. Shit, I'm scared.
No, keep that rifle close. What's that?
The one that attacked me. I managed to trap him in here. His face. I'm not seeing things, right? That's Chen.
You can't help him, Hammond. He's...
You're right. I should... The hell with it.
Escape pod 47 launched.
I worked with him for years. Johnston too. At least she was spared becoming a monster.
We're gonna fix this, Hammond. For them.
Yeah. Come on. The ADS cannons.
Right.
I can hold this position for a while, if no more asteroids come through the roof.
I mean, I know this crew is sent here to sort of save the Ishimura, but why wouldn't you just leave on the escape pods? I feel like that'd be the smart move.
Here. All I can tell is the ADS power routing is shut.
Well, the administration systems aren't doing much. We could redirect power from there. I'd need to rewire the junction boxes, but we get the ADS cannons back.
Good. Isaac, about what Daniel said. I don't know about any illegal mining or the marker. I swear, I'm just here for a repair mission.
Look, Hammond, I don't know you or Daniels well enough to judge, but CEC had to know about the marker.
The company, maybe. But shit like that's above my pay grade. Look, we can get into it later. You'll need a way down to those junction boxes. You can turn the atrium elevators back on from security. You'll have full access. I found a CEC executive key card. I'll upgrade your clearance.
And you upgraded yours already?
Yeah, just in case.
Okay.
Isaac, I heard something up there. Something big. Watch your back.
Yeah, there's a couple of text logs in this room. Just be sure to grab those if you're interested. There's one I just picked up and there's one there as well. One thing that I'm not sure if I'm completely happy with about the remake is how Isaac looks. I feel like his old look was better. They have kind of changed just the way Isaac looks in general. I don't know if they struggled to acquire some of the rights to the games for whatever reason, but I wouldn't see... I mean, I don't see why that would happen. I feel like they could have made it look more like the original Isaac if they wanted to. But they just chose not to, they just changed his look. But ah well. Right. So, big fight coming up. Make sure you've got some stasis for this. Makes this fight a lot easier, doesn't really matter what guns you're using, just wait for it to come out a little bit, stasis him, get behind and aim for the legs. Basically you want to shoot him in the yellow bits to do damage, but if you shoot both of his legs off, he'll die. That's one, and the second one's nearly done. There we go. Nice and easy. Stasis makes that fight so much easier.
Quarantine lifted.
Go. I think we've got one of the few video logs here.
It's on the record, Doctor. This is mutiny. The marker must be delivered to the church, whatever the cost.
God's sakes, Ben, listen to yourself. The Ishimura's in crisis, you've cut us off. By Maritime Law Article 5469, I, Dr. Terrence Kine, hereby declare Captain Benjamin Matthias unfit for duty.
Heretic!
Hold him. Ben, you're not yourself. Let me help you.
Traitors, get your hands off me! This is my ship! Oh
my God, You... Ben. You saw I was trying to help him.
Doctor, you just killed the captain. We have to take you in.
I can't. If the others from the church get a hold of me.
Stop!
So that log was originally in the elevator in this area. It's moved into this room now, but an interesting change there is that in the original, it kind of looked like the captain's death was like a mistake, as in the doctor was going towards him. Oh, sorry, no, in the original it looked intentional, and in this one it looks like a mistake. And they did try and play it off in the original like it was a mistake. But in the original, he kind of approaches him with the syringe and just shoves it in his eye. There's like no... You know, the captain doesn't run at him and he slips, but that they kind of made it look like that in the remake, as if the captain sort of tries to attack him and it's a, you know, a little scuffle. And the needle goes into his eye that way, and that kills the captain. In the original, though, it really looked like Dr. Matthias did it on purpose. Which is kind of an interesting change. Alright. I don't see how you can blame Matthias for that death there. Whereas in the original, you kind of could. We used to kind of make fun of it, that he tries to say, oh, it was an accident, and it looks so obvious, like he'd intentionally shoved the needle into his eye, but in the remake, it does actually look like an accident. Okay. Oh, another save coming in. You can see me mashing my medkit button there, and the blue light's flashing on my back. That's why I backed out, just because I wasn't sure if I had somehow taken damage there. I wanted to check. Yeah, because on Impossible, you've only got the one save slot, so if you do... If I take damage and overwrite my save, then my whole run is screwed. Right, so... some credits there, there's a box to smash. Get whatever's in there. I think there's some... oh, ruby semiconductor. Those are really valuable. I think those are worth 10k, so always good to get one of those. Got a node in here.
Exiting vacuum.
I think in the original there was a bench in this room, but not in the remake. So, heading along this way.
Isaac, I'm reading electrical hazards on the floor ahead of you.
60-year-old dead plating doesn't play well with power surges.
Watch your step.
Contact beam right there if you want it. I think I do pick up the contact beam by accident. Just trying to pick up something else, I think, and ended up picking that up. It doesn't matter if you're going for the one gun achievement or trophy. You can pick up other guns, you just can't use them. So on my next visit to the shop, I ended up just slapping it in the shop. You can get some contact beam energy in here, which you can sell. Like I mentioned earlier, the only time you'll ever find ammo for weapons that you're not carrying or you don't own is usually where you find the weapon itself. So look out for these guys in this room. They are the more powerful necromorphs. They're the ones that will take more damage. Not sure if they do more damage, they're just harder to get rid of. So you'll have two of those guys. There's a couple of sneaky doors around us to go into in this area as well. There's one over here on the right. Yeah, another change that they made from the original are these sort of plates that are on the floor. They're kind of like electricity now. They sort of shock you and can do damage that way. Whereas before, I'm pretty sure in the original, if you stood on them, it was just an instant death because they were like anti-gravity plating. So if you stood on them, you would get sent up into the ceiling and just smashed to bits. You can also use it to get rid of enemies that way as well, but in this one it's kind of like an electric shock, which is an interesting change. I guess it's a little bit more forgiving in the remake, because if you accidentally stepped on one of those in the original, you were just dead. There's nothing you can do about it. A couple of lurkers in this room. Look out for them. Contact beam energy again. So we need to get to the back of the room here. You can see that guy stood on the, I don't know, little electrocution pad or whatever and took some damage. Yeah, that would have got him killed in the original.
Clearance confirmed.
Right, so in this room, boxes to smash, we've got a few pickups, and if you smash this here, this will open another door that's in this area. Okay. Through we go then. Got some more stuff in here. Another security door right there as well.
Clearance confirmed.
Let's head on in. See what's in this room. Text log. It's good to find those. And another node. Cool. I'm not sure what the point is of some of these clearance doors, to be honest, because if you're just following along with the normal path, when you reach this point you will have clearance. Like, considering you have to go and speak to Hammond before you come here and do objectives, you're going to come to this room with the clearance. Like, there's no other way around it, really. So when you turn on the ADS cannons, you're going to have a couple of infectors spawn in this room. It's up to you if you want to fight them.
That's one. Still need more power. A couple more systems should do it.
If you want to get rid of them, feel free, but you can't just run out of the room like I did and they'll be busy trying to infect bodies. So if you just leave, you shouldn't have to deal with anything. You can just get out. In the original, if you did that, a lot of the time an enemy would drop down in front of the elevator here and you'd have to deal with it. But in the remake it doesn't, so you're good to go. One really nice thing in the remake is that little diamond that you see on the right floor you've got to go to. In the original you kind of had to do guesswork as to which floor you had to go to or use the objective tracker. When you come back here, be careful of these guys. There's a good few of them around. You just want to watch out because they move so fast and jump. Let's grab the stuff. Yeah, I got that contact beam, so I'm picking up contact beam energy now. I think this is the point where I go back and stash it in the shop. Just to get rid of it. You know, it makes sense. I got some, I'm not sure what that was, some sort of schematic probably that I picked up along the way. So yeah, move that guy to storage. We can sell all the contact beam energy unless you want to use the contact beam. Like I mentioned before, the contact beam is a very strong weapon. It will one-shot most things once you get it upgraded with the alternate fire. So if you want to use that to help you out a lot in this run, I wouldn't blame you. It is very, very powerful. Depends how bothered you are about using one gun or whatever, or using different stuff. One thing I haven't mentioned yet is there is actually a glitch in the game. There's plenty of glitches from what I've seen. I don't use any of them in this run. I wanted to do this run completely legit. But there's some glitch where it's like if you put your toggle sprint on and toggle aiming or something like that, if you hold aim and sprint, Isaac will run faster, like all the time. It's really weird, like he will just move faster. It's a real little oversight from the developers, just with some settings that for some reason make some weird stuff happen with Isaac's movement and he moves faster or something like that. But yeah, we don't use any of that in this run, and I don't like to have toggle sprint anyway. I don't know if any of you have experienced this from playing the remake, but especially on PC, I'm not so sure if it happens on controller. I did hear someone say that it does, but I haven't tested it myself. But I feel like you can really get yourself into some sticky situations if you have sprint on toggle. If you have sprint set to toggle and you are in a fight and you try to like turn and run away, sometimes Isaac just won't sprint and you have to like press it a couple of times to get it to work. Obviously because of the toggle setting or something. I feel like that was screwing me over a lot when I first played the game until I turned that setting off. So if that's something that bothers you, and you have noticed that you have issues with sprinting from time to time, you might want to go ahead and check that setting. It's like toggle sprint in the settings and just turn it off, and that helped me out a ton. Feels a lot more like the original controls. And in general, just kind of controls that I'm used to, not just with Dead Space, but just in general. Like I don't like to have a whole toggle system on. So you got stasis recharge there, a few things, a few pickups. You have to move that crate and shoot the little power circuit to open the door through the window. I think this is where the break room is, where you can do the Easter egg. I think it is. I might check it out. I think I check it out on the way back. You might, if you want to do this, you get like a text log, an audio log, and I think 2 power nodes as well. It's like a little Easter egg type thing. I can't remember what the codes are, but if you copy me, you'll be able to get it done. We'll see that on the way out of this area. Alright. I was lucky. Somebody in my chat actually told me about it when we were in this area, so little shout out to Trey, 7RayD. Very nice of him to show me that, because I had no clue about it. But kind of when I'm new to a game, although Dead Space isn't something I'm new to, but when I'm playing a new game, I kind of don't like to look stuff up, or you know, look at Easter eggs or anything like that, or strategies. I just like to do stuff on my own. That guy got very close very quickly. I'm pretty sure that guy spawns behind you when you enter this area. A lot of the time he'll just get caught up with the electrical pads and won't even make it to you, but I got a little bit unlucky and he did this time. Being really patient here and just making sure I don't get hit by these electric shocks. Let's wait for this one to turn off. There we go. You're going to have 2 lurkers when you come around here. Watch out for them. Should have really hit that one with stasis because it would have just got done by the shock pad on the floor. And that one just did. Again, I just like to play it safe here and not risk it by hastily running across these things. Getting myself some cheeky damage. Alright, so quick stasis recharge. When you come into here, a brute is going to spawn in and approach you. So let's be ready for that. Again, you just want to play the stasis game. Just try and stasis him and get around the back. It can be difficult in this room because there's a few obstacles in your way and you've got to run around them to get to him and stuff. So just doing my best to try and get some shots on those yellow spots on his back from a weird angle. Managed to get a few. You have got that stasis recharge in this room, so it's just easy to get around him. Oh, he's done for. So if you want free stasis, again, you've got that stasis recharge behind you. Sorry if you see me pause it occasionally. It's usually because I'm checking my chat on Twitch. Obviously I'm coming back to record this commentary, but the gameplay itself was done over on Twitch, so maybe someone subbed or something like that and I was just trying to say thank you for a second. Alright, so we're going to come over here, quickly turn off this power, give it to the ADS cannons, and now all of the electric floor and stuff will stop.
Reroute from the electrical systems.
Just watch the outlets. The grid's unstable.
That's 2. One more system and we'll have power for the ADS.
Alright. So that's those two done. I don't know if you guys saw that shadow there. I noticed that and I was like, wait, what? Is there one above me? I don't know if that was just some little creepy thing they added to freak you out, but nothing else drops into this room. So I think now is when I go to the break room and try and do this little Easter egg. Actually kind of a funny one. But yeah, if you come in here and I'll try and like say it as I do it. So we've got these
a recording? Huh.
markings.
Must be the marker they dug up.
So it is the same. That marker, that's the symbol of the Church of Unitology.
It didn't take you for a believer, Isaac.
My mother was. But if they found us on some alien planet, what does that mean?
That Unitology's onto something?
Unitology's full of shit. Forget it.
Alright, so to do this, you need to stand in the circle and either melee, which is pretty much pressing fire without aiming, or stomp. I'm sure all of you know how to stomp. I think on PC I think it's spacebar on PC. I'm not sure what it is on controller. But you need to do it in a certain order, and I think I was reading the chat whilst doing this. So we got melee, stomp, 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 melee, stomp, melee, stomp, 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 melee, stomp. When you do it right, you get the screen turn red there. And this one was for the text log that you get in this area. So it's kind of a cool one to read. Pretty sure I read this one because I knew it was something I hadn't found before. It talks about Unitology a little bit and the marker and whatnot. Pretty interesting stuff. One thing some of you might not know is that the necromorph markings that you see all over the place are actually a language. They do actually have a cipher. I'm pretty sure they released that with the original game, and they have some cool messages when you decode them. Alright, so we got melee, stomp, melee, melee, stomp, melee, stomp, melee, 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 stomp. So this one is the audio log, which is a really cool little Easter egg. I'll let you have a listen to this.
There once was a ship from the CECD, Ishimura, USG. She cracked on boom with gravity. Go me, bully boys, go. Huh. Soon may the Callian come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. 70 years she served her tour of 30 planets, cracked and poor. The captain called no fly and swore he'd take that mucker in tow. Ha! Soon may the Callion come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. La da 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 da. Before the ship could set on home, tragedy struck and the colonies are gone. The old red marker done them wrong and brought the miners low. Huh! Soon may the Callion come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go. The crews aboard a mystery spoke of inutility. The captain swore he'd keep his creed and drag his crew down so. Ha! Soon may the Callion come to save our souls and take us home. One day when the fixing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Okay, so funny little Easter egg. Little remix of the song Wellerman there, which is really cool. Yeah, so there's one more, I think, which just gives you 2 power nodes if you do it. That's another text log that's just in this room if you want to get it. But yeah, there's one more to do, and you get 2 power nodes for this one. So try and read it out to you as I do it. I was trying to read this from chat, so sorry if there's slight pauses. So we've got melee, melee, stomp, melee, melee, stomp, stomp, melee, 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 stomp, stomp. And there you go, you get 2 power nodes for that one. Decent. Free 2 nodes. And I'm not sure if there's more. No, nobody told me there was more. There's those 3, but yeah, it's pretty sweet that you get them. Like I said, I think it's got something to do with the patterns that are on the floor.
Isaac, I cracked the Ishimura's MedSci reports. They're a fucking horror show. These things mold any dead tissue into a new form. One kind infects corpses, and the rest...
Make more corpses to infect.
That organic shit on the walls, that's dead tissue too. The crew thought it was a habitat changer. Isaac, I'm gonna run some diagnostics. I think that stuff's spreading.
Oh dear. Alright, quick save after that. Let's get that done. Alright. So, we've got another half an hour down, which is decent. Lots to do on this recording. It's kind of frustrating having to sit here and record for 8 hours, but hopefully I'm keeping some sort of conversation going, talking to you guys. It's never the same when you come back and do a recording of commentary for a video. You can explain stuff a lot better, which is kind of important, but usually when I do this sort of stuff, like have to come back and commentate a video, it's usually like an hour or 2. You know, like I do a speedrun of a Resident Evil game or something like that, and they take like an hour or 2. But this game's a lot longer. Like I said before, I could probably come back and do this a lot faster, but I wanted to do a more detailed run for this one. Make it a little bit more interesting. I think you can beat Impossible Mode in under 3 hours, so maybe something to think about down the line. But if you guys are interested, I've done a few more no damage runs. I haven't done a huge amount of no damage, and that's something I think I'm going to focus on a little bit this year. I'm going to try and work on doing some no damage runs for different Resident Evil games, definitely. Some of you may have seen my guides for Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3. I've also done guides for the Resident Evil HD remaster, which is the first one basically. But I've never done guides for Resident Evil 0, which is something I want to do, even though that game's ancient and a bit jank, and a lot of people kind of regard it as one of the worst Resident Evils. I still want to do it. It'd be fun to do some guides for that. But I've never really done no damage, so I feel like I might come back and start doing some no damage videos for those games. It'd be cool to put some more Resident Evil content on the channel. Gives me a bunch of content to do on my live streams as well, so why not?
Make us whole again.
So that guy, he moves quicker the closer you get to him. It's kind of interesting. Right. Audio log.
Elizabeth, it's Jacob. I came to the bridge looking for you, but it is completely fucked. I'm not sticking around in case whatever did it comes back, and neither should you. It looks like the admin staff went to the mining deck to meet up with the other survivors. I'll head there too. If you aren't with them, I'll find a way to contact you. I promise.
Yeah, so something to look out for. More no damage runs, guides. If you're into doing some of, not necessarily speed runs, but like the speed run achievements that games have, like beat a game in under 2 hours and stuff like that. I've done a lot of those for the Resident Evils. These guys, the sort of big stomach guys, where you can, you don't know, if you haven't played Dead Space you might not know, but basically those guys with the big yellow stomach, if you shoot them in the stomach, they pop, and they either spawn a lurker out of them, or they spawn the little critters that jump onto you. We like to call them space herpes, because they suck. They're some of the more difficult enemies to deal with, in all honesty. Just because there's so many of them when they spawn out. I don't know if those necromorphs...
The ADS cannons are back online. Wait, auto-targeting offline. Calibration data not found. Fuck. No auto-targeting. The cannons are useless.
What about manual targeting?
You want to go out there with all that shit raining down and target the ADS cannons manually?
If I give the cannons enough targeting data, it'll recalibrate the system. You got a better idea?
Christ. I'll open exterior access. I hope you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know if those big bloater type enemies are supposed to essentially be like pregnant people that became necromorphs, but yeah, if you may not have seen it, those of you who've played the original, but sometimes, pretty rarely, sometimes they will spawn a lurker, which are the little guys that shoot rockets and, you know, they climb the walls. People think they're babies, but yeah, those guys sometimes pop out of them, which is interesting, I guess. Interesting. Schematic there for the engineer rig, which is another suit upgrade, I'm pretty sure. Don't want to miss that one. I think that is something I get throughout this run. I get all the suit upgrades, something to definitely look out for during this run. A big difference between the remake and the original is the way you upgraded the suit. With the original, you could choose if you wanted to upgrade your health or upgrade stasis or kinesis. You could do those things individually.
I'll sync a few of the ADS cannons to one of my tools. I target an asteroid, the cannons take it out, and I recalibrate the system.
We're out of options. Do it.
Do it. There's also a message here I'm probably going to listen to, and then I'll probably save it.
Security request retrieved.
Oh, God! Someone stop him!
This is Second Officer Sheik. I need security here right now.
No one's coming.
White, for Christ's sake, step away from the controls. We need our first officer. Captain Matthias is dead.
The captain's dead? Vincent's security team is dead? Who's left?
Step away from the airlock. That's an order.
Who's left, Sheik? A crew full of uni fanatics?
Eckhart screwed us good, didn't he? If a CEC director could go that bad,
maybe the whole company's rotten to the core. Just like Aegis 7.
You think CEC won't send a rescue team for their precious planet cracker? Think White. We just need to hold on.
Yes. You probably should.
No! Oh, Lord! Goddamn fool! Seal it! Seal the airlock now!
Oh dear. Alright, so quick save. Yeah, in the original game, when you went to the bench, you had different trees for HP or oxygen or kinesis and stasis, whereas this one it's kind of just all mingled into the suit tree. So if you were doing a no damage run on the original, you could just avoid upgrading your HP at all and just do stasis and kinesis, which is kind of what you would want to do. But in the remake, you kind of don't have a choice. You have to do HP to get to the stasis nodes. So if you're wondering why I'm upgrading HP even though we're doing no damage, that's kind of why. Also in this game on impossible mode, sometimes an enemy, the stronger enemies might be able to one-shot you. And as this is a segmented run, if I do take damage somewhere, I just reload the save and redo that segment, you know? And I don't want to die in one hit because of the nature of impossible. You don't want that save to revert to hard because there's no way back to it unless you've backed up your save, which is kind of cheating, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure if you can get through this section without the ship taking damage. But I wasn't really bothered about that. There's probably someone out there who will like, that counts as damage, it's not a no damage run. Then someone will be like, do the run again. I'm a salty person. I'm gonna post about this on Reddit, you're terrible. But in my eyes, as long as Isaac doesn't take damage, I'm happy. I'm happy to say this is a no damage run. Because when you come out here straight away, the cannon is at 86%, or the ship's hull is at 86%, and you know, you can't really, like in the original, you could stop all of the asteroids without getting hit, but in this one I feel like it might be impossible to do that just because they're constantly raining down from different directions. You've actually got to get to the first cannon, and by that time stuff's already hit the ship. But like I said, in my eyes, as long as Isaac doesn't take damage, I'm happy. I'm just gonna roll with the punches.
Complete. ADS recalibrated.
There we go. Gotta watch out for those
enabled.
2 lurkers that are in the area when you go to the third one.
The ADS cannons are online ship-wide. Thank God. Engaging autopilot. Get yourself inside, Isaac. I think I've figured out our next move.
But yeah, if anyone out there is like salty about the ship taking some damage and they want to try and void my run because of that, then I don't know, just make a post on Twitter crying about it and I might take you seriously or something, I don't know. Because in all honesty, nobody cares, you know. First world problems, man. But yeah, I'm just gonna focus on Isaac not taking damage. That's good enough for me. Maybe if you get out there really quickly.
Isaac, Hammond, I just intercepted a transmission for medical.
Someone's down there?
See what you make of this.
This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is a sanctuary. All survivors, please join us.
Nicole, I'm going back to medical.
Makes sense.
I'll head to the crew deck and look for survivors from the bridge. I'll be in touch.
The crew deck. Wonder if he knows something we don't.
Alright. Yeah, there'll be someone out there who has watched this run for, what is it, 2 hours and 45 minutes or something now? They haven't thought a single positive thing about the run yet, and they're waiting for me to fuck up so they could be like, you took damage, run void, you're shit. I'm better than you. But that's kind of just the way people think these days. It's kind of sad, man, but I mean, you know, you could argue that I'm sad for trying to do this sort of stuff on a video game, but what's sadder in your eyes? Somebody who does this on a video game and, you know, tries to gain a following for doing different things on video games, or somebody who sits there and watches the video and has nothing to do but complain about it? I mean, if that was me, man, I don't know, I'd have to reevaluate my way of thinking, I think. That's life. That's life. There's always those kind of people in the world. I mean, sometimes I do end up replying to those people, but one thing I try to do more these days is like look at my comment section and look for the positive people who actually seem to appreciate my content, rather than the people who don't, you know. I've said this for a long time on YouTube, man, and it's the same with every aspect of life, you know. There's always going to be people who don't like you and just have an issue. There's always going to be people. You can't please everybody, man. And not everybody's going to like you in this world, so you might as well just accept that. Move on with your stuff. Alright. Let's get all that stuff done. And, buy the suit. I'm going to have to switch back to the cosmetic stuff. Yeah, it can be frustrating when, you know, you put a lot of time into creating something like this. Like, I think all of the footage I had recorded for this run, because like I've mentioned several times already, I sound like a broken record, this run is segmented, so, you know, if I mess up, I go back to the last save and redo it, so that effectively, you know, it's, like I said, that's what a segmented run is. But yeah, you put all that time in, that was like 16 hours worth of gameplay. Obviously I have to come back and commentate it, which takes a further 8 hours, because the run in total is about 8 hours. You could probably take a look at the length of the video and figure that out. Obviously there's a bunch of editing time, like I have to go back and edit out all my mistakes, all the audio sync problems, and you imagine that the run I had was like 16 hours in total, and I have to boil it down to 8 hours. You can imagine the amount of mistakes that are there that I have to edit out. That takes a lot of time too, you know. You have to literally scrub through all the footage and be careful that you're not leaving anything in you shouldn't and stuff like that. That takes a lot of time. And then you've got render in the video, which admittedly I don't have to be present for that. I just kind of press a button, but it takes time. You know, it probably takes like 6 or 7 hours to do that. And then you've got to upload the video. You've got to go through the trouble of, you know, thumbnails, titles, descriptions, tags, all of that stuff. You spend all that time to get a video on YouTube, and you're trying to grow a channel and gain an audience and do something that you feel is productive, content-wise, rather than making, you know, cringe kiddie content, which is just in abundance these days. I try to make something that's a little bit more serious, something that I enjoy doing, just for somebody to shit on it. You know what I mean? It can be a little frustrating. I'm sure many of you would feel the same way if you worked really, really hard on something, put a lot of time into doing something, and then somebody just doesn't give a shit and has no idea what they're talking about, probably just comes along and shits on what you've done, and you're just kind of like, well, fuck you then, but, you know. Also the question, like, arises, why do other people care so much? Like, why do people go out of their way to be that way? But that's just the way the world works, right? Like, people are assholes. Wish it wasn't like that, but it just is. It's just life. Again, that's why these days I try to focus a little bit more, or at least put more attention towards the people who do actually support the content, you know. So if you are here and you're enjoying the video, you enjoy my other content, you know, do whatever you can to support me. I appreciate that. I want you to know that you're the people that matter to me, and not the people that are just totally negative. I just like to poke fun at those people sometimes, and maybe if one of them is listening, you never know, maybe we can change your mind, man. And if they don't like me, that's totally fine, but hopefully we can help them understand that if you don't like me, that's 100% cool. Just, you know, I guess don't watch my content, just move on. There's no need to spend your life being negative. Personally, if I don't like it, I'm gonna give you guys a big secret about YouTube. You ever go on YouTube and you're getting recommended someone's content that you don't like? I just don't watch it, and I try and tell YouTube there's that button, right, that says don't recommend stuff from this channel. Like, I don't go out of my way to watch that person's content, to criticize it. I just avoid it, and that way YouTube...
What? You said the chemical lab?
Hold up.
I can barely hear you.
Oh dear. Yeah, YouTube will stop recommending you that person's content, because the way it works, you know, if you watch somebody's content, YouTube will just recommend more of their content to you. That's kind of the way it goes. So I don't know, I always found that kind of behavior strange also. It's like people will follow people to hate them. You know what I mean? Like, they'll wait for them to upload a video just so they can be a dick about that content and say like you're shit in every piece of content you upload. It's a strange mentality, you know? It's a very strange mentality. You don't just see that on YouTube, you know, you see that all over the place.
Is Nicole Brennan with you?
You're not here for sanctuary, then? Well, Dr. Brennan's currently engaged. Shall I send you to her?
How about you unlock these doors, and I'll find her myself?
Are you that selfish? You might let something in. Or out.
Shit.
So, you've decided to be difficult. Take a seat. I'll deal with you momentarily.
Alright. So, when I go through this door that's ahead of us, we're going to have those little crawlers and also the spitter that was there from earlier when we came back to medical to open that door. And I'm pretty sure, not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that door is locked now. We'll see in a minute when I go past it. I think it is, but I could be wrong. Let's go ahead and save it, because those little dudes can screw you over. I think I had to like redo this chapter because I was stuck in a situation where those little guys kept jumping on me and it was difficult for me to get out of it. Yeah, I don't know if these guys will be here for you if you're following along with this run or doing it yourself, because these guys spawned in when I came back to that door So they might not be. But it's kind of cool. I think it's a really cool situation that I came back here, these guys spawned in, and I've come back a chapter later and they're still there, and it's awesome. Also, I think a big change in this game from the original is stuff you kill actually stays there, their bodies stay there, it's awesome. It's a really nice touch. Yeah, that door is locked now, see, so I don't think you can go and get to that door we talked about before, which is weird. Anyway, what were we talking about? We were talking about haters, right? And I mean, I know some people are just trolls, and they just, like, you know, they sound like that line from Arthur and Batman. It's like, just want to see the world burn.
Research, of course. I'm so close to finding that missing factor. A unitologist would understand.
But I feel like there's a difference, right? Those people are just looking for a reaction. You gotta watch out for this thing around the corner right here. Get rid of him. Shoot the tentacles. Shoot the little things he launches at you. Try to keep your distance from those as well, because they can explode in your face. Yeah, some people are just trying to get a reaction out of you, right? That's what they want. They don't really care. They want to piss you off. That's what some people want, and I understand that. But what I don't understand is the people that seem to be, like, oblivious to the fact that if they surround themselves with, like, negative opinions and people that they think negatively of, then their life is gonna end up being pretty negative, I guess. Like, that's kind of the way I look at it. I just don't understand where if you feel negatively towards something, then why do you bother with it? You should probably rule it out of your life, because it's gonna do nothing but drag you down, you know what I'm saying? At least that's how I feel. Like, I tend to stay away from people and stuff that I feel is negative in my life. Obviously, sometimes you can't avoid it, but when you're going out of your way to be negative towards something, then you're probably only really having some kind of detriment on your life. Like, not that YouTube content's going to ruin your life, but you know what I mean? Like, just in general, like in life. I want to come off like I'm sounding super spiritual or something, because I'm not. It's just, I feel like it's like a mentality. Like, if you're surrounding yourself with positive people and things that you see positively, you'll have a positive time, you know, and vice versa. I struggle to understand people in this day and age sometimes. I think trolls are a different thing, though. Like, trolls are the kind of people who just want to get a rise out of you. You see that all the time all over the internet, but some people just seem to... Like I said, what kind of person sits there watching a video for 3 hours to pick the one thing you've done wrong out and then comment about it? Like, are you really that attached to the video? And, like, waiting for somebody to make a mistake? Like, it's weird, man. It's a weird situation. Strange. But anyway, back to positive things. Let's not give these people too much of the attention they probably want. That's why I like to focus on the people who are supportive, you know, people who enjoy the content and support me, and I feel like that's what you should focus on when you're creating content. Like, I would want to sort of shape my content around people who think negatively about it. I think that's the wrong kind of move. You want to shape your content around the people who, you know, support it. And when I see something that does well, these kind of videos tend to do relatively well for me. Don't get me wrong, I'm not fucking PewDiePie or something like that, making millions and millions. But one of the things that YouTube allows you to do is sort of look at what videos do the best for you, which videos are getting the most views and which ones don't. And it's just one of those things where you can make more content that seems to do well around your channel. No damage stuff and kind of like challenge runs and stuff like that tends to do pretty well for me, so I do want to start making some more content like that and just producing more stuff that you guys seem to like. Some people do tend to say to me, I miss the Let's Play type content, and when you just used to sit down and play a game, like the first time you'd played a game and you get your natural reaction to it and stuff like that. And although I do enjoy making that kind of content, I feel like it's run its course really on my channel just because YouTube doesn't really push that content of mine out there anymore and it doesn't get as many views, so I tend not to create that kind of content anymore. And I
have to
do
record
more of that on my Twitch.
The old memory, you know. As I was saying, the new treatment I'm developing should be just the ticket. The trial is very promising. Trial? You'll be back at your post in a jiffy with CEC none the wiser. Unless you don't trust me.
No, of course I trust you. Let's, give it a shot.
Volunteer 9 is a young male testing my new tissue regeneration formula. I expect death within the hour, but the changes to the vascular system are very promising. One moment for the cleanup.
For the last time, get a trauma team in here. Yes, I called 3 times. My patient is crashing. Get off your smoke break and help me.
So I think that's Mercer baiting the crash team into getting killed by the hunter, basically. But yeah, I talked about something similar to this in my Callisto Protocol no damage run, and how I make more content over on Twitch that's geared towards that now. I remember talking about it in that run. And one of you guys did actually come through. One of you donated to the channel directly through YouTube, which I'm very thankful for. I want to say thank you to whoever that was. You know, any support like that is always greatly appreciated. But because you can do that on YouTube now. There's like a heart button or something set up next to the video, and you can donate directly through YouTube. But somebody did do that for me, so I'm very thankful. And they also came through to my Twitch and like spent some money there. I never got a chance to thank them because I don't think they came back to the stream after that. I don't know if they thought I missed them, but it was during a time when I wasn't streaming. So if you are that person, thank you very much. I do appreciate you, and I'm sorry I never really got to thank you sort of in real time on my Twitch stream, but I wasn't streaming at the time you did it. Excuse me.
Shipwide transmission override. Isaac Clarke.
Just a trick.
Isaac. Make us
Isaac Clarke. All right. Dr. Brennan's nearest and dearest. We were colleagues, you know. Dr. Chalice.
Why is this guy's stasis so strong?
Are you the reason the marker won't begin? That's it. Convergence is installed. She's meddling. How is the question? But even if I was to ask, I suspect you're not the talkative type. And I haven't fully explored the cause of death as that missing factor. Dismemberment. Now I think you're on the right track there. Try and relax, Mr. Clarke. Convergence is so close. Maybe your death will tip the balance.
Audio seems to be a little bit out of sync here. I'm going to have to fix that. It should be good by the time this reaches YouTube, but lie there. Right, so we're going to take the hunter down and stasis him a couple of times. You might need to do this twice.
Maybe this will work. Isaac, you there?
Daniels, open the chemical lab!
What?
Just do it!
On it!
So
It's open! Go!
yeah, usually when people spend anything in my Twitch stream, I'm live when that happens, but I'm guessing the person that did it isn't very familiar with Twitch, so I do appreciate what you did. I don't want you to think that I was, like, not thanking you or whatever. But I do appreciate what you did, so thank you very much. Very kind of you. Okay, so I think when you come through here, you've got some of those little critters you need to be careful of. Watch out for them. Yeah, my audio is really messed up here. I think I was having performance issues when I ran out of the lab there, and I did a couple of retries in this area, and that's causing me to get my audio out of sync. Yeah, you can see the lag a little bit in this area.
Isaac, Nicole's broadcast.
It was a trick by a fucking unitologist. Dr. Mercer. He's locked down medical to experiment on the crew.
Oh, God. Every way out is locked down through one of the offices. Must be Mercer's. I can brute force the internal doors, but you will have to reach his office and lift the lockdown manually.
Alright, so I think here I may have dropped a save and restarted my game because everything was getting screwy with the sync and whatnot. Let's see. Yeah, I think I just checked my health there to be sure that I hadn't taken any damage I'd missed, because those little guys can jump on you and sometimes you miss them. Okay, so chapter 5 then. Quickly visit the store. I think we just had that little chat with Mercer or something, right? Don't remember. Oh no, we're a little ways into chapter 5, aren't we actually? We'd have to sort out some sync with the audio. So if things look a little bit wonky in areas, just know that it's a lot better than it was. I think it's got something to do with the performance of the game. Like when the game starts dropping frames, which this game tends to do a lot, the recordings can slip out of sync, which kind of sucks, but there's not really a fat lot I can do about it. But it's good to keep an eye.
Unwise, Mr. Clark. My hunter may regenerate, but he takes an attack like that for a
So look out for the Necros jumping into this area. The hunter should come around as well. Stick and move, use those necromorph balls to your own advantage. If you need a little bit of space, don't be scared to use stasis. That's usually my strategy. All you have to do really in this room is put the battery into the wall so you can leave. But if you want to get rid of everything first, go ahead and do that. That guy was charging. It was a good stasis. A lot of the time when I take hits and I've had to do my retries, it's because I've got greedy with shots. One massive change they made to this game that wasn't in the original was when you shoot a necromorph, they get stunned on the original a lot. Like you'll hit them in the leg and they'll just slow down, or they almost stop. And in this game they don't. Like you have to literally take off a limb before they'll slow down. So no damage is actually more difficult on the remake, I feel, just because rather than just shooting a necromorph to stun it and then running past it, you've got to like, well, let me pick this battery up. I'm picking up this fan, which is really annoying. You have to actually take a limb off to stun them. I think if you shoot them in the head, that stuns them for like a second, but like I said, in the original 2008 version, you could shoot a necromorph just in the leg once and they would stun for a second, like flinch, giving you plenty of time to get away from it. Or if they were running at you, like they're doing their charge, you hit them with that, and you can just run past them quite easily. It's just not possible on the remake, though, unfortunately. Right, he's regenerating, so I think now is our time to leave. I don't think I have any stasis packs at the moment, but there is a stasis area a little bit ahead of us. There's also, I think there's an audio log in this area that I'm not sure if I picked it up. It's right there on the left, you might have seen it. It's literally opposite this door that I'm going into when you come out of this room. The line gun is there on the floor if you want it. I'm going to take the ammo and just sell it. But yeah, there's the line gun if you do want that. I was doing my best to like open this up and not pick up the line gun because I just didn't want to carry it. But there's a node in here too if you want that. Always good. Yeah, literally opposite this door is a audio log that I didn't pick up. So make sure you grab that if you're looking for all the audio logs. I'm not sure if I came back to grab that one at some point during this run, but I think that's the only story audio log that I actually missed. I don't think you have to collect all of them anyway. You just need 150 logs to get the achievement or trophy. And all the little messages between you and the NPCs, like Kendra and Hammond, actually count as logs towards that achievement. So you will have more than 150 if you just go around collecting the ones that I do, but Just in case you want to listen to that one, it is there. I know, I knew it was there, and I came back.
Dr. Charles Mercer, Tissue Regeneration Experiment 5. The children of the marker kind's necromorphs have provided all the material I could ask for. And the infector variant has provided a key insight. Implanting the material directly into the brain renders optimal results. Of course, that requires puncturing the frontal bone just above the glabella.
Please, no!
Don't worry. It's been sterilized.
Jesus. But yeah, I'm not sure if I showed that in the run, but I knew that I did come back to check it out and see if it was there. Only thing I was really bothered about during this run was getting as many of the logs as I could. There are some that you only get if you do the side missions. But I'm pretty sure you don't have to get those to get that achievement or trophy if that's what you're interested in. But yeah, like I mentioned before, I will be doing videos that show all the collectibles. I'm really late to the party with Dead Space, but, you know, had a very busy time recently. I've got a lot of stuff going on. And new move, renovating the new house. Trying to get streams in, and also just spend time with my partner and stuff, you know what I mean?
Who's there? Oh God! Hold on, I can help you.
Not me. Save hydroponics. We're all dying. Air's poison, but there's still time. Her enzyme will work if... She just needs liquid nitrogen. Save us!
Oh. Right. So...
Right. Air quality is dropping shipwide. Something's poisoning the oxygen in hydroponics. If we lose our air supply...
He said we could fix it. He came looking for liquid nitrogen, and there has to be some in the cryogenics lab.
Okay. Not like we have a better option. I'll clear you a path to cryo.
Yeah, this is kind of new.
Rebooted. Thank you for your patience.
The whole chat with that guy didn't happen in the original, but it's nice to see some subtle changes like that. Also the room that you go to there, which is Marcy's little experiment lab or whatever, has changed quite a bit.
Forcing me to liquidate my research subjects.
Keep that to it, Doc. There's gotta be. Here! There's emergency bed controls at the security checkpoint. Go! I'll try to lock him out!
So you've actually got two choices here. You can go back the way from where you first encountered the Infector in Mission 2, I think? Is it Mission 2? I think it is. And if you come through here, like, I actually got lucky in this section and I didn't have any enemies, but enemies can spawn here, so be careful when you come through here. Yeah, you may have to fight a bunch of stuff, or you can go the way you came. There are also enemies back that way, so just be careful when you're on your way back. You have a choice. You can go back the way you came, or you can come this way, go back around. I just got lucky here and had to deal with less enemies. You'll end up back in this area, and the hunter is here. But you just need to go through this door. Pretty much, it's the one that's behind the hunter where he drops in. I'm just running past all of these enemies. You can fight them if you want to. It's up to you. Obviously, we're on limited time, so we just need to get back into this area and turn the oxygen back on. And this is the same location as the original, but you have the option to go the other way.
Okay, it's clearing. Mercer pumped that gas in from hydroponics. If the air's already that bad.
I'm gonna need a faster way to cryogenics.
I'll open the other door from the chemical lab. It'll take you straight there.
Alright. So now we have to go and deal with the hunter. Quick visit to the shop. See what we can get out of this. Sell that large medkit, ruby semiconductor. We can sell the line racks as well. Always good. Sweet. A little bit of extra credits. I kind of need some extra ammo. I'm not sure if I bought it here, but I don't have a lot. I think I've got around 50 or so, something like that, 45, 50. Right, let's drop up save. Cool. Yeah, if the audio gets a little bit weird here, it's because of the sync issues I was trying to correct, but it should be back all lined up right now. Super frustrating when Oh god, there's 2 of them. 3 of them. Jesus. And that's a spitter as well. Let's try and do it. I'm in trouble here if I don't move. Yeah. Going. And he was speeding up. Sitting with that. There we go. I think we're good. You can see how upgrading that plasma cutter really helps. Made short work of those guys. Sometimes your best option is just to move. Like if you stand in a certain place and you've got necromorphs all around you, maybe try and throw a quick stasis out and run past them, especially in an area like this where you've got extra stasis stations just to grab free stasis if you use it all up. You can see frames dropping in this area here and there. I really hope they get a nice update out for this game that helps the performance, because I feel like that's the only letdown really of the remake, or the remaster, whatever you want to call it. Just those performance issues, and they're only like slight too. For the most part the game runs just fine, but the biggest tip I can give any of you, if you're playing the game and it's running fine for a while and then you start to lag really bad, is just to
Level 3 security clearance required.
Save the game and then restart it, and hopefully it'll clear up the issues you're having. I know that helped me out a lot in a lot of sections. Towards the end of the game as well, like the last couple of chapters, the game tends to
security clearance required.
have really bad performance. It's just frustrating. In other games it doesn't matter if you drop frames and stuff, you get like slight frame drops and it's like manageable, but in this game, like I mentioned before, you drop inputs left, right and center and everything just feels super delayed. It's really hard to get anything done. I think at this point, because I was suffering so bad from frame drops, I decided to quit the game and restart it. So my audio should be all synced up and we shouldn't be dropping frames right now. That's usually, I mean, I'm not super knowledgeable about this stuff, but usually that means there's some kind of memory leak in the game when over time the performance gets worse. But I've heard it's something to do with the shader cache with this game. I don't know, I'm not an expert, but so when you grab this liquid nitrogen, you'll have this conversation with Monso.
Losing my other patients. But you and Dr. Brennan have delayed me enough.
If you've hurt Nicole,
I have never shown you anything but courtesy to Dr. Brennan. Can you say the same?
I can say I'm not a fucking murderer.
Speaking of courtesy.
Right.
Fixing the Ishimura's engines. Our homecoming will be truly divine. And I doubt even you can stop a convergence event fueled by the entire population of Earth.
You take these things to Earth, it's all over.
Only for the faithless. Humanity will be made whole, Mr. Clark, with or without you. I'd say you've chosen your side.
Right. So, if you back up here from the middle of this cryogenic unit, you just kind of want to get the hunter crawling like this and then stasis him. If you want to, you can take off his other limbs while he's stasis, and that'll mean that he has to regenerate inside the cryogenic unit or whatever. We just need to come and press this button in here once it's in there, basically.
Cryogenic freeze complete. Transferring specimen to storage.
And these lurkers will kind of just leave at this point. They won't try and attack you.
Bastard locked me out again. Isaac, you okay?
I stopped that hunter. When Mercer's gone, he wants to take these things to Earth, Kendra. You have to seal the captain's nest and warn Hammond.
Okay, I can seal the nest, but I haven't been able to reach Hammond since he went to the crew deck. Isaac, our air quality is falling fast. If you've got liquid nitrogen, we gotta fix hydroponics.
On it. Keep trying to reach Hammond. Mercer, I don't think he's done yet.
Right. So, wait, if you return to this area, I'm not sure if you can grab it now after that conversation with Kendra's complete, but Returning to this area after you've done this encounter with the hunter, you can pick up a side mission.
The tram station is sealed off. You'll need another way there. Take the tram back towards the hangar, then head to the repair station. Remember where you took that broken tram car off the tracks? There's an access door in there that'll take you to hydroponics.
Yeah, so you can go back to that area with the cryo unit where the hunter was and pick up, I think it's a tissue sample, and that leads to a side mission and stuff, if you want to go and do that. It's the only way you can get it done, really. All of those side missions have like achievements and trophies linked to them, or at least most of them do, if you're interested in doing all that. Not sure if there's a couple of those I've got to go and do, although I think I did the majority of them in my original playthrough. Alright, off to tram control then. So what are we on to now? Mission 6, I think? Something like that? Approaching the halfway point of the game. There are 12 missions in total. I think this run is going to end up probably being like 8 hours, 15 minutes, and that's just crazy. It's a really long video, but I appreciate it if you're sitting there watching the entirety of this. I'm going to have a lot more no damage stuff coming soon. Today I'm going to get on stream and try and work on some Resident Evil stuff. Probably going to be doing that until Resident Evil 4 Remake comes out, and we actually just met a goal on my stream so that we're going to do a 24-hour stream when Resident Evil 4 Remake comes out. So if that's something you're interested in, on the 24th of March, we're going to be doing a 24-hour stream. I've also said if we meet the next goal, I'm going to attempt 48 hours, but I'm probably not going to be... I'll attempt it, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make that. It's a really, really long stream. I'll probably end up passing out at some point from exhaustion, but yeah, the goal anyway was 1,000 in donations, and I doubt I'm going to get another 1,000 in donations before the 24th. But we'll see, you never know. Kind of way I run it. I feel kind of bad because on Twitch I have rewards for different... There's rewards for different things, like there's leaderboards and whatnot, so you can track how much you've done in the stream and whatnot, but with donations there's not really any of that, because it doesn't actually work through Twitch. It's like a separate thing. Twitch allow you to have it on the stream.
I think if you're near hydroponics, check your helmet filters. That air's not safe to breathe.
Yeah, I smelled it. The whole deck's rotting.
I'm reading a huge mass in food storage. Too big to be anything they grew. It looks like the source of the poison gas. That patient in medical, he said something about creating an enzyme, right? Maybe the scientist left the workstation open.
Hydroponics log, Dr. Elizabeth Cross. Now that sprinklers are fixed, we're working close to maximum capacity. All flora is thriving, and food yield has created a surplus. I had the surplus packed up so we could send it to the colony. The captain no fly order. Homogenous is everyone knows Egypt needs help. What harm could some fresh fruit do?
I think they're all done for. But yeah, I kind of set it up so that if we reach £1,000 in donations, then I'll do a 24-hour stream each time that happens, because it tends to, I mean, it could take a month to do that, it could take a few months to get there, you know, it kind of varies. I don't really push too hard for anybody to do anything in particular with the stream, but it does happen, so I thought I'd set up like some sort of reward goal system so that once we reach it we have something fun going on. I think the last time we did a 24-hour stream was when Callisto Protocol came out, and that was when I did the no damage run for that game along with just my casual run as well. But we'll do something similar with Resident Evil 4. Hopefully it will work out well. Game's going to be great by the looks of it.
This is Dr. Elizabeth Cross. To all survivors, turn back. It's all gone. Everything we grew. My team. All dead. That monster. Please, leave. Get somewhere safe. If I can find a way to kill it somehow,
Jacob, if you're hearing this, you know I have to try.
Okay. So I feel like feelings are mixed about this chapter between people who play Dead Space. Some people love it, some hate it. Let's check the store out. Always kind of checking what I can sell and what I need. I've got some stasis packs, which is decent. Let's go ahead and sell these extra medkits. Like I mentioned before, I always keep one on me.
Warning. Liquid nitrogen supply depleted.
There we go. Right. So, drop a quick save so I don't have to mess around with that again. We're going to have some big conversations coming up in a minute. You have to interact with the console next to us a couple of times, and then you have to interact with the console next to us a couple of times, and then you have to talk to Dr. Cross. So,
liquid nitrogen replenished. Beginning enzyme synthesis. Enzyme synthesis complete. Caution, do not ingest.
Any luck?
Yeah, I finished the enzyme. It's been modified to digest something big.
They must have been trying to kill whatever's in food storage. Let's hope it works.
No. Go back. There's no way into food storage. Even if there was, the Leviathan would devour you.
You're Elizabeth Cross, right? This Leviathan, is that what's poisoning the air?
The air. My team, it's destroyed everything. I designed a special enzyme to kill it. I just needed liquid nitrogen to complete the synthesis. The people I sent to medical never came back.
I've got some of that enzyme here.
Oh my god. How? Listen, we need to inject it into the Leviathan. You can't get into food storage, but there's another way. It's risky.
Riskier than running out of air?
My team has been altered. They're all connected to the Leviathan, breathing out its toxins. That connection goes both ways.
Okay. So if I get to your team and inject them...
The enzyme will be carried right into the Leviathan's heart. Bind the Weezers. End their suffering. And when the Leviathan is weak enough, we vent the bastard into space.
That's the way we go. Oh, I'm not sure if I included those. I might have to actually re-edit that because I think I've cut out the part where I talked to Dr. Cross. That's fine. Not sure what happened there, but I'll go back and sort it out. It won't be a problem. So if I go silent, if I was just silent for a minute or two there, I apologize. Always good to watch these videos back like this and commentate them just in case you're making any little errors like that. It's really easy to make an error and just have to come back and fix it. It's just the way it goes. The way the editing process goes for these videos is literally just scrubbing through the entire thing and piecing it together, you know, where you've got things wrong and right. And it's easy to make a mistake here and there. Right, we haven't got security level 3 yet. Some more credits, let's go up here. You get up here, I think there's a necromorph waiting for you, so be ready. See this guy doing this sneaky thing. Alright. This next section is actually really difficult. There are a ton of necromorphs in this next room, and I kind of wish I had the contact beam. Because it would make this section a whole lot easier, but they just kind of keep coming, and this was also the same in the original. There were so many in this room. The speedrun strat for this was just to literally go and inject the Weezer and dip to the elevator and just get out of there, because there were so many of them. You're going to kill a lot of time here if you kill them all, but I think that's what we ended up doing. When you go over to this corner of the room, the enemies will start spawning. Okay. A little projectile here. Let's be ready. There's one on my left. We've also got the locker. I'm not sure if it's to do with having the kinesis fully upgraded, but the lockers will just die from one projectile, which is decent. Just hit him with an arm. One achievement that's kind of difficult to do in this game is ripping off a limb that's like dangling or something like that. I have done it, but I don't think I did it in this run. It's kind of like you have to shoot the limb and before it falls off, rip it off, like when it's really weak or something like that. It's kind of difficult to get right. Using the post there to get rid of the spitter because those guys are super annoying. They can easily just mess you up with no damage. So I think that's all of them. Easily like 7 or 8 enemies, probably more, but we got it sorted. I think I did have to retry that area a couple of times because it's just so easy to get overwhelmed. Alright, pick up all my ammo, all that good stuff. We've got an audio log here.
Security request retrieved.
Hello, security. This is Dr. Cross in hydroponics. Something just hit the hull near food storage. We think it's a rogue asteroid. I have people injured from decompression. We need medics and ground control right away. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Everyone out of food storage! It's alive! How can it be alive?
Alright. So, we've got another gun on the floor there. I'm not sure what gun that is. Oh, it's the force gun. Want to grab that? Go right ahead. No, I'm not interested in picking up those other weapons, but you do get some force energy in that room if you want to grab it and sell it. The game is way more forgiving with those bloater enemies than it was in the original. You can actually shoot them and they don't explode and turn into those little annoying critters that run around or they don't spawn a locker. I think the game actually lets you get away with one shot on them. Alright. So you still want to be careful in this area. I was really panicky here thinking more stuff was going to spawn. Because you know how these necromorphs like to sneak up on you. I think we actually need to go into this room. I was going into the same room there. We need to go in here.
Toxic hazard detected.
So, if you try and shoot this weasel, you will get an extra audio log. If you try and just shoot one bullet at him, Dr. Cross will talk to you, and that does count as another log. So if you want to get it, that's how you get it. It doesn't matter, like, really, to be honest. But, you know, if you're worried about your count of logs so you can get the 150, then shooting one shot into that weasel will give you an extra one. Gotta love how those poles can just take out any necro in one hit. Really, really useful. So yeah, you see me here smashing up the vents just to grab a projectile. This isn't a one-shot projectile, but it does cut off limbs. It's actually decent just to grab onto. And one big difference as well in the remake is you can open doors whilst holding an object. You couldn't do that in the original. Right, short walk of him. I just really want to be careful here.
Cross again. I never asked your name.
Isaac Clarke, systems engineer.
Engineer? Have you seen Jacob Temple?
I haven't, but I'm looking for someone too. Dr. Nicole Brennan.
Dr. Brennan? Doesn't she help people leave unitology?
Yeah, like my mother. That's how we met.
I hope she's okay. The unitologists here didn't like anyone questioning them. And since the captain died, they've all snapped.
Okay. So following the diamonds up to floor 3. Plasma energy. Smash up all of these little crates. They look a lot more blue than they did in the original. Not sure why I've stopped here. Well, I'll be checking on something. Oh, hello. So that was a Ruby semiconductor. Make sure you don't miss that. That's like an extra 10k credits when you sell it. Pretty decent. Alright. So we are heading, I think, to... Is it Weezer number 2 or 3? What I'm doing here. Yeah, this way. Okay. Not sure if I might have been checking my performance, because when you drop in frames, you kind of just want to wiggle the camera to see if it's really bad. I might have been talking about how the game drops so many inputs or something like that. There's a med kit on the shelf in this room. Also, there's a log right there. Something under there. Look at that cheeky 1800 credits hidden on that shelf. Yeah, like I said before, there is a med kit up on the shelf if you want to grab it. I think it was a large one too. Alright, so back to floor 2. Let's get going. I'm pretty sure there's like... I can't remember how many Weezers there are. I think there's 6. There's either 6 or more than that. There's not less than 6, I can't remember, but... Yeah, you pretty much just want to follow the objective tracker and do stuff. You can go either way here. It's entirely up to you which way you go. I think I went in here and just destroyed a couple of pods or something. Be careful in this room.
Isaac, where are you? Help me.
Yeah, destroy that. There's a Weezer in this room if you want to get it. Once you do get it, you're going to get attacked, so be careful. I don't trust these guys. They don't do a lot of damage if they hit you, but damage is still damage, damn it. Okay. So there we go. Got this guy. I think an infector drops into the room, maybe. Yeah, there it is. Make sure you take him out quick, because there are bodies in this room that you just don't want to have to deal with. 2 infectors, damn. Hopefully that dealt with the infector. Also did a lot of damage to the necromorph he was making. Alright, give me all your stuff. I think we're good here. I'm definitely having some performance issues here and trying to figure it out.
His notes on the... Oh god. Oh my god.
Kendra?
It's him. 2 doors behind you. Here. Wait, he's gone. He waved at me, and... sorry, Isaac. Keep going, just a glitch on the cameras. It looks like my little brother. Stupid, right? That's not possible.
I'm not sure why I chose to come this way first. Like I said, it is up to you, but I think I might have backtracked. See what I do. There are Weezers in this area, and it doesn't matter if you come here fast, but... Yeah, I think I ended up wanting to follow the objective and go the other way. Just cleared out this room, which makes things a little easier later, I guess, but... doesn't make a huge difference. Yeah. Alright, on to Weezer number 3 then. You need to come back this way and switch the electronics over to have this door powered up. I think the reason I'm doing things a little bit slowly is because the game is dropping my inputs. It's really frustrating because you'll press a button and it just doesn't work due to the performance. Alright. When you know you're far away from any save points as well, it can just be super frustrating. Sell all the force energy. We got a Ripper upgrade. I'm just moving that to storage. Can't sell it, but not too bothered about that. Yeah, if I hit a save point, I'm definitely going to save and load the game, I think. I'm struggling. It's really weird sometimes when you have these performance struggles, the audio doesn't slip out of sync, and then other times it does. It's just kind of strange. Don't rush down this area too fast because of these guys that will spawn in and attack you. Take your time. And obviously as soon as those guys get close, they just try and explode on you. So I think they're also, like the bloaters, they're more forgiving than they were in the original. You can be much closer to them without taking damage. In the previous one, they had some radius on their explosive back thing they use. Alright, quick save. Oh, I was checking to see if I'd taken damage there. That's why I entered the save point twice. Yeah, I think I might have restarted the game here, so... Quick edit. There we go. Right. Grab all the stuff.
Entering zero gravity.
I always hate the zero gravity areas just because it sort of just adds another dimension to fighting, and when you've got the lurkers flying, I think I just hit that body with my stasis. When you've got the lurkers flying around, it can make it a little bit more difficult to track where they've gone. So you can find yourself spinning around looking for the enemy, and it takes you a minute to find them. Alright. So, yeah, I think I'm actually right above the door I need to kinesis open here, and I'm spinning around like, where is it? It's crazy how you watch these things back and you spot them, but when you play in the game, you're oblivious to what's going on. I don't know if any of you have like experienced that before. I suppose most people don't watch their own gameplay footage back, but I have that all the time in my videos. People will be like, what you were looking for was right there. It just happens. I think it's got something to do with, you know, when you're playing, you're so focused on certain things within the game, it's harder to like concentrate on everything, but when you're watching it, because you're not doing anything but watching, it's like way easier to notice stuff. Right, let's hit him with one of these. Not sure if that killed him or didn't. One thing you don't see me doing much with these enemies, but that you can actually do, is shoot their tentacles as they're coming out of their chest, and especially if you're to the side of one of those things and it spits out its tentacles, you can really just take off a chunk of its tentacles with a couple of shots. You couldn't do that in the original. They had to complete their animation of the tentacles coming out before you could damage them, but in the remake they've made it so that you can do that, which is kind of nice. I think that's why I'm sort of, well, I sort of have the muscle memory to wait for their tentacles to finish their animation before I do anything. Alright. So we gotta head back, and on the way back, you're gonna have one of those leaper enemies. So watch out. I think it shows up when you go through this door, the second one here. So just watch out, because this guy can surprise you and just hit you in mid-air, so be careful. Alright. If you shoot off any of those guys' limbs while they're kind of climbing in 0G, or just climbing a wall when you have normal gravity, then they'll just die instantly, which is nice, and that was the same in the original as well. Alright. Yeah, definitely having some performance issues in this area. Let's drop a save. Again, I'm not sure if I might have save and loaded the game here just because I was having problems. You'll see it yourself, like if you see an edit like that, you'll see the performance of the game just instantly improve. You see me dropping frames. Right, so watch out from both directions here. What's weird about the whole animation thing, like I was talking about before, when you can shoot those tentacles as they're coming through their animation, if a necromorph is jumping out of the vent, you can't actually do any damage to them until they finish their animation of jumping out of the vent. So it's weird how it's only true for certain enemies, like those tentacle monster things, and then these guys don't play by the same rules. I actually need to go back and switch the electricity over. I always forget to do that. There we go. And now we're going to go back to that room where I shot all the little tentacle pod things, so that we can continue to get more wheezes and deal with this Leviathan. How many have we done now? Is that 4? I think I brought this tank with me to try and help with the brute that's in this area. There's a couple of them. If you just drop them over the edge, you have got to like go down there. There's also one of the rigs you need to get the security clearance, I believe, just there that I just picked up. So down we go. When you get down here, the brute will spawn in, so if you can find those explosives, you can use them on him. Well, to be honest, I don't think they did me a great deal of good. He was a little closer than I expected, but I think I scrambled around here to try and find those tanks. They should just be on the floor somewhere, because we just dropped them off the edge. Here we go. Like I said, I don't really think they did much for me. If you can get behind him, they'll probably do a lot more. Just gotta be careful where you're running in this section, because it's got all that weird stuff on the floor that makes you walk slow, so holes do nothing to brutes. I'm throwing cardboard boxes at him now. Yeah, even those stasis units can do damage to you if you're too close when you explode them. It's only a tiny bit of damage, but it does hurt you. It makes sense that the explosive canisters would do that, you know, but it's annoying that the stasis ones do, but it's whatever. I learned that the hard way. So this guy is actually kind of difficult to get behind, just because of the way the room is structured with the stuff on the floor, and you're probably better off using this area here to try and get behind him, like stasis and run around one of these sort of holes. Make it a little bit easier for you. You can get good shots on the weak points from the front if you're a bit of a crack shot. It's kind of difficult to do those, so I'm not pulling it off right here. There we go, there's one. I think that's gotten dealt with. Or maybe the explosive canisters did do a bit of damage to him. Seemed like he didn't take too much ammo for me to deal with. Alright, so I grab all the stuff. We have a battery there that we need to send over that way. Let's go check this room. Got a Weezer in here to deal with. Pretty sure there's 2 in this area, maybe 3. I think there's at least 2. Let's get that guy stabbed. He's done. Right. So, watch out for the lurker that jumps through the vent. 2 of them. I was so close to getting grabbed there. I was just lucky that the lurker missed. That would have been a swift retry. I think that one other area of the game I had really close calls. Like that was a close call, but I had one that was way closer, and it really looked like the necromorph should have hit me, but he just somehow missed. I think that's in like chapter 10 or something like that. I was so convinced that I took damage, but I didn't. Just got really lucky. Pretty sure I just continued on with the run. Right, so we need to get the key card. Now you need to watch out because these leaper enemies have spawned in. As soon as you put that battery in, these guys will show up. And I think in total there's like 3 or 4 of them. Just be careful. They will jump on you out of nowhere. Move so fast. The way they move is actually really creepy too. He's done for. Let's give him a stomp. Get his stuff. Get that guy's stuff as well. And the keycard is in this room, I think. Pretty sure there's a stasis recharge in here too if you want it. There's the keycard, medkit, stasis recharge. There's a bench too. This little thing to break open. Alright. Now we just need to go back to where we put the battery in, and we'll get 0G up. Again, more leapers spawn when you put this in, so just watch out for them. In it goes. Alright. So I don't think I actually switched the gravity over yet. That's when everything takes effect in this room. Just be careful. Pretty sure there's a few of these dudes around and they're annoying just because of their jumps. Probably see some whiz past me at some point. I try just to keep moving until I spot them. I don't really like to sit still around these guys because if they spot you before you spot them, they will leap at you if you're just sitting still, so yeah, just keep on moving. We've got to come up here anyway. We've got a lurker there, there's the Weezer. Let's get rid of that guy. Watch your back. I can hear them, I can hear them grunts and stuff around me, it's gross. There's one down low and one's on the platform, it's gross. Yeah, do not let them get close. Like I said, there's one below you. Sometimes these guys kind of bug out and they just hang out underneath you. So I think there's still one more maybe in the area, but let's just go ahead and get this Weezer done. Get him out of the picture. I'm not sure if there's any more Weezers, I can't remember. Get rid of this lurker. Got all this debris in my way. There's also a log there on the floor if you want to grab that.
The Blizz Cross. Hydroponics. I need to record their names. Hidaka. Holly. Andonov. Mark. So many. I don't know how much gas they put in. I just saw them change. And their lungs burst out like flowers. Jacob. I love you. And I'm so scared because I know how to kill the Leviathan. So I have to stay. So to pay for every single one of them.
Alright. So we're gonna go up here. We've got Weezer number 7 now. Let's get moving. Here we go. Okay. Right. Let's head from here. Quick save, moving on. We are approaching the halfway point of this run. Like 4 hours, 10 or 20 or something is probably halfway. So we're making some good progress on getting all this recording done, man. I really want to get it out of the way so I can get this video uploaded and get it done with. It's kind of holding me back a little bit, stopping me from making other content. I don't like to move on to new content before I finish the stuff I've got backed up on it. There's still other videos I need to sort out too that I've left backed up, but it's just the way it goes sometimes. So the key to this fight is to hit your damn shots. And not let it drag you away. There's not really much else to it. I'm not sure if you can do it in this game. In the original you could use the contact beam and like get rid of that thing before it dragged you off.
Not seeing my dead brother on the fucking camera. All this death. Imagine what the marker could do in the wrong place. Just thinking, if some corporate asshole tries to take the marker, you and me could do something about it.
Be hard on that diff.
Oh, come on. Where's Hammond? What's he doing?
I don't know. If I don't focus, we'll run out of air before it matters.
Alright. Yeah, I think there's one of those tentacle things that can grabs you from the front, and it's the first one you come across. I think it's in like chapter 3 or something. Maybe earlier than that. But yeah, that one I think is the only one that actually grabs you from the front. So maybe you could do it with that one, but at that point in the game you don't have the contact beam, so I guess maybe New Game Plus you could do it? Like hit it before it drags you off and get it done with? It's possible. Definitely not a New Game. The other one that grabs you, I think, is in like chapter 10. There isn't really anything, you don't even have to shoot it, I don't think. Or at least when it grabs you, you can't, or something like that. Alright, so I really don't like these zero-G parts. I need to be extra careful here just because of the little rocket baby things that are around. You've really got to watch out for them. They are a nuisance. Taking it nice and slow and just being careful is key. You've got a schematic for force energy there if you want it. I haven't collected all the schematics in this run, but I get the ones that I need, like the plasma cutter upgrades and the rig upgrades are really important. Just getting the suit level 5 is kind of where you want to be. I think there might be one plasma cutter upgrade I don't get because it's connected to having the maximum security thing, and I didn't bother doing that in this run. I am gonna, like I said, make a video that shows them all, but to be honest, you don't really need it anyway. It's not really vital to have it. Your plasma cutter becomes plenty strong if you just get the normal upgrades or just get the upgrades that I do find. There we go. I hate those zero-G areas. They're always rough. But we made it. Sitting here recording this video hour by hour, it's probably the best way for me. I feel like I can actually...
Purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
I feel like I can actually keep some sort of interesting dialogue going with the video. If I sat here for 8 hours straight, by the end of it I would just be like a zombie, not having anything to say. I've done that before and it doesn't usually work out well, so an hour or two at a time is a good pace. It means I'll get it done soon, soon enough. Right. Okay. Off we go. Watch out for the necromorphs in this area. You really want to move through as fast as you can, so don't spend too much time fighting those guys. You need to get through these doors just because of the engines that are firing and you don't want to take damage. If you're cheeky about it, you can stasis them inside the engines and they'll get burnt up. But yeah, it's up to you if you want to do that. Alright. So I think in the original there was a Weezer here. I can't remember. It's I think there is one here somewhere, but yeah. Sneaky pickups. Let's get on this elevator. I'm not sure if I grabbed it here, but in a second you'll see, I think, a necromorph creeping towards us. Oh, maybe it's in a little while. But yeah, in this room, this is like kind of a dead end. There we go. Let's get rid of him.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
This room's a dead end unless you pop that door open. It just takes you back around to the other side if that's something you're bothered about. If you're coming back here, then you might want to do that so you can just slide through here rather than having to run through the engines again. But there's a power node and a log in there, so make sure you go in there if you're interested in that stuff. I do end up with way more nodes than I need, but I figured I'd show as many of them as possible because there might be people watching this for an impossible mode guide and just seeing how I did a certain section maybe or something like that. And yeah, they might need nodes, so I'll show as many of them as I can. So here, I think at this point I was kind of confused. I was like, wait, the tracker is telling me to go this way, but I'm sure you go through this elevator. I'm sure this elevator is faster. I was confused because it's telling me to come this way, but then I remember there's a Weezer here. This is where the Weezer is in this version of the game. Let's give him a stab. Right. Here we go. Here's where the necromorph spawns. Yeah, look out for that guy. See how he's doing that creepy thing, and then you see him turn to me as if he's seen me? That's what I was talking about earlier with their whole sneak-in mechanic. It's kind of what they do. Strange. Alright. Let's go.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Look out for those doors, because they can slam on you and make Isaac take damage. hear the Twinkle Twinkle lullaby there. They redid that. They changed the song. I actually prefer the original one. I feel like the original one is much better than the new one, but oh well.
Thank you. The Leviathan's metabolism is slowing.
Cross, something's up.
It must have worked. You gave it enough enzyme to dissolve a freighter. Okay, I'm unlocking food storage. Quickly get back there and space the bastard while we have the chance.
Right. So that's all the Weezer's dealt with, which is nice.
Zero gravity.
I'm not sure if here I was looking for where the stasis recharges, but I don't need it, so I must not have been.
Zero gravity.
I think we just have to go up at this point using 0G, but it's easier to use the elevator. It can get a little confusing on which direction you're going, so just go ahead and use the elevator. This will take us back to where we need to be. We're pretty much just backtracking all the way now. Alright.
Exiting zero gravity.
Got another save point here if you want it. You can also visit the shop and try and get rid of some stuff that we don't need. Medkits, semiconductor there. We are stacking up on credits right now. I do reach a point where I don't need any nodes, and that's really the only thing that's expensive that you need to buy. Towards the end of the game, when you get the Peng treasure, which is worth like 30k, I think I ended up with like 100k credits or something, and I think I ended up just filling my inventory with plasma cutter ammo. Alright, let's drop a little save. Sorted. And now we need to head back. Yeah, I am lagging. You can see what I mean about dropping inputs. I tried to move left there, and it just didn't work. Isaac just froze up. Yeah, it's really bad right now. I'm pretty sure I probably get back to where we need to go to, and then save and load the game, because it's just really, really bad right now. You can see how slow the game looks and unresponsive. It's really bad. If you're thinking your Wi-Fi's messing up or something, it's not. It's just the recording.
Zero gravity.
Alright. Seems to have improved a little bit. Certain areas just seem worse than others. But you don't want to go into a boss fight and have that happen to you. Alright. Elevator time. It's a little bit confused on which way to go here, but we're getting there. Floor 1. It's a shame, because the performance of the original game was actually really good. Like, you never really had problems. But, you know, this is a much more modern game, so it's whatever. They've also done a lot of stuff, like, that surprised me. Such as making it so that all of the bodies from the necromorphs, or at least the majority from what I can tell, are still there. Like, a lot of the time, I don't know if you guys have noticed that, you return to a chapter or an area that you weren't in for like 3 or 4 chapters, and the bodies of the necromorphs you killed are still there, which is crazy, man. Sometimes they do disappear, though. I think the one that was up that elevator right there when we entered this area wasn't there, so they do disappear sometimes. Okay. So, let's drop a save. I'm pretty sure I loaded the game up at this point. Let's go. So now I need to head this way. I'm going to use the enzyme, or whatever it is, solution, and try to eject the Leviathan into space.
Contamination detected in food storage. Cycling airlock.
Damn it! The airlock's open, but the Leviathan's too strong. It's clinging to the interior of food storage. We need more enzyme.
There's no time. I'm going in. Maybe I can cut it loose.
The Leviathan has a 10-kiloton mass. Do you really need me to tell you this is a bad idea?
Well, I'm all out of good ideas, so guess what's left?
Kicking ass is what's left. So in this room, there are a bunch of pickups if you want to grab them. You can see they all sort of stand out in the lighting. This fight's actually really well done. Really well remade. Zero G has changed a little bit. When these tentacles come out, you just want to make sure you're strafing away from them. Yeah, I think my audio's a little out of sync. I'm going to have to play with that. Fix that up. Shoot the yellow pods. Get rid of the 3 of those. I'm just trying to move these bodies out of the way because you don't want to accidentally shoot one of those. Alright, so this is your cue to start shooting the yellow thing. You can kinesis these pods and shoot them back at the Leviathan if you want to. It does a good amount of damage to it. Saves you having to shoot and dodge them. Sometimes they can get in your way. I think they take like 3 shots to destroy if you do shoot them. I'm just desperately trying to pick up all the stuff because when the Leviathan gets sucked into space, a lot of the stuff that's in the room goes out with it. So if you want to grab things, now's the time.
No, it's expelling all its gas reserves. It must be close. Isaac, finish it off.
So this is how you know you really don't have a lot left of this fight. It's very close there. Actually grabbed that one and pulled it behind me, which is really lucky. I'm lucky it didn't just hit me in the face. I think we're done. So yeah, some of the items that are closer to the hole there are going to get sucked out, so we did miss a few pickups, but that's fine. We did get a lot of them. Have a little look around, see if there's anything else you want to grab.
And lo, you crushed the heads of Leviathan. He will be meat for those in the wilderness. Thank you, Isaac. Come back inside. We should talk.
Right.
Exiting 0 gravity.
The air quality's improving. There's still pockets of gas trapped here and there.
Here and there, I can handle.
Listen, Jacob... My Jacob. Last I heard, he was on the mining deck with some other survivors. He said they were building an SOS beacon.
Did they finish it?
He said it was nearly done, but I haven't heard from him in a while. I can't leave yet. I need to make sure the air is safe to breathe. But if you can find that SOS beacon, call for rescue.
I will. Mining deck. Okay, got it. And if I meet Jacob?
Tell him I'll find him. He's all I want to see.
All right.
An SOS beacon. Someone jettisoned all the others. Isaac, there's a shortcut to the mining deck, near Cross's workstation. I'll get it open. Goddamn. We might actually get out of this nightmare.
Do it. Alright, chapter 6 complete. Cool. Quick visit to the shop. Let's go ahead and I was changing my suit here. I wanted to change to the... I think that one's called the Infested one. This one's a pretty cool suit. Looks all decayed and gory and stuff. Alright. Nice. Alright. So... let's go ahead and look at the inventory, I guess. See what we can get rid of. Pretty sure that's what I was doing here. Maybe I was distracted for a second by my chat or something. Alright, we're leaving the shop. Alright, I'll do. Oh no, back in the shop. God knows what I'm doing here. I'm just going to stand there and look at stuff again. I don't know if the game was lagging maybe and I was dropping inputs. It's possible. I was obviously very distracted. Alright. Oxygen tank, we can get rid of that too. Got some pulse rounds there to get rid of. I think I need some plasma cutter ammo. Yeah, man, I don't know what's going on here. Sorry for the hold up. Alright. Probably need to drop a save here. Yeah, I don't know what was going on. I was very distracted. I don't know if something was happening in the stream or something, but here we go. It's another hour down. Beautiful. Right then. So, moving on to chapter 7, is it now? I think this is mining we're heading to. I'm glad chapter 6 is out of the way. That is definitely one of my least favourite missions in the game. Still a good one though. It depends if you like the Leviathan fight or not. But let's go ahead and activate that trap so we can come back here if we want to.
The mining deck systems are running haywire. Great. Let me work on the elevators. Any idea where Temple's SOS beacon might be?
I'll check the mining control room. The launch tubes there can send out a beacon easy.
Anyone there?
Hammond? Where are you?
In the vents, hoping they don't hear me. No, the unitologists. They're all here on the crew deck. They've lost it. One of them stabbed her friend in the head. He just stood there. He fucking smiled. They're going somewhere.
Hammond! Shit. Lost the signal again. We gotta find that beacon, Isaac. Fast.
Right. So again, this area is all very similarly laid out as the original. Even like the decor is really similar, which is nice. Even these little pickups, these little mini lockers, the floor lockers, are in the same place. I really appreciate the attention to detail. There are some slight things that I feel would have helped the remake feel more like the original, but overall, really good job with all the little details. Alright, so let's go and activate our elevator then. I'm not sure what I was doing here, I was looking around. I was probably interrupted by something, but never mind. Alright.
This is weird. 2 of the mining subducts are locked down, even though all systems are running. I'm gonna figure this out.
If you're trying to stay immersed, we'll just take it down to, we'll chalk it down to Isaac brain farting for a second. Nice and immersed. So, halfway down here, we are gonna get attacked, be ready. Small space. These claustrophobic spaces are really what makes Dead Space so great. Can definitely set in panic even if you're like experienced with Dead Space. I can never quite figure out where they're gonna come from. Sometimes enemies die in a lot less shots, which is nice. They just take way less to go down. Wouldn't let me rip off this projectile there, but whatever, I just ended up finishing this one off. With the cutter. There's number 3. I'm not sure if we've encountered the enemies yet that have got like the armor on. I think that might be this mission. The first time you encounter those guys, you've got to shoot their arms off. A little bit more difficult to deal with. So try to remember that guy dangling there. I talked a little bit already about how the game leaves bodies lying around. When we come back here, you'll see that these bodies in the elevator, and also that guy pinned up there. We'll see them a little bit later when we come back. Pretty sure here I was just dicking around with his head, trying to shoot it out of the air. Managed to hit it. Gotta pass the sign at the time somehow. Alright. So I think the alternate fire, I don't think I've really used the line gun in this game at all. My best friend is always the plasma cutter, and when I run Dead Space, I tend to stick with the plasma cutter and the contact beam. They're my 2 go-to weapons, and seeing as they both operate the same, more or less, in the remake, they're the ones I just kind of use to get through on my casual playthrough, and obviously I'm just using the cutter here. Although they switched around the primary and alternate fire with the contact beam, it's still the same weapon pretty much. So if you want to, you can shoot these things off the wall, or you can just go ahead and use the boxes to block them. And you can go past. I decided to shoot them off anyway, because you do have to come back this way a little later, so I just kind of wanted to get them out of the way. But yeah, I think these things are the line gun's alternate fire. I might be wrong, I'm honestly not sure. Yeah, in the original it was sort of like an explosive. You would fire it down and after a few seconds it would blow up like a little... This guy's blocking our path. There we go. So if you use the bench in this area, you will get jumped by a necromorph, so be careful if you're going to go use the bench. Something to bear in mind. Just get rid of this infector before he gets too crazy. A nice addition to the remake is the fact that you can actually chop the limbs off of the infector enemies. You couldn't do that in the original, they just kind of took hits until they died. I don't know if they can infect people when they're missing a limb. At that point they seem to just try and crawl after you. Right, so let's go and slap this battery in that hole right there. Get a cheeky save on the guy. You know, it makes sense. Stuff that can happen sometimes is you'll get attacked when you're in a shop or using a save point. It can happen. It's pretty rare that it happens, but it does happen from time to time. Right. So we have to come back this way a good few times. Be aware when you come up this elevator and back down it as well. Sometimes there's enemies around. I think there's some of those critters that sometimes pop up. Yeah, here we go. These guys are really annoying. Managed to just dodge that one as it was jumping in. And just be careful, because these guys can easily jump on you without you even noticing. They move quick. And they're frustrating. I tend to just use stasis on them. Alright, so we got a log here, text log. I'm not reading any of these because it would add a lot of time to the run. But it doesn't hurt to collect them.
Please contact Supervisor Dallas for authorization.
Finally getting somewhere with the mining duct systems. Got the SOS beacon?
No, and the launch tubes are sealed. I need a deck administrator's rig to get them open.
The deck admin is Supervisor Dallas. He's on the processing subdeck. I've got rig activity for a Jacob Temple 2 maintenance subdeck. Maybe he left the SOS beacon there. Just hope you can reach it through these malfunctions.
Not malfunctions. Traps. The miner's way of holding the line.
Shit. Okay, I'll unlock the subdecks. Just make sure that beacon's not wired to anything.
Right. So, now we have to head back. Look out for any enemies. They can surprise you in this area. Just pays to be alert. Alright, down we go. And you'll kind of have to do a bit of back and forth with this battery. Need to grab it and take it into different areas, but I think right now we've actually got to go to another deck. I tend to save it a lot, even though I'm not coming across many enemies, just because you don't want to have to repeat loads of dialogue and story where you're not doing much. It's just one of those things. If you run into an area, get slapped by an enemy, if you're doing these kind of things, and then have to go back to your last save, I'm gonna have to play through all that again, get back down here, listen to that dialogue, come down. So it may seem like I'm needlessly saving sometimes, but it just makes it easier for me. I could have, if I really wanted to. The way I've done this game, No Damage, in the past was to do it chapter by chapter, so I didn't have any of those weird saves. But I thought, because of the nature of Impossible on this game, as in you get slapped, and well, if you die, it essentially resets your save to hard, so you can't complete the game. I just thought it was best to do it this way. Also, I mean, although it's fun to watch the No Damage, this could serve as a little bit of a guide for anybody who wants to do Impossible and is struggling, who just generally wants tips. You don't really have to follow along with me and copy everything I'm doing, but just getting the idea of what I've done to get it beaten.
Hey, Liz, it's Jacob. I couldn't reach you. If you find this, I'm off deck, but I'll be right back. I got a call from another survivor. He sounded terrified. I'm gonna lock up the SOS beacon and go and get him. Best launch window's not for a while. Anyway, and he sounds like he's worth the risk. He's a doctor. Mercer, I think. About time. We got a fucking break. I love you. Please, be careful down here.
Right. Let's go ahead and move all this junk out of the way. And into the next area. Look out for pickups as always. I'm pretty sure those video logs count as logs, so always good to watch those. Also, it's just kind of nice. It's a little bit different. You get to see some videos, almost like video clips of certain people doing certain things. Temple's story, in my opinion, is one of the most interesting that you sort of find out about through the logs. You never actually meet him, but the logs of his story sort of paint a picture of what he went through on the Ishimura. It does with a bunch of people, but you start hearing about that guy, I think in like mission 2 or something, and you hear his story playing out for like a long time. It's actually pretty interesting because he's an engineer like Isaac, and he was sort of surviving, I guess, similar to how Isaac was. They would have made a hell of a team, I'm sure, but Isaac doesn't need a co-op partner because then the game will feel way less scary. I think we've already talked about that with Dead Space 3, right? And how they messed up Dead Space 3 so much. I really want that game to be redone, just stricken from the record. Storyline wise, I don't think it's bad, but that isn't what makes the game bad, to be honest. Even like the enemies being a little bit different, not completely, but being a bit different, kind of makes sense because the necromorphs that are on Aegis, it's not Aegis 7, I forget what it's called. Is it Volantis or something like that? I forget what the name of the planet is where Dead Space 3 takes place, but yeah, they're actually like different beings, and it's something along the lines of the marker landed there, and like the markers were sent out to many different places. Oh, hold up.
Security to the mining deck now. Dr. Kimes lost it. Get back! I know how to use this. He'll live for the rest of his life if you give me codes to the cargo bay. This is processing. Why the hell would we have codes in the cargo? I must get to the marker. We're running out of time. Give me those codes. Christ, is this what you did to the captain? No, Ben was an accident. Don't you dare compare me to someone like Mercer. I'm trying to save you. The marker's our only hope. No, let him go. He's armed. Where the fuck is security?
Yeah, the enemies being a little bit different actually kind of makes sense. Just because the beings that were being turned into necromorphs are different. They're not humans, they're like beings from a different planet, but like I was saying, it's kind of like the markers that were sent out to different worlds. One of them, I don't think it was found on Aegis 7, but it was like that. The one on Aegis 7 is the red marker, right? And that's the one that the humans made. But the one that's in Dead Space 3, or the one that caused the problems in Dead Space 3, I think was a black marker, and it was something along the lines like the race of people that lived on. I'm just going to say Volantis. I might be wrong with saying Volantis, but I think it was. They like flash froze the planet with all the necromorphs on it. So all of the necromorphs that were on Volantis kind of ended up getting sort of frozen, and that way when they get unfrozen or whatever in Dead Space 3, they're all different enemies.
Someone tripped the failsafe. The control room door can't open till gravity's restored, but the system won't reset the gravity while there's loose debris.
At least the processing beam's still running. Stand by.
Yeah, but there are humans there too, which is why you see familiar faces, I guess. I think it's something like that. I could be wrong. I feel like Dead Space 3 is the one I know the least about, just because it's the most. I know that they did flash freeze the planet, though. Yeah, they just changed. They just changed a bunch of stuff. Enemy-wise, there's definitely different enemies in the game. There's also lots of familiar ones. Unless it's kind of like, you know, the necromorphs kind of do similar things to different races or something. They just end up looking a bit different. Either way, it's pretty inventive. I just wish that game was good. It's like one of my favourite game series tarnished with a terrible game. But oh well. Even the animated movies are still pretty good as well. They're not. One of the movies has got some weird animation going on with it, but it's still not a bad storyline. I definitely enjoyed them. I don't know if you guys have seen those. Something to check out if you haven't. Definitely worth a look.
Processing control is now accessible.
Right, so after you throw all the debris into the gravity beam or something they say? I'm not really sure, but once you've done that, you're going to get attacked by a bunch of stuff. Just abusing stasis here really pays off, because you've got these guys coming at you that can explode. I didn't want that one to explode next to the bloater enemy, or whatever it's called. The big guy. So, yeah, I ended up trying to just pick him off there, and there we go, he's done with. Go ahead and try and deal with those guys. Here's those enemies I was talking about. You have to shoot the arms off of. These guys, that's a little bit too close. If those guys are too close to you, don't bother trying to shoot them. Just stasis them past, because they'll just explode on you and you will take a bunch of damage. It's nice when there's a group of enemies together around those enemies right there, just because when they explode they'll take out everyone else, which is nice. So I think we're good. I just want to go and loot, I think, just to get everything we possibly can. I just wanted to throw this guy's body so I didn't explode him. I'm not sure if you can even do that on the remake. It definitely used to work on the original. You could sort of explode those guys after they were dead, but I don't think you can on the remake, or I haven't seen it at least. I guess I just tried to avoid it at all costs. Right, so coming around here and shooting this lock will open up the door and you can get some sneaky goodies from this room. Very easy to miss. In a moment we get the level 3 security clearance, so if you want to come back and open up the door that's in this area, you can do. It's just back sort of where we just were, where we shot the lock from. Over there, so it might make sense to go and get the clearance and then come back this way and get this door along with the other one. One thing to remember about this room is any enemy that you don't kill in this room will spawn up on you a little bit further down the line, literally a couple of rooms away. There'll be a section where you get locked in the room, and even if you kill all of the enemies, the vents will break like stuff is breaking in. But if you haven't cleared out all the enemies, they will start dropping into the room, which can make things really difficult because you've got a lot less space in the rooms ahead of you. So it's a good idea to try and clear the enemies in this section of the room. You may feel like you're sort of stuck on this walkway and you can't move around. Hold up.
Final log. I've made sure they can't leave this subdeck, but neither can I.
Clearance confirmed.
See what they do to the bodies, what they become, and I cannot let that happen to me.
Clearance confirmed.
At least if I don't have any limbs, and I can't kill anyone when I'm infected. Please tell Dawn and the kids that I love them. Come on, man, just one more!
So a really gruesome audio log from Dallas there.
Location. You got it?
I got it. I'll check the maintenance subdeck for Temple's Beacon.
So one thing me and my chat were talking about when we heard that log is I wonder how that was recorded. Like the whole rig system does that just constantly record you? Like maybe it does until you die or something? Like, and then it shuts off recording? Or did he manually record that? Because if he did, why would you record yourself chopping off your limbs? You might record the message for your family and kids, I get that, that's, you know, totally makes sense. But if you're leaving that for somebody else to hear, why would you record the audio of you shooting off your limbs? Maybe you just didn't care or something, but definitely a weird one. It doesn't matter anyway, because it's a really cool audio log. I love those gory ones. Definitely paints a gruesome picture, which is pretty cool. That's also why I love Temples ones. A lot of Temples ones feel really real. Like there's the one, my favourite audio log in the original game has always been the one where the guy's pulling out his own teeth.
Hammond? He must be in the vents on the crew deck.
They're bringing something in.
Make it stop! Make it stop!
What? That was the marker. Did you?
No. I didn't see anything. I lost Hammond's signal again. Just get the SOS beacon. I want off this fucking ship.
And yeah, that same audio log with the guy pulling his teeth out from Temple is still in the game, which is kind of cool. So I'm not sure if they got some of the same voice actors from the original. I mean, obviously Isaac is the same voice actor from Dead Space 2 and 3, which is pretty cool, but I'm not sure if they got all the same voice actors that did the original ones. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, because I'm guessing they weren't directly affiliated with the studio that made the original game. They were just hired as professional voice actors, so I'm guessing they could just as easily hire them again. You know, it is what it is. Alright. One thing I would have liked to have seen in the remake, even though it would have been, I guess, a bit of a change, would be something more done with the hallucinations that the marker causes. You do see it a little bit, like Isaac has sections. It's obviously, he sees sections of Nicole, which would obviously be impossible, you know, like something shows up on his rig, and then you see it on like 3 other monitors in the area that Isaac's in, so it does happen a little bit. But I would have liked to have seen more done with that, where Isaac is hallucinating and seeing things that just aren't there. It would have been really cool, and you see that in Dead Space 2 as well, but it would have been nice to have seen more of that in Dead Space 1. Obviously I guess it's kind of in the stage at the moment where the marker is imprinting itself on Isaac's brain or whatever. I think that's kind of what happens anyway. And so maybe it hasn't reached that sort of critical level of hallucinogenic goodness or something, so it doesn't happen that much. But I think that the way it works is something like only very intelligent people, or something like only a very small percentage of people are resistant to the marker's hallucinations, or the things that it makes you do. And they say that Isaac is one of those people. Like, it doesn't affect him anywhere near as badly as it does other people, which for certain people is the case, but it's pretty rare. Isaac is one of those people. But it would make sense if it was intelligent people, because you can see later in the game what goes on with Hammond. Maybe for Kendra, like, she's resistant to it also, and then there's Mercer as well. He's like a doctor, you know, so even though he is a unitologist and his his sense of, like, his beliefs or whatever around the marker are a bit warped, I don't think he is hallucinating, or at least not as bad as other people, because it makes people, doesn't it make the marker make people kill people or something like that? Like, it makes people kill themselves and kill others as well, or something.
Isaac.
Her face is so weird, dude.
I can't believe you're here.
Hi. Thought I'd never see you again. I'm gonna get us home. There's an SOS beacon nearby. We can call for help.
The beacon, right. They locked it in the workshop, but my clearance can get us in this way.
You can't really see it there too well. When she walks in, if you take a close look at her face, it looks really almost demonic. But later in the game, there's a section where her face just looks horrific.
I know, we'll have time, I promise. Let's get you that beacon. Everyone's counting on us.
I'll try and zoom in on it when we reach that point, and you'll see what I mean. Like her face, she's like it's like she's talking to herself. It's really weird. Yeah, her face looks almost twisted. I don't think it should. I don't know if it's some sort of bug, but I'm not sure if anyone else noticed. So right here you've got to protect Nicole, but to be honest, in the remake this section is really easy. There's like 4 necromorphs you've got to deal with. In the original, there were so many more that you had to stop, especially on her side. I'm pretty sure she only gets 1 or 2 on her side. I think it might even only be 1. But on the original, she had several coming after her, and you had to stop the ones on your side and hers.
Done. The workshop's open. I've never seen you at work. You're a surgeon with that thing.
I got your back. Okay. How do I reach you?
No, focus on launching that SOS beacon. There's maintenance ducts everywhere. I'll catch up.
You see any more, you hide, okay?
Cross my heart. I love you, Isaac. You can do this. You'll put things back the way they were. And make us whole again.
Creepy. Right there, Isaac should know something is up, man. Like, Nicole, this is, I don't think this is explained in the original, but in this game, it's explained that Nicole, I don't know if she was doing it on the Ishimura, but she was helping recovering unitologists or something like that. Like, helping turn people away from unitology. So I don't know why she would say that when that's a very unitology thing to say. There's a minor rig in here, make sure you get that if you want the suits. Make sure you get that. Yeah, I know I blab on about the lore a lot. Some of you probably really enjoy it. I'm not sure if some of you don't, but I find it super interesting because it's a game I love. I love to talk about it.
I lost your rig signal, like Hammond's.
I'm good. I got the SOS beacon. Nicole helped me.
Nicole's there.
We got separated. She'll find her way back.
She's a trooper, huh?
I'm heading back to the mining control room. I'll launch the beacon. You watch out for Nicole.
Assuming the system doesn't fizzle out again. Stay sharp.
So we're definitely getting some performance problems in this area. Gonna have to keep an eye on my audio because it may slip out of sync. Yeah, it's definitely slipping out a little bit. But I think this area was particularly bad for performance. You can see me dropping a ton of frames. I think it did sort itself out when I left this area, but also in this area there is a sneaky door, a sneaky clearance door that you can very easily miss if you don't go over to it. I'm pretty sure I go to it though. I'm just trying to grab this pickup here, but this is what I was talking about with inputs being dropped and the game just feeling very difficult to play in these situations where your performance is suffering. You just have to take it super slow, otherwise you'll end up just making mistakes really easily. And look out in this area for the pods, because when you go near them they burst, and it's usually some of those little rocket things. God. Yeah, my audio's way out of sync. I'm gonna have to come in and do some work to fix it. That's fine though, not a problem. I wish I would have known about this problem before I recorded this playthrough, because every time I had bad performance like this I wouldn't have carried on recording. I would have stopped and saved it and loaded the game, or at least stopped and started the recording, which would probably fix it.
Exiting zero gravity.
Because I record tons of different games and I never have this problem where the audio slips out of sync so much. Occasionally it might happen, like in a really rare occasion, but that's why I just think it's tied to the performance of the game. Audio's way out of sync. So Was there anything too special in here? I'm not sure. There was something I picked up, right? I think it was a weapon upgrade, maybe? Don't know if it's one we actually want, but... So I think I threw it away because I don't actually need it, but yeah. It's in that room, if you do want it. Okay then. So... Up we go. Drop it down. One thing that is nice about New Game Plus on the remake is that they allow you to... keep all your money and your nodes and everything that you've got from your previous playthrough. I think before they didn't do that. They let you keep your weapons and your suit, but they didn't allow you to keep all your nodes and money.
Exiting zero gravity.
Yeah, my frickin' game is lagging so hard here. I know I'm just struggling to even move about. It sucks. That's why I seem like I'm just bumping into shit, bumbling around, but it is because of the performance. If any of you have struggled with it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's a shame, because it's the one letdown of this game, really. And it just means that my audio is now, like, 3 seconds out of sync. So are those bodies still on the elevator? I can turn around and I see them. I don't know if they are still here. You can see that guy's still pinned to the wall over there. Let me look over there to that. I can see one of the heads on the floor. Over there by the switch. No, I think the other bodies have disappeared, but the guy we pinned to the wall is still there. Which is pretty sweet. Actually, I think the body might have gotten kicked out the elevator and it's still there. I just saw one outside that door. Yeah, be careful in this area for lurkers. The enemy's coming at you. There's only one solution to this problem, and that's to hit your shots. I'm not sure what the actual name for these guys is. I say leapers, but I don't know what they're called. I know the little infant-looking ones with the rockets are called lurkers, but these ones are called slashers. I'm just going to stick to leapers for now. They probably do have a name, though. In fact, I'm almost certain. Those ones can be really intimidating because you've got to shoot them in the arms. I feel like it's just instinct for me to shoot their legs.
Power restored.
It feels like a much easier shot than shooting their arms. Although if you do shoot both of their arms off, they die instantly. I'm not sure if you shoot one arm and one leg if they die. I know with the more powerful ones they don't, but if you take both of any necromorph's arms off, it does just die because it can't really do anything at that point. And we talked about earlier how when you knock the necromorphs down and they stop moving, they aren't actually dead. They just stop trying to attack you. It's still like, I guess it still gets used, right? By the hive mind, whatever. Alright.
Clearance confirmed.
Yeah, the necromorphs are all about recycling. Don't let anything go to waste. It's not fun to fight a leaper in a tight space like this. I got him stasis, so I'm going to put some of the other guy and get rid of him. There we go. Man, tight spaces like that can be so difficult to do anything in. Alright. Let's grab up all the stuff out of this room. God, my audio is so far behind. You guys probably won't notice it on the video because I will come in and make sure it's as much in sync as I possibly can, but it's way out of sync while I'm watching this back. It sucks. Again, that's why it's paying just to come back and record each hour separately so I can figure out what needs to be done. Any little mistake, I've already come across a few little mistakes with the edit that I needed to fix. Okay.
Administrator access granted. Prepping launch tubes.
We're gonna have some dialogue kicking here shortly, probably.
Error. Launch tubes obstructed.
What was that?
The miners must have booby-trapped the launch tubes, too. They're scrap.
Well, that's great. We can't just toss the beacon out a window.
There's gotta be something. The asteroid. The one in the mining bay for smelting.
What about it?
If I attach the SOS beacon to that asteroid and then launch it away from the ship, we'd get a clean broadcast.
And you'd get yourself killed. The machinery in there is still running, Isaac.
Then it probably kept those things out too. This is our best shot, Kendra. I'm taking it.
He's taking it. Right, so I spoke to you guys a little bit earlier about, I've mentioned it a few times, but the specific reason why I think I mentioned a couple of hours ago. I like to come back and record these videos separately rather than just using my stream recordings. Mainly because I can end up just talking a whole bunch of nonsense that nobody watching this back would probably understand because of like in-jokes that we have on the stream, and just the random crap we talk about can be a bit weird sometimes, so I don't like to include my stream commentary when it comes to these videos, because like I said before, these are taken from stream, the recordings are taken from like my stream. Obviously they're recorded in the like higher quality, they're not ripped directly from the stream, but this gameplay wasn't originally shown on the stream, just it's recorded with Shadowplay basically, is the easy way to put it to you. I'm gonna lose quality if I take recordings from my live stream, and obviously it's got my camera and all the commentary baked into the video file, so I wouldn't really be able to separate any of that. The easiest way to do it is just to record the gameplay separately. Shadowplay does a pretty good job. I have heard as well that while you're streaming with OBS, that the performance in this game gets a lot worse. Not really a fact that I can do that. But yeah, I do like to ask this when I make these longer style videos where I'm sort of coming back and recording the commentary separately. I'd just like to ask, what do you guys prefer? Do you prefer to have me sit here like this and do this commentary separately afterwards and edit it in and all that stuff, so you get like unique commentary just for the video that just goes on YouTube? Or do you not really care if it's stuff taken from stream? Because I know some people get confused, they're not into the whole live stream Twitch thing, and you'll hear me when I do that stuff talking to my chat and talking to individual people, and I guess if you didn't know that, you could kind of be like, who are you talking to, kind of thing. But yeah, I'm just curious to know what people think of that stuff, although, you know, if you like being asked questions like I'm asking right now, you probably would enjoy the stream, because that's the kind of interactive content that happens on my stream. You might enjoy it more than you think. I'm really trying to grow this year. I really want to put a lot of time into streaming. Last year I was kind of sloppy with what I was doing, mainly because I was spending a lot of time with my partner and stuff, and I was a lot busier last year. But this year I'm really going to try and work hard with my live stream to grow it as much as possible. So if you hear me shamelessly promoting it left, right and center, don't hate me please, I'm just trying to grow it, and it is difficult to grow on Twitch.
The asteroid's held by a few gravity tethers. There's no emergency shutdown. I'll have to disable them the hard way. I have the SOS beacon on the surface.
Okay.
Alright. Yeah, I'm always curious to know. I know a lot of people do prefer me coming back and re-commentating things, and most of the time I don't mind doing it. It can take me a little longer to get the videos out when I do it that way, because obviously if I'm sitting here and recording something, and I just record my commentary with it, then go ahead and post that to YouTube, you know, it's easy little edit, just slap it all up. But when I do something on Twitch, that's a whole ordeal. Like having to, obviously that's the time just recording it. If I was doing something just for YouTube, it would be basically just the playing the game, right? I just record it all live and then edit it and it's done. But having to essentially come back and record things just takes extra time. With a video that is quite short, like a video that's an hour or two long or less or whatever, it's not so bad. But with a video like this that's going to end up like 8 hours long, it's a crazy amount of effort you have to put in to go back and re-commentate. And I've seen other people do this. I could do it if I wanted to, just to go on stream and basically sit there commentating the video whilst I'm streaming, but I feel like that's kind of crappy content for the stream, because a lot of people on stream want to interact and ask you questions and talk to you, and I guess I wouldn't be able to do that. It kind of defeats the purpose of doing the commentary separate, you know what I mean?
Gravity tether disengaged.
It's just sort of the way it is, at least that's how I feel about it. So out here, you've got to shut down a couple of these discs and slap the beacon onto the asteroid. These are all in the same place as the original, so it's really easy for me to find. One nice difference is that when you come back through, the thing that's circling the big asteroid sort of stops, which is decent. Don't have to worry about that on the way through. I feel like it's much easier to do this section than it was on the original. So yeah, whether you like just watching stuff on YouTube, which again is completely fine, I don't want anyone to think I'm, you know, frustrated if you don't come over to the live streams. I totally respect your choice in content, so if you want to just come over to the YouTube and stuff there, that's fine. If you want to come over to the Twitch, or you do both, or you support me wherever the hell you can, man. I am very thankful for all that support. Just watching stuff on YouTube really helps out a lot. You know, the whole advertising revenue thing on YouTube does still help me out. It's not like that, it's completely dead for me. I think a lot of people take a look at my channel and expect me to get a lot more views, but a lot of people kind of don't understand that I've had my channel for so long. My subscribers have built up over many different algorithm changes on YouTube, which completely screw over the sub count I have anyway. Subs aren't really important anymore, but because I have so many videos trickling in small amounts of views, I still have a relatively fair amount of revenue coming through from ads on YouTube. Not as much as I would like, definitely. I would 100% like to be doing a bit better on YouTube these days, but there's not really much I can do about it. I still love making content, so I still continue to make content. I don't want to give up on it. 100% just love making this kind of stuff. I think a lot of people get bigger by doing one particular thing these days. They'll stick to one type of content, and obviously that kind of content for me is more guides and trophy guides and stuff like that these days. But in the past it was more let's plays and shit like that for me. I've never really focused on like one game, you know, and I think that does let me down a little bit, because it does help you sort of grow your community around a community, you know, like you're growing, say, I don't know, if you were doing Halo content or Call of Duty content, you'd grow your content around that community, you know.
It's working. The beacon's online, broadcasting wideband. I'll align the receiver. It'll take a minute. Head on back to the train station. Quarantine shit with that hunter there. The system can't lift the lockdown.
Override the manual door release.
I'll try.
Okay. So, got to hunt down this guy.
Damn it! The explosion's right half the circuit.
I'm doing my damn best. Another one gonna drop in here also. Hit him in the head.
I got it. Get the manual release.
Manual release is ready.
Damn it! Try the door now!
Quarantine lifted.
Let's get rid of these guys. Last one. Can't escape right now, but I want to make sure this guy comes back. Pick up all the stuff. Let's get out here. More enemies in the way. Another one dropping in on my head. It goes a little bit slow to react to that. It's kind of nice that the kinesis will kill the lurkers in one hit. One of those projectiles, always decent. So many of them around us here. So yeah, expect more. I know I keep mentioning this. Expect more no damage runs from me this year. I'm definitely going to be doing more of those for different games and different guides and whatnot. But yeah, I'm going to hammer it into everyone's heads as much as I can, man. If you enjoy this kind of content and you want to see me put it together, Twitch is the place to visit. I know some people just don't get on with that kind of content. They're not. And I do get the question from people from time to time saying, why don't you just stream on YouTube? It's kind of weird. I don't know why things are this way, but I feel like YouTube's streaming aspect, not so much the videos, but the streaming aspect of YouTube is really toxic, man. Like when I streamed a couple of times on YouTube before, just experimented with it to see what it was like, I just got so much weird, overly offensive commenting crap sent my way in my live stream chat, and Twitch just kind of doesn't do that. Even on more popular streamers, I know they can get more flack, but it wasn't as bad as what I was getting on YouTube, and I just don't want to go down that route, to be honest. Also, I feel like it's a good idea to diversify, right? Like, not to have all your content eggs in one basket. I feel like that's a good idea. It's a bad idea just to have everything content-wise riding on YouTube. Like, if my YouTube gets shut down for whatever reason, which I don't think it will, but if it did, if I was streaming and all my videos are on YouTube, then I'd pretty much just lose everything. You know, whereas at least say if I do lose my YouTube, I've got my Twitch. If I lose my Twitch, I've got my YouTube. Which is, so, you know, probably the best course of action for me, at least. I just wish I could grow on Twitch more. I feel like I have not amazing growth, but steady growth on YouTube. I've never really been in a situation where I'm losing subs, which I feel like a lot of older creators is something they have to deal with. Just losing subs. That does tend to happen to me, but I've never really been in that situation. There have been times where I've lost subs at certain times, but never continuously. My numbers have always slowly gone up. And I wish that kind of happened on Twitch, to be honest. It seems a lot harder to do over there. But I'll keep pressing on with it. Keep enjoying myself, keep having fun with the content. That's all I can do, really. I just, yeah. Sound like a broken record, and I'm sure some of you are banging your head against the wall trying to get me to shut up, but it's just a fact, man. Being in my Twitch chat adds inches to your penis, hairs on your chest. It's just how it is. So there's the enemy that jumps you if you use the bench. It does happen at any point, so watch out if you go ahead and use that bench. Eventually I'll get there anyway. Eventually I'll get to the point I want to be at. I do feel like I need to focus more on making the kind of content I enjoy these days, which is guides, and also no damage. Like, no damage is a great thing to fall back on when I haven't really got any games that I want to make guides for, or if I need a break from making guides. Some of you may have noticed I've made a lot of collectible type videos over the last several months. You may have seen that coming a little bit more from me. Although I do enjoy doing that, there's a lot of time that goes into that. It's a lot less fun than creating like no damage runs and challenge runs, you know. It's something I really enjoy doing. More to come is, I guess, what I want to say. It should be, no matter what you're into, whether you're into just the YouTube side of things, the Twitch thing, both, or whatever, then there should be more for everybody coming, really. And I do always like to get feedback on what you guys enjoy and what you want to see more of. I do see, from time to time, I do see people saying I miss the Let's Play days. And the honest answer to that is, so do I. You know, I miss the days where I could just casually play a game and all was well.
I think it's gone, but I can't be sure. The system's bugged out again. I'm getting those camera glitches. The ones that look like my brother, waving at me. At least the beacon's away. I'm aligning the... Wait. Array receiver not responding. Oh shit.
The comms array. We never fixed it. Guess there wasn't a broken encoder.
Then let's hope that 48 hours estimate was wrong too. No comms, no rescue. Take the tram to the bridge. I'll hack open the door to communications. You see what's happening with the array. And don't worry about Nicole. Like Hammond said, she'll do the smart thing.
Okay. Alright. So watch out for the little tentacly head guys that are around in this area. Yeah, I wish I could do the whole casual Let's Play thing more, but it's kind of just not worth it. And if I want my YouTube channel to stay afloat, that kind of content really isn't the way to go, man. It just doesn't hit the way it used to with the algorithms and just getting put out there to people. So I tend just to avoid it, to be honest, and try to put more effort into singular videos, because those tend to do better over time. Even back in the day when my videos... Oh, hang on.
There's something near you. A sealed room. Some kind of homebrewed security lockdown.
The miners locked up some night.
Clearance confirmed.
Yeah, so the whole YouTube algorithm has changed a lot. I've sort of lost track of what I was talking about. It was something to do with Let's Plays, and now I can't really do those anymore just because YouTube doesn't push stuff out as much as they used to in that regard. And, you know, the stupidest thing to do if you're posting content on YouTube and you want to grow in any sense, you don't want to just sit in the same place, where you don't want to put out content that doesn't go very far, or even do mediocrely well, which a lot of my Let's Play stuff doesn't these days. And the best thing to do is kind of not to create that kind of content, you know. If you just keep pounding out the same kind of content and it's not going anywhere, it's obviously not going to help. It's actually only going to make things worse. So it happens, and that's why I know I repeat myself so much on this, and some of you probably hate me saying it, and I'm sorry if that's the case, but the reason I repeat myself is because different people watch different content of mine, and they may have missed other videos. So I will say, if you are one of those people who was into my Let's Plays a very long time ago, if you come over to my Twitch, that is where I do more of that content these days, where I play games casually. If a new game comes out, I'll usually play it over there. That's the place to catch that content. So don't hate me for trying to grab those people's attention, because I actually just want to make sure that people know that I still do that kind of content. And, you know, going over to Twitch is completely free. It doesn't cost you anything to come over there and watch if that's just what you want to do. If you just want to come over and watch, that's fine. I know you hear people talking about spending money on Twitch and subscribing costs money, but following on Twitch is free. You don't have to pay to watch somebody. It's completely free. I'm not sure how you wouldn't know this in this day and age, but just in case.
We did it. Isaac, a ship just shocked in. The USM Valor. They must have heard our SOS.
That fast? What's a military ship doing way out here?
Out on patrol? Whatever. Right now I take a rescue from a fucking magpie. Head for communications. Once we fix the comms array, we can get all the answers we need.
Yeah, Twitch is just a place where you can interact with people a little bit more, and it's like a live video service, but it still has a video section. So say if you're the kind of person who thinks, I'm not going to catch your live streams when you're going live, you know, I may not be around, that's also fine. You can go over to my Twitch channel, look at the videos section, and watch previous streams if you want to. I recently played Atomic Heart over there. Obviously, we've just been through Dead Space. I play multiple horror games. All that good stuff over there. Like, there's a lot more stuff that I actually play on Twitch compared to YouTube. And that's just because it doesn't do well on YouTube, unfortunately, but it does well on Twitch. So that's where I tend to do it, if that sounds interesting to you. Just go on over to twitch.tv/ifreams. The link will be under this video in the pinned comment. And for those of you who aren't interested in that and are very sick of me saying that, I'll give you another shameless promotion. I'm going to start trying to give you guys some links to get games a little bit cheap. If that's something you're interested in, have a look in the description, in the comment section, in the pinned comment. There should be some links where you can pick this game up for cheap, especially on PC if that's something you're into. I'll do my best to include Xbox links and PlayStation links if they exist. But essentially it'll link you to a website where you can get games for cheap, and pretty much any game you want or anything digital that you want. You can get like PlayStation credit over there, so you get the, you know the gift cards you get with money on them that you would put into the store, and it gives you that amount of money. You can even get those cheap over there from time to time. So I'm going to put some links down there in the comment section. If that sounds interesting to you, go ahead and check that out. Again, no obligation at all to do anything. I'm not trying to scam you. I've done it. I have advertised with this website before, so I know they work. I use them all the time, and I know plenty of other people do too. So if you want to go over there and maybe get this game a little bit cheaper, or other games, or pretty much anything digital, even stuff like Microsoft Office, you can get over there for cheap, whatever you want. Give it a go. Have a look.
I'm getting weird feedback spikes on local comms.
Whatever's wrong with the comms array is spreading.
No, that's not it. So, the door to communications should be open. You can head down to the comms control station. And Isaac, watch what you say. someone's listening in.
Oh no, not listening. Alright. So we're making good headway through this run. We're about 5 hours deep now, a little bit over that. Few hours more to commentate. Can't wait till I've got this video fully commentated and I can actually just put it out. I feel like I've had this on the back burner for too long, man. Sorry for those who've been waiting for some Dead Space content from me. A lot of you have been with me a while, probably know this is one of my all-time favorite games. One thing I'll be trying to have a look for is maybe a first-person mod for this game. I don't know if it will happen. It would be cool if it did, and then maybe I can do some sort of VR experience with Dead Space. I don't know how well VR would work with Dead Space, but just because of the terrifying nature of the game, I think it would be interesting. Nowadays as well, what we're starting to see a little bit more of is people creating like full VR control mods for games, which is really nice. Like you're seeing, for instance, Resident Evil 2 Remake and 3 Remake, Resident Evil 7, Resident Evil Village have all got full VR mods for PC now, so you can use the motion controllers like you would in an actual VR game on those games. It's really cool to see people making those kind of mods. I wish they would do it with more games, but obviously I don't know what that entails. It's probably very difficult, so who am I to demand things? One game I would love to see that with, and one game I just wish would be made into a VR game in general, and I think would be absolutely incredible in VR, would be BioShock. I feel like BioShock would be so good in VR. It's an older game, so its performance would be fine, and I just feel like, you know, with the whole plasmid thing, it could work really, really well, but again, it's one of those things, right? It's very different because obviously with a first-person game, you're kind of in this situation where your cursor is still fixed. Your cursor is very like stuck in one place, right? So you move the camera in order to move your cursor to like shoot. And one thing that does exist for VR is a program called VorpX. I don't know if any of you ever heard that. Anyone who's into VR might know of it. It's a program that basically allows you to play any first-person game in VR. But pretty much all that it does is change the right thumbstick into the control of the headset. So it'll do a few little tricks to make the game look 3D in the headset, and then it will basically give you control of the right stick, sort of the one in which you aim with, and it will replace that with your head movements. So games like BioShock you can play in VR, but it doesn't have the full, you know, hand support that VR games usually have. So it is what it is, but I would love to see that with BioShock. It would be really, really cool, like they did with Resident Evil 3. Some really cool ones, but yeah, it would be great to see that brought over. I don't think it will happen though. They are coming out with a new BioShock, I heard. I don't know when, but I think in like 2019 they said they're going to come out with a new BioShock. It would be really nice to have that, but no word as to when that's going to happen yet. Same as the new Elder Scrolls, desperately waiting for that game. Going to be absolutely incredible, but God knows when we're going to get it. I'll probably be pushing like 45 when that game comes out or something. Hopefully it'll be sooner than that, but we'll see. Alright, so we are done with this chapter, I think. Oh no, wait, am I revisiting this? Did I revisit medical to come and get that audio log I told you guys about? I may have. I've been sort of drifting away in conversation and not really paying attention. Oh no, we are still doing the current mission. It's definitely what we're doing. I've got to come into this last hour or so of footage and really fix the audio sync issues that I'm having, because it's really bad. These last like 40 minutes or so have been so out of sync just because of that one anti-gravity section that we had earlier. Oh well. It's good to keep on top of it though.
Progress report, Captain Benjamin Mathias to Paragon Jordan, Una. This will be my last transmission. Afterwards, I'll make sure our pilgrimage can be completed without interference. We have successfully brought the Holy Marker on board. Dr. Kine, an expert on the original marker, is deciphering its secrets. Forgive me for quarantining Aegis 7. Director Eckhart's work may have been inconvenienced, but they're suffering some sort of epidemic. Regardless, Planet Crack begins tomorrow on schedule. CEC can scratch out its illegal operation now that the true prize is ours. Let's see EarthGov try to cover this up. Altman be praised. Matthias out.
Alright. So... credits, security duel, some little cheeky pickups in here. So this is the point in which we have to go into the communications array and rearrange the nodes or something like that. It's changed a little bit in the remake. I actually got seriously confused when I first did this on the remake because of it being a bit different to how it was from the original. In the original, you just sort of need to make a circle, and I kind of thought that was what you had to do in this, but you don't. You just sort of, well, you kind of do, I guess.
Communications log, First Comms Operator Bailey reporting. I want this on record. The ship is under attack, but Captain Matthias has refused to issue a distress call. And we all know why. This whole operation is illegal. Aegis 7 was sealed off. They knew it, we knew it, and we all kept our mouths shut. That ends now. Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. This is USG Ishimura calling C. Wait, what the hell? Jesus. He took the whole comms array offline. It's over.
Uh-oh. Alright, Bailey's rig. I think this is one of the rigs you need to get the maximum security clearance. So now that we've collected all of this...
The Valor's in a holding position. How's the comms array?
Fried. Someone hotwired the dishes together and blew up the system.
So we're screwed.
No, it was sloppy work. Some of the dishes are intact. If I replace them and create a new circuit with no gaps, we could broadcast a signal. Short range only, but it should work.
Okay, do it. I'll, keep an eye on things here.
Yeah, let's drop a save. Okay, so what chapter are we on now? Every time I come back to recording another piece of this video, I forget what chapter we're on. Let's take a look. Okay, we're about to do the circuit in here. When you come in this room, you need to look out for the leapers. There's a couple of lurkers as well. The lurkers will usually be on the floor in front of you, so they're kind of easy shots. Just look out for the rockets, obviously. That one looked like he was ready to fire, so quick stasis on him, just deal with the other one, and then come back to this one. Luckily when you stasis these guys, their projectiles get stasis as well, which is kind of nice. I feel like the lurkers can cause a little bit more trouble than the leaper guys. And you can sort of, I don't know, mitigate the threat by trying to take a limb off one of the enemies. And then, or like the leapers, and then focusing the lurkers, because the leapers just move so much slower when they're missing a limb. And I'm pretty sure they can't jump as well when they're missing a limb, so it just makes your life that little bit easier. So for this puzzle, we've pretty much just got to rip out the broken nodes, which are the ones that are sparking, and then gather up the blue ones with the directions on them. And the easiest way to, I guess, figure this puzzle out is just to follow what I do here. I don't think it takes me that long, but I just like to rip out all of the broken nodes first along the circuit that we need and look for the fixed ones. It's probably a little more efficient if you just go for the fixed ones and rip the broken ones out as you go. We're going to send this one up here. Easiest way to think about it is just the direction you want the circuit to go in, and then look for that node with the right sort of lines on it to lead it the right way. We just need to kind of make a small circle. And I think there's a couple of different ways to do this puzzle. If you look at the lines in the middle, that's kind of what you're leading to. You need essentially to lead the circuit in from that circle and out and make it like sort of a full circle or something like that. Again, you can follow along with me if you want, but it's a little confusing, to be honest. This puzzle definitely had me troubled the first time I did it, because it's different from the original. In the original one, you kind of just need to make a small circle in the middle. There's just like enough nodes to put into the middle to complete a little circle circuit type thing. But in this one, it's definitely been changed. I guess it's something to do with the whole zero gravity thing. Like, that also makes a bit of a difference. Because in the original, you could only really jump in zero gravity. You would still be stuck to surfaces, but you could jump between them. In this one, it's got like the kind of the system they introduced in Dead Space 2, where you can do this whole fly-in type deal, and it can definitely make you get a little bit disoriented as to where exactly you are and what you've got to mess with. I just like to reorientate myself a little bit every so often so I can get a clearer look at what I'm doing, figure it out. So we need one that goes to the left now. I'm looking for one that kind of comes from below and then heads left. Because if you're upside down, it can definitely be really confusing as to what you like want to do. If you see a node that you don't need, but it is one of the ones that you can use, it's a good idea just to rip it and grab it, bring it over to the control panel in the middle. That's at least what I like to do. So it keeps them all gathered up. You can see me here just looking around for any more circuits that aren't broken. There's another one, just another straight line one. Let's go ahead and slap that in the middle as well, just so I can grab them if I need them. It can be confusing when you look at the nodes that are floating around, because sometimes they're not exactly facing the right way, which means you'll think it's the one you need, but it's not. But yeah, maybe if you take a look at the complete circuit once I get it, you'll be in a better spot towards solving this. A couple more to put in. So this one goes from the right and heads up, and I think I need that right there, to be honest, but I wasn't using that. These two should get us into the middle. Let's not lose that one. Yeah, that one goes there, and the other one goes just to the right of it, and that'll get us into the middle of the communications array. I'm not sure if that's what you've got to do, to be honest. I think it might be. Yeah, that just completes the circuit. You've just got to get into the middle. So as you saw there's a couple of the circuits that I didn't even use.
I think you got it. Try opening a channel to the Valor.
There's a little look at the diagram if you want to try and copy what I did. Right, so now we've got to go back. So we're approaching that mission where you have to deal with the Speedy Boys, and they are really difficult in the remake. They've changed the way they work. In the original, you could stasis them, and that was kind of vital to fighting those guys. You would just stasis them, and they kind of moved at about the normal speed of necromorphs when you did that, but you can't actually stasis them in this game unless you shoot their stasis pack. Their stasis pack is like a little blue circle on their chest, and if you shoot that, then you can stasis them after that, after it's been destroyed. Also, when you shoot it, they get stasis for a moment.
This is USM Valor, broadcasting on all frequencies to USG Ishimura in response to your SOS. We've picked up your escape pod number 47 and are en route to your position. This message will repeat every 30 seconds until you respond.
Escape pod?
Oh, fuck. The pod Hammond jettisoned. It had Chet. That creature was inside.
No. USM Valor, come in. Come in, Valor. Oh, her signal isn't strong enough.
Can we deploy the long-range antenna?
No, something's blocking the blast doors over the comms array. The hell?
There'll be a manual release over at maintenance. I'll go. Keep trying to reach them.
Oh dear. Yeah. So when you fight those faster enemies, they can be real tricky. You've got to hit a good shot on their chest to slow them down, and it can be really difficult to deal with at times. They move so fast. But we'll get to that when we come to it. Really didn't want to pick that up. I kind of wanted to pick up this fan and save myself some bullets. That Necromorph's having a bad day. He's done for. Let's get whatever item he's got. Small med kit. Alright. So, there's a node on the wall in this room, if you want to grab it. Here we go. And we're going to take this sort of horizontal elevator type thing, I guess. Away we go. Not sure why that body turns. I don't know if they're trying to make it seem like the guy's alive, but if he's hanging up there, I'm pretty sure he's not, you know. Alright, text log, bench there. Abuse these saves, let's go. Right. These guys will fall apart once you break one of their limbs, and they'll turn into all of these little tentacle creatures. Just be careful, because some of them move very fast. Stasis is your best friend here. There we go. Right. So, stasis is a bit low at the moment. I think I have packs. Yeah, I've got a few. I've got to go that way, but what's in here? It's like a little storage room. Another shop there. We got a weapon upgrade for the cutter. Always good. Always good. We need those. I've got plenty of nodes in the bank, so I can get that pretty much fully upgraded once I do get to a bench. There's a bench not too far away. Not sure if I use it yet though. All the stuff to sell. A few medkits. We got some ripper blades, a couple of semiconductors. Let's get rid of those whenever we don't need. I'm not sure if I go and upgrade the cutter now or if I wait a little bit. Already at this point the cutter's really strong, but if you want to, you could probably backtrack a little bit and go and upgrade the cutter before you progress. Cheeky Necro in the elevator. Always got to take a second to check your back. These guys are crafty. There we go. So we're coming up to the next boss fight. Again, they've changed it a little bit. I'm not sure if in the original it was actually the Leviathan that you fight twice. Maybe it was, I can't remember, but there was some big mass of crap that you had to fight in this section as well. It was just kind of different. In the original, you sort of sat in like a big turret gun and shot the either the big mass of whatever the hell it is, or on the other one you were firing at asteroids, but he sort of completely removed those and changed it to this. A lot of people think that that section was notoriously hard. I think if you're on controller, which I know a lot of people were, because this game released on 360 and PS3, well, the 2008 version did anyway.
Please contact a repair technician.
It was a lot more difficult. On mouse and keyboard, it's really not that tough.
What's happening with the antenna?
It's blocked by... It's the Leviathan. It must have snagged on the comms array after we spaced it. It's not coming off without a fight.
Isaac, there's no time.
There is if I use the ADS cannons. Manual targeting like before. I can shoot it right off the hull. I got this. You focus on the Valor.
Will do.
Will do. Alright, so... good idea to save it right before you go outside. I know I just did, but... yeah, it's easy to get messed up on this fight, so... save me having to listen to all that dialogue again. We gotta go outside and deal with him. Yeah. I remember when I made the switch to mouse and keyboard from controller, I used to just play exclusively controller on everything I played, and if I ever had to play something on mouse and keyboard, I just felt lost. Like I just couldn't do it. And then I decided to put the time in and try and get better at mouse and keyboard. And I feel like I've achieved that. I'm relatively decent on mouse and keyboard now. I can at least play games pretty well with mouse and keyboard. I wouldn't say I'm an expert or like a pro gamer or anything like that, but can definitely play games on mouse and keyboard pretty efficiently now. But recently I tried to play something on controller, and boy have I got worse on controller because I haven't used it in like a couple of years, man. I'd really have to practice to get good at controller again. Don't get me wrong, I could still use a controller, and you know, it's not too difficult, but nowhere near as good as I used to be. Oh well. Much rather play on mouse and keyboard nowadays anyway. I feel like you do have better control over your aim, especially in shooters with mouse and keyboard. So be careful in this section. These things fly at you pretty damn fast, and you've got to sync with the cannon and use it to break the shells around the weak points. You can just strafe out of the way of these balls being hurtled at you, but if you feel like one's going to hit you, you can grab it with kinesis and chuck it back. I'm pretty sure it does damage to the spots that we're shooting at as well. In between cannon shots, you can also use the plasma cutter to do a bit of extra damage if you want to. He's nearly done there. There we go. Let's get away from that. So now, I'm pretty sure it shoots out all these balls. I just like to shoot any of them that are in our way. Take a look ahead and see which one's coming after you. You gotta watch out because they'll probably do another tentacle sweep in a minute and you'll need to move out the way of that. You can kind of hear when he goes to do it if you're not looking at it, but just be careful. Yeah, I don't want to move along too fast just because I could easily bump into one of these things. Grab some more oxygen by the door. There's also some more oxygen down at the end that we're heading to. And if you saw a little while ago before I went over to the left and came this way, I took a shot at one of the, I don't know, the balls that are blocking stuff on the wall, like the tentacles that are blocking stuff, and that was just to get this oxygen tank free so I can grab it whenever I want. So, avoid the tentacle that comes at you here, be very careful. You got the balls coming too. It's kind of difficult to avoid everything at once, I know, but sync with the cannon when you're ready. Just make sure you get yourself enough space and time to do that. And as long as you're strafing, the tentacle that comes out to try and smash into you won't hit you, which is good. I think that ball that just got thrown at me hit one of the mines on the wall. But after a little while, the tentacle will come along and smash the cannon, so you'll have to use the cutter to finish this one off. Just go ahead and shoot as rapidly as you can into that thing until it's done for. And that's it. Beautiful. If you need more oxygen, there is some behind you. There's also some again by the door.
Dead and gone. I'll try the antenna's manual release again.
Do it. I've got a transmission loaded and ready to go.
There we go. Grab the oxygen. And now we just need to head back the way we came. So yeah, that is the Leviathan. Or what got sucked out of food storage and it latched onto something else. I'm not sure if in the original that's how they played it off. I don't know if they just played it off as something different or if they said it was the Leviathan. I can't remember. But yeah, kind of a different approach they've taken to these fights, but it's kind of good. I like what they did with it. I feel like it was a nice redo. And I do feel like if you're playing on controller, that fight will be a lot easier than it was in the original. Excuse me. Okay. I feel like there's a lot of unnecessary hate that goes on between mouse and keyboard players and controller players. End of the day, just play with what you're most comfortable with, you know? Kind of happy that I can play somewhat well on
yes,
both, though.
Finally! USM Valor, this is Kendra Daniels on the USG Ishimura. Do not open the escape pod. Repeat, do not open that escape pod. Do you read?
Oh dear. Chen, why you do this?
We're too late.
The Valor!
It's heading right for you!
Brace yourself! Cole.
It's heading right for us. They have their numbers. So, one thing that's kind of stupid is that escape pod lands on the Valor, and one slasher or Chen is inside it.
Daniels, what happened? Something stripped the whole crew deck. What hit us? An asteroid?
Some things got onto the Valor. A rescue ship. They found your escape pod. And the one that used to be Chen, it...
God damn it!
The Valor's scrap. By the time another ship hears the SOS beacon, we'll all be dead.
No, that's what I was telling you. I found an executive shuttle on the crew deck, intact.
And the log says that shuttle's missing its singularity core. It can't get us home.
Wait, maybe it can. If the Valor Singularity Core is okay, I could salvage it, install it on that shuttle. We're fucking out of here.
Where's the Valor now?
It's near comms.
Keep us stable. Isaac, I'll grab a suit and EVA onto the Valor. Meet me there. We'll find that core together. Let CEC clean up their own mess. I'm saving what I can.
Alright. So yeah, one slasher gets aboard the Valor and just destroys it. I'm pretty sure when it crashes into the Ishimura, like the infectors get on board or something, and that's how more infected get onto the Valor, pretty much. But seems a little far-fetched that one slasher would take the entire, completely screw over the Valor, just one of them, you know? I feel like you learn as well that they're like prepped or whatever for a search and destroy mission, so obviously they've got a bunch of people on board that know how to handle themselves. You would think that they'd be able to deal with one slasher between them and like stop their ship from crashing. Look at the size of the Valor, you can see it here sticking out of the Ishimura. It just seems a bit weird, but it is what it is, I guess. I just wanted to kind of check in the middle here and see if there was anything I was missing, see if there's a sneaky pickup here, but there isn't. Alright. So, this area's changed a little bit. In the previous game, you would have to...
I'm on board. The Valor's trashed, but I can make it to the bridge. The hell was that?
The hell was that? So,
Zero gravity.
yeah, you used to have to throw away a bunch of toxic waste type stuff to get into the Valor, or before you came into the Valor they scrapped that idea and now you just come straight in. Quick save point. Okay, so we are headed this way into the Valor. Right, so there are a bunch of plasma cutter ammo pickups in these little beds. Have a little look for them. One thing to mention before you go any further, if you are following along with me or you just want some tips or whatever, one thing to mention about this chapter is be careful with ammo. If you don't have a lot of... Oh, goddammit.
The Valor's carrying a 12 megaton warhead. The crash hit the torpedo bay hard. I need you to handle that nuke right away before something sets it off.
Handle 12 megatons? You know I'm not a nuclear engineer, right?
I don't need you to be. Just stabilize the warhead and eject it away from the Ishimura.
Christ, Hammond.
No one trained you to carve up monsters with a plasma cutter either. You haven't let us down yet.
Yeah, I'm pretty much carrying this whole mission on my shoulders right now. So yeah, make sure you've got plenty of ammo. If you don't, there is no shop on the Valor, so you're going to want to leave and go and get ammo before you come into the Valor and do stuff. So if you're at this point and you check your ammo and you haven't got a lot, I would leave and go to a shop back on the Ishimura and then come back here. Especially if you want to do the shooting range. And these speedy boys. So you see the blue dot on his chest? Yeah, shooting that will destroy his stasis pack. If you don't hit that, you won't be able to stasis these guys and they'll continue to move fast. So you need to hit it in that spot. Also, when you hit it, it does sort of set off their stasis and they get stasis for a few seconds. But as long as you take that out, you can't stasis them.
Stasis units on their armor. When they were turned, those units merged right into their bodies. Changed them. They're fucking fast, Isaac. Stay sharp.
One thing you can do here is stand in the doorway and rip out this battery.
Commander Cadigan, to all hands. We have been boarded by hostile forces. Hostiles are aliens. Repeat, aliens, and extremely dangerous. All personnel to arms. Fire at will.
Yeah, if you grab the battery that's in this room and try and get it through the door quickly, you can avoid dealing with the enemies that drop into this room. It kind of makes things a little bit easier. I don't think I did it here. I ended up fighting the stuff that drops into this room. But yeah, there's like one of those speedy guys and a infector that drop into this room as well. So one thing you might want to do is try and get the battery out right here before you pull the one out in the other room. But get it through the door really quick and you should be able to avoid fighting these enemies. Because dealing with these speedy guys, man, is really rough. You can see I hit him in the chest there, and it sort of stasised him. I kind of got lucky with that shot. Even when you take these guys to the ground, look how fast they are. They're super annoying to deal with. Oh god, he tried to swipe at me there. But missed. What's going on with that guy's body? It looks like it's standing up. I don't know if it's supposed to be. Alright, so battery then. Yeah, if you just grab that battery and try and get it through this door quickly, you can avoid fighting those guys. You just need to slap it in here. There we go. Yeah, like I mentioned earlier, no shock on the Valor, and if you're doing plasma cutter only, a lot of the ammo you will get. Oh god.
Mr. Clark? Hello? I must speak with you.
Who is this?
Dr. Terrence Kine, the Ishimura's chief science officer. I studied the marker for the church.
I'm done talking to unitologists.
But the planet won't rest until the marker is returned. You can't leave.
Watch me.
So, yeah. A lot of the ammo you get, especially around the shooting ranges, is pulse ammo. So make sure you have enough cutter ammo before you come onto the Valor, is basically what I'm saying. You might not have enough to do the shooting range, and if you're trying to get that achievement and the loot you get for beating the shooting range, that's something you're going to want to think about. So I'm not sure if I did it here. I don't think I knew about this at the time. You can't shoot in this room. If you shoot in this room, then it will blow up the nuke and pretty much just give you game over. So do not shoot in this room at all. What you want to do is get the kinesis objects that are lying around and use them on these enemies without blowing up their arms. Again, I'm not sure if I knew about it. I think I ended up just punching this one out like I was playing Mike Tyson. Punch out. But there are kinesis poles on the floor. You might be able to see one on my left there. You can use that just to kill these guys. Don't think I knew about it at the time, so I was just smacking this dickhead. Just keep stasising. If you do want to do this, maybe if you miss with the poles or something, you could do this. It does take quite a few hits to get rid of them. This guy did not want to die, but you can just use one pole. I wish I knew about it here. Would save myself some time. There we go. I found it. Easy. This is something they added to the original. I don't think there was a section in the original game where you could blow up the ship like this. Did I say something they added to the original? I meant something they added to the remake. It wasn't in the original is what I'm trying to say. So let's go ahead and get the other one that's sort of trapped over here. Make sure you don't hit him in the arm. You don't want to blow that up in this room. The battery we need is right there. Let's grab that. We're taking that over to pretty much where we came into the room. Put it in there. Troll battery. Getting stuck on stuff. There we go. Slap it in, and then you can activate the panel next to the nuke. That will eject it. Nice and easy. Get it gone. It's kind of weird that they, like, these guys are sent out to blow up the Ishimura, I guess. But, maybe it's some sort of failsafe, I don't know.
Okay, the warhead's clear.
Hammond, this doesn't add up. If the Valor was just on patrol, why bring a nuke? And if they had a target, what's out here except us?
Yeah, I know. I'm downloading a munitions report right now. I'll clear your route to the engine room. Grab that singularity core and let's get out of here.
If that's the case, if they were out here to blow up the Ishimura, which they, you know, it's trying to, I guess, insinuate that they are, why did the CEE send out a rescue mission? Like, why did they send out Isaac, etc.? I think I know why, but for those who don't know the story, I guess I won't spoil it, maybe? Maybe I'll talk about it a little bit later. Alright. Okay, so I think the door behind this gold semiconductor there just has some ammo behind it, but this one, you want to watch out for this guy, one of these dudes that breaks apart. I think there's also one of the speedy boys in this room. We've got some canisters if you want to use those to get rid of them. Oh, the guy was a bit too close. Don't ask me how I got out of this. Do not ask. I have no idea how the hell I managed to survive that. I'm guessing that the canister I threw at them hit their stasis units, so they were able to be stasised. But I have no idea how I didn't get hit there. I was just a bit lucky, I guess. So annoying to deal with. Oh, one of the little guys on the floor right next to me. Stasis that one. Run past it. So much stasis is getting used right now. There we go. Keep going, keep going. Got one right there as well. Stick and move, stick and move. Yeah, one thing we were talking about earlier is the whole controller versus mouse and keyboard sort of thing. I'm just happy I can do well with both. I'm not as good as I used to be on controller. But I think a misconception a lot of controller players have is that mouse and keyboard is just super easy and it's way easier to aim on mouse and keyboard. Let me tell you, man, I was exclusively controller for the majority of my life. And I've been playing mouse and keyboard for a few years now, probably 3 or 4 years or something. When I first started playing mouse and keyboard, I couldn't aim for shit. I was terrible. Absolutely terrible. I really struggled to play games on mouse and keyboard. Then I just put the time in and got better, right? And it's just kind of it's the way it works. I feel like that's the same way as controller as well. And I feel like a lot of keyboard and mouse players have a big problem with controller players because they have aim assist and stuff, and it's just like everybody's got problems with each other. And I think there are pros and cons to both, right? But I guess it's just what you feel most comfortable with or what you want to be best with, and then putting the time into that. Personally, I do think that the plateau is there to be... Is plateau the right word? Maybe not. Maybe skill gap, something like that. To be better on mouse and keyboard if you are like a top mouse and keyboard player, but to be fair, getting to the point where you're a top mouse and keyboard player is no easy feat. Some of the people on mouse and keyboard are absolutely nuts. I would say I'm average at best. Okay. Large med pack. Alright, so once we reach the back of this room, this dude's gonna spawn in. I use a fan to take him down and then do the best I can to get rid of him. He's gotta be pretty weak by now. He can still get really close. So I didn't do the shooting range here. I wanted to make sure I got through the rest of the level and sort of taken out what I need to and maybe gather up some ammo.
Isaac, you hearing this? It's Chen. There, on the Wriggling. Is locking in alive?
Chen's dead. You know that.
I know my own fucking corporal. Chen, come in.
So I gathered up as much ammo as I could, and then I think I went back and did the shooting range. Because all the ammo that gets given to you around the shooting range is pulse rifle ammo, like I mentioned. And, because we're only using the cutter, that won't do. But I think I originally attempted to do the shooting range first. I'm being nice and organized here and stacking up these things. I attempted to do the shooting range before I proceeded this way, and I ended up running out of ammo. So I think I ended up killing the enemies, getting the ammo from them, and then going back and doing the shooting range. But I had very little ammo by the time I left the Valor. Really didn't have a lot. So like I mentioned before, just make sure when you come to the Valor that you do have the ammo. I'm pretty sure if you really want to, you can leave the Valor, like go back the way you came, all the way to the door you entered through, and go back to the Ishimura and go to the shop if you want to. I just didn't want to do that because it felt like a waste of time. So I was doing my best. Alright, so this room is a room in which a bunch of enemies will spawn, so be ready for that. Once you get a little bit further into this room, you will get attacked, so be warned. If you want to save it, do it now. Not really too much of a difficult room, but it's a room. Yeah, they really, in a couple of areas, they really thinned out the amount of necromorphs that get thrown at you. In the original, so many necromorphs spawn in this room, like a lot. And there's significantly less in the remake. And this room also feels a bit smaller, and I think it's because of the amount of clutter that's surrounding the room. It probably isn't, it's probably about the same size, but your vision is more obscured, so it just feels like the room is smaller. Alright. Take this guy's arms off, get rid of him. We've got these explosive dudes coming. Lurkers. And once you get rid of these lurkers, I think the speedy boys jump into the room, so watch out for them. They are a nuisance. There's another one. Put him down. Pretty sure there's one more. dudes at the back there. You can kind of see him. I've got a claw ready to stick into him though. There we go. Didn't give me another one. Trouble here. Yeah, I spend a lot of time shooting these guys in the chest, just trying to hit that stasis point rather than just going for the legs, because you'll find if you try and shoot these guys in the legs, man, they'll just move so fast that you won't be able to. It's very frustrating. If you find yourself in a situation in this room where you have no ammo or you're struggling to kill the brute, you can just lead him to the electricity plates on the floor and that'll do damage to him. Here he comes. You have got stasis points on the walls next to you, so you can get easy stasis recharges if you want. That's why I kind of like to keep this guy around this area, just because I can slow him down as much as I like. Managed to hit that little shot right there. He has got like a yellow spot. Well, his eyes are yellow, so I was kind of thinking maybe you could shoot him in the face and it would do some damage. But most of his weak points are definitely on his back. He ain't done yet. Easiest way to get rid of these guys is just to shoot their legs off. And then they're done for. You know you're done because it says gravity lockdown disengaged. So if you want to have a little loot about now, I tend to wait until I've cleared out areas before I start scavenging too hard for them. You will still find plasma energy from enemies because we've already got the plasma cutter on us, which is nice, but yeah, around the shooting range, a lot of the ammo you get is pulse rifle ammo for some reason, so I am going to head back and do that. I know it's a little, not the most time efficient way to do things, but we will be able to get through this, get the shooting range done. I'm pretty sure you get an achievement for beating the shooting range, and you also get some loot from it, so it's worth going back and doing. It's kind of why I wanted to do it. Spent a lot of time gathering up loot in this run. Ruby semiconductor. Get all this out of the way. There's another little foot locker over here. Get that open, get that one open.
The Valor's munition launch. It wasn't just a nuke. They came loaded for war, seek and destroy. This was no patrol. They knew about the Ishimura. Someone knew. We were all dead from the moment we arrived.
Nah, you're fine. Totally fine, Hammond. We're getting the singularity core, man. We're gonna fix up the shuttle thing and get out of here. Stop worrying about it. Alright, so a save point here if you want to use it. We gotta go all the way around here to turn off this fire and activate the elevators. But I think at this point I was like, okay, I'm gonna brave it and go back and try and do the shooting range before I do any of this. There's a few more enemies that you've got to deal with on the Valor, like I think 3 or 4, like in that area with the fire and stuff. When you're doing the shooting range, it has changed a little bit from the original, and you do have enemies jumping on you, and it's kind of like a walk through shooting range now, whereas before you were sort of in a fixed position. I'm really scavenging hard here, just trying to find any ammo I can, but I don't think I managed to find any more. Maybe there's 1 or 2 bits that I missed or something along the way. Yeah, I've just got to really do this efficiently. Usually it would be easy because I'd just whip out another gun, but obviously we can't do that. So I'm going to try and stasis this thing at the right time. And you can get stasis recharge on the wall there if you want to, but there's also one on the way back, so just go ahead and get a heal. Almost there. Not seeing any more pickups over there. Right, back in the armory then. So the shooting range just over here on the left. I did want to go and save it because, like I said, you do get attacked in the shooting range now. So it's easy to take a slap, and I didn't want to have to redo all that stuff, so I thought it'd probably just best that I save it here and then sort it out from there. Alright. So back we go. Let's try and get this done. I think I was very lucky to actually get this done. Pulse rounds. Pulse rounds, pulse rounds, pulse rounds. I wanted to try and scavenge around and see if I could find more ammo, but just pulse rounds. It's just sucky. Alright. So I'm not sure what score you've got to get here in order to pop up the high score or whatever to open the lockers. But you only want to shoot the red ones. Like I mentioned before, this is like a run through now, and it used to be stationary shooting range. Still fun. So we'll be on 500. Not bad. I'll take it. Here come the enemies. Also, the targets are still popping up while you're doing this, which is frustrating, but yeah, do your best. Stasis is your best friend also, be ready for that. Not sure if I had a lot of time to like actually shoot extra targets. Yeah, I got a couple there. This guy's coming. 850 we're on right now. Not bad. Give me that plasma. Let's just shoot that one in the back. Oh god, they're so close. Okay, keep going. Just wanted to survive at this point, I think. Yeah, I also was thinking about, you know, if I spend too much time. Yeah, if I spend too much time going for the targets and wasting too much ammo going for the targets, I won't have enough to kill everything, so I'm pretty sure I might have ran out of ammo at one point during that fight and had to stomp something to get some more, but there we go, we managed to get all of the stuff open. We get a ruby semiconductor and a node for doing that. They're the best rewards you get out of it. I'm pretty sure you get an achievement for doing it too, but it might be over 1,000 you've got to get. So I did have over 1,000 there just. I think I just scraped past 1,000. But yeah, that'll do. Good enough for me. Kind of sucky though, because you only get one go of the shooting range, whereas you could have as many as you wanted in the previous game. Or the previous version of the game, should I say. Right. So, let's continue on with what needs to be done. We're going this way. Go back to the engine room. Gotta find our way back past all of this. Unlike the Ishimura, you won't get attacked when you're returning to places on the Valor, it seems, so that's kind of nice. This mission is actually really short. A very, very short mission. I'm taking my time with a lot of this, I know, but if you're just running through, then this mission is a really short one. I did do another run of this, sort of like on New Game Plus, and I think it took me 3.5, maybe 4 hours, and I wasn't going stupid fast, but I was going pretty fast. With overpowered weapons though, and all the other goodies that you get. It was pretty easy. Alright. So I think here I'm looking to see if I've missed any audio logs on the Valor, because the Valor is one of those missions that you can't come back to. I'm pretty sure all the other missions on the game you can go back to, or the areas or whatnot, but the Valor you can't. Once you leave the Valor, you are not coming back, so make sure you get everything you want to do done on the Valor before you leave it. And I think those last 2 logs that you saw there are ones that, yeah, they're ones that count sort of as like dialogue between characters. I think it's Kendra calls you a couple of times and they count as those logs, so it's not something you've got to pick up. So if you're missing those 2, don't worry too much, you'll be fine. I think there's only a couple of logs that you've actually got to pick up on the Valor, and we have got those. Alright. Energy. So I'm not sure if the game bugged on me here, but these flame things just sort of wouldn't come back on. I was waiting for them to cycle again here, and they just didn't. So I was like, okay, and then when I got close, they just stopped. I don't know why that happened, but turn off the fire suppression system, turn on the elevators. We'll turn on the fire suppression system, sorry, and turn on the elevators. And then we've got to look after these Reapers, get ready with the stasis. Alright. We got this guy crawling on through, he's getting some nice damage on him from the fire, which is happy days for us. And we just gotta get past this engine. Don't know what happened to the audio here. My audio got screwy. I don't know. It wasn't out of sync or anything. I think it just kind of broke. Like I just couldn't hear anything. Certain sound effects were working, but others weren't. I have no idea why. It's a strange bug, I guess. We got a node there, a couple of footlockers, got some credits. Not sure if you can open that other footlocker that was back there, but never mind. Right, so now we're going to the elevator. And there's all the audio kicking back in. Let's drop a save. Now that we've got all of that done. And let's head up the elevator. Okay, a little cutscene coming in here.
Unknown biohazard detected. Lockdown initiated.
Another malfunction. Half the Ishimura's in the red. Someone get the door open. Chen? Christ, what did that thing do to you? Help me get him to the Kelly.
Shoot him. It's not shit. Shoot him!
What?
Shoot him!
Chen? No.
Helmet!
You're what killed him.
Oh God. Helmet! Helmet! No!
Alright. He died how he lived. With Chen. Right, so... we talked a little bit earlier about how...
What?
Oh, here we go.
Hammond's vitals, they just flatlined.
Hammond's gone. Hammond Chen.
Oh my God.
Warning. Cascade failure in all primary systems.
Fuck! The Valor's gonna blow! Go!
I'm doing my damn best. Yeah, we talked a little earlier about the hallucinations that the Ishimura brings about, but let's talk about this first. We got two speedy boys in this room to deal with. They are annoying. Not being able to stasis this guys, or these guys, is actually a crazy change to the game. It makes it way more difficult when you're fighting these dudes. They are very tough. I can stasis this one now because I hit his stasis thing. Do not have a lot of ammo, but now that he's down, I should just be able to run away. Yeah, let's get rid of him. Why not? Guess I chose just to finish him off. There was some plasma energy. Yeah, so we talked about how a lot of people hallucinate a hell of a lot, and it essentially makes them go crazy and see things that aren't there. And it affects people a lot worse than it seems to affect Isaac, and that's something to do with intelligence levels or something like that, I think. It's kind of interesting to see how that affected Hammond there, and he's, you know, hallucinating. The Chen's around, you hear him saying stuff like, half the Ishimura's in the red, and that's him going crazy over the beginning of the game. Like, don't get me wrong, seeing the stuff you see on the ship would probably be enough to drive anyone crazy, but I guess Hammond hasn't dealt with it as well as Isaac has. I was talking about how I would like to see, or I would have liked to have seen, that affecting Isaac a little bit more, like the hallucinations he's having taking effect. They tried to implement that into Dead Space 3, I think. And I think if you were playing as the co-op partner or Carter, that he would hallucinate and see things that you don't, like playing as Isaac.
I'm here. Fuck, that was close.
Chen, Johnston, now Hammond, and I'm tracking movement from the Valor. I think some of those mutated soldiers made it on board. What about the Valor's Singularity Core?
It's covered in blood, but I got it. God, I hope Hammond was right about that shuttle.
He said it was on the crew deck, along with every unitologist on the ship and their marker. You'll need to... Wait, someone's opened the door near the bridge atrium? It'll get you to the crew deck, but who's left with that kind of clearance? Isaac, something's up, but we have to get that shuttle. For God's sake, be careful. We're all that's left.
Yeah, so, like I said, in Dead Space 3, Isaac wouldn't see certain things, and the co-op partner, or I think it's Carver or Carter or something like that, he would see them, and then he'd start complaining about seeing certain things that Isaac wouldn't see. And I'm pretty sure that also happened in, like, you know, gameplay. If you were playing as him, you would see stuff and your co-op partner wouldn't, but it didn't affect Isaac. It's kind of strange. I would have liked to have seen a little, maybe not as, you know, maybe not as much as everybody else sees, but a little bit more, perhaps. I guess there is some more of that in this game, but it would have been cool for that to happen. It would have been a really nice change, I feel. Okay, because I'm not sure if it's sort of like Isaac just doesn't happen to Isaac, or he just resists it more than other people. I don't know. It's something along those lines. It's been a while. But yeah, moving on. We need to reach the executive shuttle. That is mission 9, I think, that we just completed. So we are moving swiftly through this run, man. We got a couple of hours left. We've got a little bit of recording to do. I have got one more run that I want to post as well for this game. It's a lot shorter though. But you'll see what that is soon enough. Hopefully doing those couple of videos will tide some of you over with a good amount of content for me. But then I also want to do the collectibles for each of the chapters. But that's not so much fun and interesting to watch, I guess, as the 2 runs I'm doing, like full runs of the game are for some of you. Some of you might find it useful, but not exactly the most entertaining thing to watch. Alright, now we're back at the bridge. I'm sorry if I was pausing up here. Something was probably going on with the stream and I had to stop for a second, but let's continue on. Get to the store. I need plasma cutter ammo, like desperately. I got the schematic for the large medkits. I've got a bunch of medkits to sell. 105,000 credits. I've also got 22 nodes. Insane amount of credits right now. Like I said, I did put a lot of detail into getting stuff on this run. And you can really tell that I picked up a lot of crap. I think by the end of this we're going to have like 130, 140k or something like that. Yeah, 134. I've still got to go and upgrade this cutter. 22 nodes. I could have bought nodes. It's really the only thing except for ammo that I need to buy. But, yeah. Don't really need them. I've got 22 of which we've just found. I think here I might be looking to see if I can go and unlock any of the security doors we might need. I should, though, be checking on my ammo supply. I know I'm light on ammo right now. I don't think I bought any. Maybe I was just being brave. Not entirely sure. Oh, okay, I was going to the bench. Upgrade this plasma cutter as far as I possibly can, I guess. Not sure what these upgrades are, but hey, take it. There's another damage node there. That's one that's super important, but I can just pretty much get everything at this point. There's only one more for me to get, and I think that was one that I may not have got, and it may be one of the ones that's behind one of the doors that you need the maximum clearance to get, or one of the boxes that you need maximum clearance to get into. And I didn't go and open all of those, but you know, the plasma cutter is still really damn powerful at this point. It's not gonna matter if I don't get it. Don't get that last upgrade. Plenty powerful right now, but it's up to you if you want to go and get that. They do get marked on the map when you come across them. They're kind of the big orange boxes that you find around the place. Pretty sure there's at least one in mining, but I'm not sure where the others are. A lot of the really juicy upgrades are behind those doors, though. You have to go and do a side mission in order to open those. You need to get the side mission done where you collect all of the rigs from different people. Alright, we're going this way. Getting a little bit turned around, but that's fine. Sorry for wasting a little bit of time there. Sometimes when I'm thinking about what to do, I just think out loud on stream, and then I don't think about what it's going to look like on the video, but I don't think I waste that much time. Like small parts. So I think there's a door down here that we can open if we haven't opened it already. It's like behind us, maybe? No, I guess I'm just imagining things. Oh no, there it is. But one of the rigs is down here if you want to get it. Be careful though, because there's a couple of necromorphs in this area also. There it is. Alright. That guy had a bad day, didn't he? Footlocker there as well. Is there another door here or something? I'm not sure what I'm looking for right here, but nothing. Alright, off we go. Let's keep moving. We're getting there, we're getting there. A couple of hours left of this run now. Really happy that I'm progressing nicely through commentating this. Definitely takes a long time, but that's the way it is. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the video, man. That's what's important. Oh, what was that? Okay. Hello. Hey, you know, if you are just having a good time watching this, or you found it interesting, or you have it on in the background, or whatever, don't forget to drop me a like, man. If you're new here, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. Comment if you want to be nice.
Something on the crew deck must be interfering with the signal.
I can guess what that something is.
If the marker's active... Shit. The crew deck is locked down, but the deck supervisor might have an override key. The last location I have for her is the gym. How long will it take to install the singularity core on that shuttle?
Not long. You want transistor?
Hurry. We can't leave the marker in their hands.
Yeah, you might not think that stuff's important or whatever, or if you don't care about it. I understand why, like, you know, no one wants to go around liking everybody's videos and stuff like that, but it never used to be that important, to be honest. It never used to matter too much, but nowadays it actually is. It really helps with the YouTube algorithms if more people are commenting and liking your content. It's definitely a help. So if you just want to help out or whatever, it's always appreciated. Also, for anybody who is interested in the other side or content outside of YouTube, I do have a Discord as well. I know I've mentioned a bunch of stuff that I'm sort of doing at the moment with Twitch and stuff, but I do have a Discord, so if you have problems finding my YouTube videos, like I know some of you probably have to come directly to my channel to find my content, but if you would like more direct notifications, because YouTube's really bad at that, if you join the Discord, it will notify you when I upload new stuff and when I go live on stream and stuff like that. That's something any of you are interested in, or if you just want to talk to the community, talk to me. Nowadays, it's much better to try and contact me on Discord rather than anywhere else, just because YouTube messaging is dead. And because of the sheer amount of content I have on my channel, keeping up with my comments can be kind of difficult. I do see some of them, but it's very easy to miss them. I will go long periods of time without looking at my comment section sometimes, but with Discord, I do take a look at that every day. Anything you want to ask me about, or like I said, just interact with the community a little bit, I'll slap that link in the description, and also a lot of useful links will be in the pinned comment below this video. Something to check out. I think YouTube doesn't like it if you post links in your description that link to other websites. Like, YouTube wants you to encourage people to spend more time on YouTube. So putting links in your description that take people away from YouTube is just a bad idea, but hey, you gotta do it in some place, right? So I kind of keep stuff out of the description. I put stuff in the pinned comment these days, because I think YouTube, if there's something that YouTube doesn't care about, it's the comment section. I'm sure some of you, especially if you watch more popular people, and I'm talking way more popular than me, I'm sure you've seen some of the horrific stuff you see in comment sections. Not only do you just get like over the top sexual ads, but just bots left, right and center. Like, it's just full of crap. So, if you want to get the loot from this area, you're going to have to play some Z-Ball, but once you start getting into this, some lurkers will spawn, I think, so get ready for that. Level 2. Pretty sure I have to basically attempt this twice. Yeah, there we go, they're in. Where are they? There's one. Yeah, they're both over there. Is that 3 of them? Dirty buggers. It's gotta be nearly dead. There we go. I feel like shooting the lurkers in the body does a lot more damage than it does in the original. In the original, you shoot these guys in the body and they just do not care. They actually take a fair amount of damage in the remake, which is decent. There's the last one. Alright, so once you've got rid of them, you'll be able to actually play Z-Ball if you want to. Is that another one? It was. Oh my god, there's more. There we go. I was getting a bit frustrated here. I'm not sure what score we have to get. I think we just have to beat level 6 in order to get the score that lets us open all the lockers. Also try and keep an eye on any of the circles glowing. If they are glowing, it means you get extra points for chucking the ball into that hole. Right, we'll be up to level 3. Easy money. Usually when you beat these, you get like a node and a semiconductor or something. These little minigame type things. Again, this game has changed a little bit from the original. You used to have to jump between different platforms to get extra points or something like that. That made it a little bit more complicated. In this one, you kind of just need to chuck it into the holes. Which makes it a lot easier. Alright. Everyone out there is getting torn to pieces. We've just lost Hammond, you know, basically liquefied himself in a puddle of whatever. We're supposed to be going to meet this doctor guy, doing this shuttle thing. Nah, a little bit of Z-Ball. Who cares? Convergence can just happen. Alright. So we reached level 6. I think that's all that matters. If you want to stay here and go further, you can. I think you reach a point where it's just like, go as far as you can, or something like that. Maybe it's level 7 we need to reach, I'm not sure. I think the best I managed to get on this was just over 300. Something. I know you can go a lot further than that, but I wasn't really bothered about trying to get a super high score on Z-Ball in the Dead Space remake, to be honest. So we need a few more. Oh, that one got cut off. Just need to make 3 more. Hey, we got the extra points for that one. There we go. All levels complete. Beautiful. High score mode. Did I actually keep going here? Yes, I did. Get those points. Chuck it blue. Ah, that's annoying. Not a bad score then. I guess I did just keep going for as long as I could. Go. 285. Probably get one more in before it's over. 300. Not a bad score. Let's go and get the reward lockers. Decent.
Exiting zero gravity.
Kind of a waste of time, I know, but I like to get all the loot I can. Got a bit of ammo there, some credits, ruby semiconductor, and a node. I'm guessing the node is the last reward you get. We need to slap the battery we actually bought out of that room. Let's put it in the elevator there. We got a schematic here for another rig. Make sure you don't miss that. Are these guys having a bad day? Take some of that. Get these lockers open. I'm not sure if I have the clearance for this. I do. Beautiful. Stasis pack as well. I think we just need to go up the elevator now. I think I might have been confused as to whether I had the key we need to unlock the next area. Yeah, I came back here like, what am I doing? I've been playing Z-Ball for so long. I forgot, man. Maybe I just wanted to get to the shop. Get rid of some stuff. Clean up my inventory before we continue. We got the level 5 suit. Very nice. Let's get that bought. We can afford it easily. I think this is the most advanced suit you can get. You do unlock one more, but it's for beating the game. Like level 5, there are extra nodes you might see on the bench when you upgrade in the level 5 suit, but you can't actually do anything with those nodes until you get that unlock. But this, like I said before, this does reset the suit that we're using, so I'm gonna have to go and change my cosmetic again. If you are using a certain cosmetic, you're gonna have to get the suit and then put your cosmetic back on, which is kind of frustrating. I'm not sure which one I went with here. Lone Survivor. I think every time I was switching these suits, I was asking my Twitch chat which one they wanted me to wear. They seem to like this one a lot. This one and the Infested one seem to be the favorites. I think I like the Infested one the best, but hey man, you gotta give the people what they want, right? Alright. Looks like something out of Fallout. Okay. Beautiful. So I'm not sure if at this point I just went and saved it and pretty much ended my stream or something. I was fannying around here, so something was going on. What was I looking for? Maybe I was looking for some of these clearance stores or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. Sorry for wasting time. I was going somewhere here. I guess I wanted to go and check something out. Let's see. Bench. I was heading for the bench. Makes sense. Get whatever upgrades I can. Yeah, definitely. I'm not too bothered about HP like we mentioned before, but getting stuff like the size of the stasis projectile, the air isn't really too much of a bother. The energy gives you an extra shot with the stasis, and duration as well. Kind of decent to have those upgrades. They do help out a lot. So that's I think that's as far as we can take the suit with this run. Unless you're playing New Game Plus, I don't think you can get it any more upgraded than what it is right now. I think I'm just going to go and hit the save point here. Plasma cutter's looking really good. The suit's in a really good place as well. Let's just get it saved for now. Okay, so moving on to my 7th recording section for this video. I think this is it's chapter 10 now, I think. Pretty sure it is, yeah, chapter 10. So we went and did the whole 0G thing. I think I wanted to run back and sort out my suit and save and just sort of collect myself for the challenge ahead. This mission isn't too much of a tough one. There's a couple of tricky rooms in it, but for the most part, it's pretty straightforward. We come up here to get the crew deck keycard. I feel like that would be a real nice place for an enemy to attack you, but you get attacked here instead. And be careful of these dudes with the suits on, because you can't shoot them in the legs. You have to go for their arms. Don't really have much of a choice. Grab the loot they drop, obviously. And when we come back now, I think an infector spawns in this area. And I'm pretty sure I was stomping the bodies before I came here. Something I want to do. Watch out for that guy lurking on the floor. Didn't pay enough attention to him. But be ready to deal with these infectors, man. Because usually there's 1 or 2 bodies that you miss. I think, is there only 1 infector here or is there 2? Honestly not sure. I think it's just 1. In the original, I'm pretty sure there was only 1 and 1 enemy as well. They kind of throw that enemy at you to distract you while the infector gets to work. And there's easily like 10, 15 bodies in this room. I think this is the room with the most bodies in it, where you could just get a ton of necromorphs coming at you. So, another quick trip to the shop then. Let's sell everything we don't need. Get rid of it all. It's not really necessary at this point for me to do this, just because of the amount of credits that I do have. But, yeah. It's up to you if you want to keep doing it. I think I need a couple of stasis packs here. Doesn't hurt to get them. I might somehow have some in storage, but I'm not really too bothered. I don't know why I keep going to the force energy here, but oh well. Yeah, there's also bodies above you, and I'm not sure. I think the bodies that are above you are hanging by their heads. I think if you shoot them in the head, the body will fall to the ground, and that just makes more bodies for the infector. But one thing I have been curious about a couple of times is how many necromorphs can you have chasing you at once? Like literally, if you were to let all the necromorphs in this room turn and then go around, there's more bodies through the showers along the way, right? I'm sure if you were maybe playing on easy, so you were taking like barely any damage. I think if you play on story mode, if Isaac doesn't get hit for like a few seconds, he heals himself. Like he just gets healed out of nowhere. You don't even need medkits. So you're pretty much invincible if you know what you're doing. Obviously, if you're like you have no idea what you're doing, or you really struggle to play video games for whatever reason, that'll make it a lot easier for you if you just want to experience the story or something. But yeah, if you could maybe bring the infector around with you and get it to keep infecting bodies, and there would just be dozens of necromorphs following you around. I think that would be pretty funny to see.
You're not gonna hurt anyone else.
I'd say usefulness has run out.
Mercer!
Still alive, Mr. Clark. I'm still denied convergence thanks to this ingrate.
Mercer, wait. Tell me. I want to understand. What is convergence?
But you already know. Dead or living, we all feel the marker's true purpose. Don't you want to be reunited with the people you lost?
Aye.
Yes. Then why not me? Mr. Temple has refused, but we are so close. Everything that has happened on the Ishimura is just the beginning.
When you put it that way, you and your marker can go to hell.
Shame.
No! God damn it!
And a slow death in stasis. I think your death will come faster.
How is his stasis so powerful? He can just straight up stun people. Right, so the hunter's gonna blast with Glassy and do yourself a favour. Get him down, stasis him up, and we need to come in here and shoot this pod that's above, pretty much straight to the left as you go through the glass. But a few pickups you might want to grab in this area. A couple of little things. We got all the time in the world, so why not? Here comes the hunter. I'm out of stasis. Luckily I'm backed up from that. And yeah, the pod we need to shoot is right there. So if you just want to shoot that and leave, you can just do that. You pretty much only need to do that, and then you can just leave if you want to, but being Mr. Loot It All here. I think this was one of the areas in the recording where my audio sync was so out of line. So if you notice small discrepancies in the audio sync, that's why I did my best to fix it and line it all back up. But basically, happens is the audio is like 2 seconds
You're
ahead.
doing it right, Isaac. Everything's gonna be just like it was. I wish I could.
Creepy. So yeah, I just have to basically move the audio along a few seconds and it should fix it for the most part. It might be slightly out of line somewhere, like, because pretty much what happens is over time the audio gets more and more out of sync. So what I was doing was chopping up the sections into like 5-minute sections, lining it up, and then moving on to the next one for any video where it was a little bit wacky. You gotta watch out for these guys that split into pieces. 2 of them in this room. You got those little tentacle things that come after you, the heads as well. The only, I think, necromorph out of these that drops anything should be the head. Yeah, I just want to get rid of all of these guys. These little critters can be super annoying to deal with, man. Especially when you're in a room with 2 sets of them. But what I like to do there is try and stasis one of the guys and then break the other one into pieces, deal with his pieces, and then break the other one into pieces, just so you haven't got like 10 things flopping about coming at you at once. Can be a little bit overwhelming. Especially if you're trying to minimize your damage like we are, or, you know, 0 damage. Okay. They added a store here for us, which was nice. Let's see what we can get rid of. Not sure if I need ammo. I'm good for ammo at the moment. I accidentally just bought a med kit. I think I did that a couple of times by accident. Just means I instantly lose 5k basically, but oh well. Mistakenly went over to the shop instead of my inventory. I'm pretty sure I did that a couple of times in this run. It doesn't really matter. We've got an abundance of credits, way more than we need, pretty much. These corpses are talking to us. I think if you look at them, their heads turn and stuff, but not something we've got time for, unfortunately. Watch out for the necromorph that drops into this area if you want to save it, because if you go to the save point, he will still be able to attack you. But he's done for. Pays to drop a save here, because those enemies we just dealt with in that room are pretty annoying. And it's real easy for me to take damage there, so it just seemed like a good idea to get a save off. And I just want to look, I think I was just checking what's down the end here. There's another item, also a node. I've got so many nodes that I'm not using, but like I mentioned before, it doesn't hurt to get those just for anyone else who is trying to get them all to upgrade their stuff. Alright. So we've got a little video log type thing from... Is it Mercer?
Isaac. Symptoms. Mania. Delusion. Fire. What was the last strongest? The grief. Or the guilt?
So I think I was standing here maybe expecting him to say something else there. He sort of stares you down. But oh well. He's got like stasis level 50 or something. It literally freezes everything, which is kind of BS, but whatever. I mean, if he wants Isaac dead, why doesn't he just hit him with that and take him down, you know? Really not sure. But oh well. Plot armor, I guess, for Isaac. Right, so we need to move all this stuff out of the way so we can get into this next room. We've sort of barricaded it closed. Well, I'm going to say the necromorphs will just straight up walk for all of that if they open the door, but they can't open doors, so I guess that when they were sealing that they didn't realise stuff can get through the vents, maybe? I don't know. So, a couple of pickups in this room. This room, or these rooms with this sort of green fog, greeny yellow fog, can be kind of difficult to deal with just because your visibility is so reduced, man. We've got some of those wall tentacle things in this area. There's 2 of them, so be careful as you approach. If you turn to the left too fast, you're probably going to end up getting got. Little explosive there. Hopefully that does us a few favors. Another one. Sorted. I think that one's dead now. And we've got to look out for the tentacle buggers. Let's go ahead and get rid of these tentacles. You have to do them twice on the harder difficulties. I think on normal you only have to take out the tentacles once and then it's done. If you find yourself running out of oxygen here, you can run into the room to my right now. And it'll replenish your oxygen, which is pretty decent. There's also an oxygen recharge right behind us if you want it. I think we've got to go into that little room to grab a bat. Almost got hit by that little rocket thing. Kind of lucky to avoid that. I had no idea it was there. More containers to smash. We got to destroy this. When you do, the hunter shows up, I'm pretty sure. There he is. Yeah, I think you've got to go into the room straight ahead of me right now to grab a battery, and I'm not sure if I did it right here or not. Or if I ended up going outside and then coming back. Yeah, I did go and get it, I think. Hunter is relentless, mate. So we got a node in this room, a few other things. Get whatever you want. Crates to smash, a couple of lockers. You've also got a stasis canister there if you want to use that on the hunter. It's up to you. I didn't grab the battery. I knew I sort of came in and out a little bit here and didn't quite figure out what I had to do. Like, you follow this path around and then it wants you to bring the battery, so if you want to be a little bit more efficient, just drag the battery along this path I'm going up now. But if you want to be a little bit safer, you could clear out all the enemies. Also, if you leave the area with the hunter in and then go back to it, he won't be there, so it makes things a little bit safer. It's up to you what you do. Whether you're into speed or efficiency, it's entirely up to you. Get rid of that spitter guy. You gotta be really careful of those spitters, man. They can just catch you off guard so easily. Right. Now grab whatever these guys are putting down. And we need to go that way. Alright. So, yeah, I think through here is where we want to take the battery. Oh, drop a little save. Yeah, need it for this door, and I was kind of like, where's the battery? Completely forgot that I had to go and grab it, but let's go ahead and do that. Back where we came from. Yeah, it can be a little bit confusing if you don't grab it, because the objective is telling you to go towards the door where the battery is, and I'm pretty sure here I was like, where's the damn battery? And yeah, it's back in the green gassy room, that little room that we were in. But I was confused. Could edit this down if I wanted to, but it's all good. I'm happy to show my confusion once in a while. I knew the battery wasn't here, right? I was just kind of wandering around like an idiot at this point. Okay. So, yeah, the room is just on our right. I'm looking around like, do. One of the few points in the game I didn't actually know what I was doing. Even though I've done it before, this is at the time of recording this, it was like my second playthrough. Those vents are loud. Alright. Okay, got another footlocker. Never hurts to loot that. There's also a thing on the wall there. Another footlocker. Loot everything. Yeah, this is where we need to go. Oh no, I still am a little bit lost by the look of it. Here we go. A battery room. Yeah, it is. I always get confused from playing the original game with dragging stuff through doors. In this game, you can literally hold things and open doors, because you couldn't do that in the original. Sometimes you'll see me like dropping stuff that I need to carry through doors, opening the door and then grabbing it again, when you don't need to do it that way. Oh, so much stuff here you can grab. It's real easy to grab the wrong thing. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, if you want to move stuff a bit faster, you can just shoot it down to where it needs to be. There we go, finally. Took far too long, but we got there in the end. Alright, elevator. So for context, the audio was like 2.5 seconds out of sync at this point. Separate the audio from the video and just line it all up, which takes a little bit of time. It's actually not as bad as you would think. The editing process in general is kind of long for videos like this, but that isn't really too much of a problem. To be honest, even though editing does take time, it's not particularly difficult. It just takes time. You know, it's one of those sort of monotonous tasks that just requires your seconds. Because I've made some pretty complicated edits in my time. Like I used to edit montage type videos back in the day. Doing simple edits like this is actually really easy because it just requires simple editing techniques. Like nothing difficult at all, but still time consuming. Whereas making a montage type video that people were really fond of years ago, I know some people still make them, but they're not as common as they used to be with gaming content, at least. Yeah, it takes weeks. Making a decent montage takes weeks, and that's like after you've actually recorded the clips you want to put into a video, which could take you a much longer time depending on how high your standards are for the clips you're getting for whatever game. But yeah, edits can take a very long time. Some people will approach you without realizing how long an edit takes and say something along the lines of, "Will you edit my video for me?"
Find the shuttle.
Hold up.
We need to install the singularity core. Isaac! Isaac, can you hear me?
Ah, shut up, Daniels. Careful when you come into this room, it gets quarantined, and you've got a couple of spitters of one of those strong necromorphs. Strong necromorphs should drop in the middle. Hit him with the explosive canister there, and just watch out for these spitters. You can use the pillars to your advantage, but just do your best to strafe away from their projectiles. I was just sort of spamming for dear life there. Hit him in the face. Yeah, I've had people in the past ask me to edit their montage, and then when they say, "Well, how much?" and I'm like, "Well, you're talking hundreds, so I'm not going to charge you 1,000, but you're talking hundreds to edit a montage just because of the amount of time it takes, and it comes down to what your time's worth, right? Like, I'm not going to put aside everything else I need to do for like a week to edit somebody's montage for like $20, which is usually what people think something like that would cost. And that's a big no. That's a big no to all of that. It takes so much time. You know the problem is with montages, man? These floor creepers, man. The problem with montages is you don't really get a lot of recognition for them. And the whole problem with the music these days, or you just can't use copyrighted music and make any money with that. Like, it's just not worth it to make montages anymore, to be honest. With the amount of time it takes as well, if you want to put out decent montages, like, you know, say every week, the amount of work it takes is actually insane. Oh yeah, you can play bowling here with people's heads and leg pins, which is kind of weird, but sure. I think I might have tried to set up the remaining pins because they're on the floor. Like, 2 of them have been knocked over. But obviously, I love stuff like this in games where you have to paint the picture yourself, like you come in here and someone has actually been taking severed limbs and setting them up to play bowling with. Pretty gruesome. Actually seeing someone here playing bowling probably wouldn't be as creepy as having to use your imagination a little bit, you know, and thinking about somebody doing it, they're not here now kind of thing. what happened to them. Why were they doing that? Kind of awesome. New addition to the remake. That wasn't in the original, at least I don't think it was. If it is, I've never seen it. So I used the explosive canister there to pop the tentacle bubble to break the tendril executive quarters. Need to be careful here though, because once you come back through, you're going to have to deal with a bunch of these guys in this room. The reason I use the explosive is because if you don't... Yeah, I'm trying to try and get this guy here. These guys are so 5 minutes. I hate the speedy dudes. So right here, I thought I got hit. If you watch that back, that necromorph like narrowly missed me. I was spamming my medkit thinking, oh, I got hit there, I got hit, and I didn't. I was talking earlier about the 2 examples of when I was so close to getting hit but didn't. But yeah, somehow that necromorph missed me, and he was right on top of me too. I don't know how it happened, but I didn't take any damage, so I just carried him. When I was recording this on Twitch, I actually clipped that and went back to watch it because I didn't believe that I hadn't taken damage. But if you go back and watch it in super slow motion, you can see that I didn't take damage miraculously. I escaped that stuff by the skin of my teeth. That attack skimmed my eyelashes, literally. There's somebody out there right now who's thinking, well, if it did skim your eyelashes, that would count as taking a hit, wouldn't it? So restart your run. GG. You're terrible. If you are that person, then fuck you, man. Fuck you. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, montages. Yeah, that sort of stuff just takes too long. Like, it's really difficult to grow a channel around that stuff, to be honest. At least for me. Some people may be able to do it, like if you're exceptionally good. I think the people who probably do a little better when it comes to montages, maybe some editors. Maybe some editors are so good and so sought after that they can make a ton of money doing it. Because people who are knowledgeable about the kind of effort it takes will actually pay them the right amount of money. I've only ever had a couple of people pay me the right amount of money to edit their montage, and they were happy customers, but it is frustrating when people think that
my friends,
it's easy.
Is this what you hoped for when you signed your lives away to the church? Does this carnage look like transcendence? I don't know what lies beyond death. Not anymore. But I do know our lives are more than just fuel for conversion. If we work together, we can fight this evil. It's not too late. Please.
But yeah. It's not a simple process. So we talked earlier about the markers you can find on New Game Plus. You can't find them on New Game, which this run is, so I can't show you where they are in this run. But on New Game Plus, you can find 12 pieces of the marker, or that I think they're called marker segments or something like that. They look like little markers, basically. And if you take them all to that room I was just in, with all the candles on the table, you place them there, and then you get an alternate ending, which is pretty cool. I will post up a video on how to get the alternate ending, and how to get all the collectibles, all that good stuff. So that destroys the tendril. There's also the executive keycard there if you want to grab that. When you come back out, be careful, because we got another quarantine.
Hazardous anomaly detected. Quarantine activated.
Watch out for the infector in this room. It's definitely a nuisance. Let's take out these enemies.
Lifted. Logging security card.
Alright, we can go in here then, and yeah, this guy. Don't trust that guy. Yeah, behind you is another one of those things you can break to get into sneaky rooms. There's also one of those maximum security clearance boxes in this room, if you have got the maximum security clearance. I didn't go and do that side mission, I'm not too bothered about doing it. Yeah, we were talking about montages, so I've talked a few times about the editing process of these videos, and I guess some of you get the drift. Essentially, I have to edit out my mistakes, I save the game a lot, and if I take damage, essentially I have to load the save and redo that section again, and that's why you see me saving really frequently. If I get through a section without taking damage, I'll just save it and then continue on, you know. A side note, by the way, before I continue this topic of conversation, I have done the original Dead Space and Dead Space 2 no damage, if that's something you'd be interested in going to watch. I actually did those not that long ago. I've also done hardcore mode on Dead Space 2, which is the one where you've got to beat the game in like less than 3 saves, or it's, I think you've only got 3 saves or something like that. Yeah, I did manage to do that, if that's something you're interested in, going to watch those guides. But yeah, the editing process for videos like this is actually really simple. It's pretty much just basic footage, like straight footage. You cut out the mistakes, and then you're left with one whole video, right? You then have to commentate it, and pretty much that's the editing done. It is time consuming because I essentially need to scrub through all of the footage, and I can end up like having, like with this run for instance, I had 16 hours of footage. Once I've scrubbed through it, it boils down to 8. Hold up.
Hi, I'm Dr. Terrence Kine. Remember we spoke on the Valor?
If you're real, let me in. I need to destroy that cluster behind you.
Not yet. Escape on that shuttle and you'll kill us all. When they took the marker from Aegis 7, it woke the being in the core of the planet.
The hell is that?
Mercer calls it the hive mind, a nexus organism which controls these necromorphs telepathically. If we leave while the hive mind is active, well, you saw the Valor. If even a single necromorph escapes, humanity is finished. The marker. Emilia, she knew. She told me it would return the beast to its slumber.
Okay, so if we return the marker to Aegis 7, it'll stop the outbreak?
Exactly. But we need the shuttle to return it to the planet. You have a singularity core, and I can let you through. So what do you say?
If it'll end this for good, deal.
Excellent. I can distract Mercer, but not for long. Get the marker to the shuttle bay quickly. Thank you, Mr. Clark, for helping me fix my mistakes.
So he says right there that if one necromorph escapes, humanity is finished. And that's what happened to the Valor, right? But the way that this whole thing starts is by that surely there has to be an infector, right? I guess clearance confirmed. And those would be, I guess, the things that like start everything. Maybe it starts with like one infector that's like dormant or something, right? That's the thing I'm a little bit curious about, because they say that the slashers create the bodies for the infectors to infect, right? So the first infector, where did that come from? How was that made? Like what? Did it just materialize? Because sure, was it on the planet? Did someone drop it on the planet? I'm a little bit confused about that. That's one thing I don't know. But he says right there that for the if one necromorph gets to Earth, humanity is finished. But sure, a slasher could go to Earth and kill a bunch of people, but eventually someone's probably gonna kill it, right? There's no marker there to drive everybody insane, so that's not gonna happen. Now, also it says in this game, I don't think this is experimented with as much in the other games, but definitely in this game, it says that the hive mind is controlling the necromorphs telepathically, right? At what distance from the hive mind does a necromorph stop receiving those signals? Like, surely it's working really effectively here because it's right with all the necromorphs are really close to the hive mind, right? We're on the Ishimura, which is just above Aegis 7, and the hive mind is on Aegis 7, right? So, surely if you went however million bloody miles away, they're going to be out of range of telepathic control. Or if you take out the hive mind, do they stop receiving those signals, or whatever, right? My point is, if one normal necromorph gets to Earth, surely it isn't going to take the whole of humanity out. Like, someone's going to kill that one necromorph. It's not going to be invincible killing everybody. Man, look at the lag right here. Oh my god, it's bad. You can hear the out of synciness because of the you can actually see it. I'm going to leave it so you guys get an idea of how out of sync it actually gets. And if in a minute or so, it does actually switch over to footage that I've doctored to be in sync again, like I've actually edited it properly. But I'm going to leave that a little bit just so you get an idea of how out of sync it actually gets. It should be ended now. Look how laggy this stuff is getting. It's really, really bad. Yeah, I'm just confused because they're saying, oh, you saw what happened on the Valor, but one slasher got onto the Valor, and yeah, it seems unlikely that that one slasher basically ruined everyone on the Valor and made them crash into the Ishimura, and then I guess the Infectors got onto the Valor from the Ishimura. That's probably how that worked, and something like that was going on because the Speedy Boys got off the Valor and came to the Ishimura, and Daniel says that. But if you've been paying very close attention, we might have some audio now, I apologize if I get interrupted for like the millionth time, but if you've been paying close attention, then you would have heard Mercer say that the Infectors... Oh,
you have it. Now install the singularity core on the shuttle. I'll come help you load the marker. Damn, Mercer's close, hurry!
I'm hurrying. You would have heard Mercer say that he was intrigued by how the Infectors worked, and they put the material directly into the brain, right? And that's like what the Infector does. It basically puts the necromorph's like substance or something, sperm, we'll just call it sperm, into the brain, right? And that makes the necromorphs. So I guess my question is, could a slasher do that? Like if it say shoved its spiky bits into someone's brain and some of the material from itself got into somebody's brain, could it become a necromorph? I know I'm probably reading far too much into this, but I don't know, I think this stuff just kind of interests me a little bit. I find it fascinating. Because in Dead Space 2, I think what happened is they recreated the marker. Spoiler alert, if you haven't played or seen Dead Space 2, mute this video for the next like minute. But it's like in Dead Space 2, they find Isaac like floating in space or whatever, right? They find him on the shuttle he escapes in, floating in space, and they capture him and they kind of put him in some sort of like psych ward, and they're trying to basically get the marker's codes from his brain or something so they can recreate the marker. And it's like, because the marker has imprinted itself on Isaac now, so all the stuff they need to recreate the marker is basically in Isaac's brain, and they're doing some mad experiments to like get that information from him and also a couple of other people so they can recreate the marker, right? But I think they have the Ishimura, they have it. They actually recovered it, and it is in Dead Space 2. So one thing that's interesting is, did they find infectors on the planet? Or, sorry, on the Ishimura? Because there's also an audio log you find in Dead Space 2 when you go aboard the Ishimura again, saying something along the lines of, there's this sludge everywhere, like weird sludge, and they're trying to make out like that's what the necromorphs have turned into. But also there's audio logs where people say they can hear things scuttling around in the ship. So did they actually recover some necromorphs and infectors from the Ishimura, maybe, and that's how the outbreak kind of started again in Dead Space 2. And they made the marker, which started making everyone go crazy again and all that stuff. Like, maybe that's got something to do with it. Again, there's a few confusing things that I'm not too sure about, that I'm not sure the lore actually explains. I haven't looked deeply enough to know, but I find it interesting. I will have to do some more research and try and figure out some of this stuff, because I find it really interesting. Like how all this stuff gets started. I mentioned also about who created the first Brother Moon, which are the beings that send out the markers. Right, so we got the Hunter coming in now. This is where we actually managed to get rid of the Hunter. This is by far the hardest part of the game to do with no damage, in my opinion. This part of the game was very, very, very difficult to do without taking damage. You've kind of just got to run around in a circle and look out for these guys. Like I mentioned before, I can't stasis them unless I damage their stasis unit that's on their chest. You saw me fire the stasis at that guy, and he was just, I was lucky that he was standing still and didn't go for an attack. He just kind of shook and wiggled in my face and didn't really care. I'd hit him with the stasis. I think there's 2 or 3 of them in this area, and I'm trying to sort of bait them all out and wait around here so that I can get a good shot when it runs at me. There it is, you can see it in the back. To hit that guy. Focus him as well as I can. Luckily I stunned him there. Okay, his stasis is done. Let's use the pole. Try my best to get rid of him. There we go, he's done for. Hunter's still coming around. I'm not sure if there's any more normal enemies. There very well could be. Yeah, there's one at the end there. It's another one of the speedy boys. Here he comes. Can't stasis him. Running away. Trying to just not get damaged. Far too fast, mate. Leave me alone. I was definitely panicking at this point. Just can't hit him in a stasis unit, man. Another one coming through the ship. God damn, there's so many. Oh god, they're right behind me. Oh. Oh, I don't want that guy. I want the speedy boy. There we go. Thank God for kinesis poles, man. I think that's it for the speedy boys. Let's just do our best to get rid of this guy. I think there's 2 normal necromorphs on the Hunter. I'm not sure. You see how the enemies have got that sort of red glow around them? I think that's got something to do with the marker being present. I'm not sure what it means, to be honest. It gives them sort of some weird effect, but yeah, if they're like near the marker, they glow red. It's kind of strange, but also interesting. Cool to see. See it now when the Hunter comes around, you might be able to catch it on him. Yeah, see how he's like glowing red? Alright, there we go. Alright, I'm just making sure I'm completely safe. So I've got all the time in the world to get this guy dealt with. If you want to be fast about this, you can literally run outside, take down the Hunter behind the ship, stasis him, and then run back in and press the button. But if, you know, you're doing the whole no damage BS like I am and you want to play it safe, doing it this way is probably for the best. I'm not sure if it like slows him down. It seems like he's getting hit by stasis when he's near to the marker. If you've played one of the animes, or sorry, not played, watched one of the anime movies, there's a scene in that where the necromorphs can't come close to the marker.
Don't, you son of a bitch!
Yeah. I actually really preferred the original death scene for the Hunter in the original game, because you actually kind of see him evaporate. Like he falls to pieces. In this one, he sort of gets burnt, falls over and explodes. I much prefer the original. Technical grab.
You bastard!
Yeah, he deserved it, Mercer.
Bring convergence! Make us whole!
I also think that his death scene is kind of crap in the remake as well. In the original, he gets turned into a necromorph by one of the infectors and you actually get to kill him, which is a really cool feeling because he's a massive dick. But Oh well, they changed it in this. So yeah, while you're being dragged along by these things, you don't actually take damage. It might look like you get hit, but you don't take any. It's only when it reaches the hole it's dragging you to, you won't take any damage, you'll just die. You can see my life is full. Alright, sorted.
Do you read me? Clark! Mr. Clark, come in!
Fuck this ship.
You're alive. Altman beat me.
Fuck Altman, too. Kendra?
I'm here, but every alert on the Ishimura is screaming. Critical damage to internal systems. The marker just ripped right through the ship. Something pulled it down to the cargo bay.
Kind, pilot the shuttle to the hangar. I'm going after the marker.
Of course. Amelia, quickly.
Wait, Dr. Kine. That guy's lost it. He killed the captain. We can't trust him near the marker.
He says returning it to the planet is the only way to end this. We've got to try. I'm heading to cargo. You ping Nicole's rig and tell her where to go.
Leave it to me.
Thanks. When I get the marker, we're all getting out of here.
Alright. So what were we talking about? Oh yeah, how in one of the animes it's like one of the characters sits next to the marker and the necromorphs can't go near it. They just won't, or they can't. I'm not sure why or how, but it is a thing in that. Maybe it's got something to do with that, like they just seem to slow down.
Mr. Clark, we're approaching the hangar bay. We'll meet you there with the marker.
Now arriving at flight deck trap control.
Yes, Amelia, soon. We'll send the hive mind back into the darkness.
So glad you gave that guy our only escape shuttle. Shit, Isaac. Those things you've killed, their biomass is pulled down in the cargo bay. It's recombined itself into... Well, it's something huge, and the marker's embedded right in the middle. How the hell do we do this?
I've got the Ishimura's cargo cranes. They can move half a bay of mining gear, no problem. If whatever's down there wants to wrestle for the marker, I'm in.
Override the safeties, and yes, it might work. But hurry. We're losing critical systems fast.
Alright. So I actually want to take another look at this scene when we get there. I'm not sure how this works, but yeah, you see the marker get carried away by a tentacle, and then it's just kind of back in place. I'm not entirely sure about that though. I need to take a look. I can't remember clearly. Isaac might actually have to pull it away from one of the tentacles or something. I really can't remember, but it's a bit convenient if he doesn't have to do that it ends up right where he wants it. Although I'm guessing maybe it's just dragged into the cargo bay and Isaac plucks it out and you don't actually see the tentacle holding it or anything like that. So then, we just need to go to the cargo bay. Back to the store. Not a huge amount left for me to record, like another hour or something like that. I'll get this section done and then I'll have one more to do after. I like to take breaks between these recording sessions though, so I'm not overdoing it. I really love I know I've talked a lot about it. Some of you are probably interested in it. Some of you probably aren't, but I actually really love the lore around Dead Space, man. I think it's really interesting.
Internal hull breaches detected.
I was talking about the Brother Moons, and it's kind of the same situation with them. They're the things that send out the markers, and they're pretty much what is left when a convergence event completes. And it has happened many times in many different places. They're like stupid old, like very, very old. And they send out markers. I guess they're kind of like eggs to them to like start it all off. And that's why I'm curious about the infectors. Like, how does that initial necromorph outbreak start? Like, let's say if you dropped a what you call it? If you dropped a marker into civilization anywhere, it makes people go crazy and start killing each other, right? But how does the outbreak start? How does the initial infector come about? The information's probably right there and I've just forgotten it or something like that. It's probably something simple, like somebody mutates or someone creates it because they're crazy and the marker tells them to. That's probably something like that. Surely it doesn't just appear, right? It's gotta start somewhere. It's just been a minute. But the whole brother moons, like I said, they've been around for a very long time, and I think that's... I'm pretty sure they do explain the whole thing with how the outbreaks start, but I know that the thing that isn't explained too well is what comes first, the markers or the brother moons. Don't think that's explained, really. Again, chicken or the egg type deal. I don't know what I want next from the Dead Space series. I read something today. That was talking about how remakes like this one can ruin a series or something. It's some shock headline that these game news companies try to do, saying something like why Dead Space didn't need a remake, and it's just shock value to make you click pretty much. But personally, I think a remake of a game like this is really, really good, and it's because it drives new interest, you know? There's people who are probably too young to play the original Dead Space. You think about it, like this game is 15 years old, like, which is a real long time. 15 years, man. Like, literally, new generations gonna enjoy this game now, and I think that's great. But it also just drives interest for developers to make new games in the series or remake other games. I don't always think it's a good idea to do remakes. I think new IPs should exist. I just personally think that with remakes, there should just be a decent amount of time in between them before they're done, you know? That's how I feel about it. Like, I'm not sure, like I mentioned before, I'm not sure if they should remake Dead Space 2. Some people might just be like, hell yeah, remake all the Dead Space games. But to be honest, I really don't think Dead Space 2 needs it. Like, go and play Dead Space. It's still a great game. You know, it's still like a it looks good, it plays good, like it feels like a modern game. Like, it doesn't need a remaster. An example of games that get remade too fast are like The Last of Us. The original Last of Us came out on PS3, and again, you could argue, oh, that's like an equal, you know, sort of time span between Dead Space and its remake, but yeah, they remade it for PS4. They brought out the remastered version, right, and then they brought out the PS5 version of that remaster or something, and now they've brought it out again, like they've redone the game and called it The Last of Us Part 1, and it's coming to PC I think this month. I bought the PS4 remake, I'm pretty sure, back in the day, and then you're probably, again, talking several years ago that I played and bought that game. And when they made The Last of Us Part 1 for PS5 and Xbox Series X, I didn't bother getting that for the PS5 just because I thought, well, they're going to be bringing it out on PC soon. Maybe I'll get that. But I'm guaranteeing there's people who own every single version of the game, and it's just like them trying to squeeze money out of everyone. I think it's really crappy when game companies hold out for bringing stuff out on PC anyway, but the fact that you're doing it with a fucking new version of a remake of a remaster or some crap, like, dude, just come on, man. Make new IPs, make us a new game, even a DLC. The Last of Us 2 could do with a DLC, man. Like, extend Ellie's story a little bit, or do something. Do something, man. Like, I would play it. What kind of multiplayer for The Last of Us 2? I don't know if any of you played the multiplayer for The Last of Us 1. It was pretty good. It wasn't bad at all. It was decent. I'm pretty sure there's people still playing it, although it's probably ridiculously sweaty these days, but it was actually fun. I would love to see Last of Us 2 multiplayer, and probably be cool too. But, nope, we just get another remake.
I'm reading a cargo transfer to the hangar bay.
The marker.
There you are.
Good work, Mr. Clark. On our way.
Kine, your flight path goes by airlock 19. I can get there from the computer core.
A pickup? Yes, we'll be there.
Can you make it to the
Just feels like a bit of a cash grab to go along with the order.
Cameras. I'm just gonna run for it. Wish me luck.
Yeah, it just feels like a bit of a cash grab to go along with the TV show. Don't get me wrong, I think the TV show's great. They're doing a relatively good job so far. But there's definitely some things I don't like about the show. But there's a lot of stuff that I do really like. I think it's
I'm
great.
being held prisoner by Dr. Mercer. That lying fucker lured me off the mining deck to build something. To make his markers start converging? I don't know. Liz, if you find this, don't touch that marker. And if you see Mercer, run. I love you. After David, I never imagined Fuck, he's coming back.
Time to go, Mr. Temple. You can just leave your force gun here. If you want me to build your shit, I'll need it. But you won't need these modifications, will you? They look like they could hurt someone. I'll hold on to them. There. Now the marker. You can go ahead of me, Mr. Temple. Safety first.
Yeah, make sure you search this room thoroughly when you're done fighting everything, because there's the Peng treasure and some audio logs in there too.
Deck evacuation protocols are in effect.
Hey, we've talked about everything else during this video. Why not talk about The Last of Us show? I do really like it. There's a couple of things I don't like. I think the whole Bill... Oh yeah, also, spoilers if you haven't seen it. But I think the whole Bill episode was a little bit overdone, to be honest. They also changed some facts about Bill. Like, it's weird, like, how society works these days. Like, if you don't know what I'm talking about, basically Bill from the game is gay, right? Nothing wrong with being gay. Nobody cared that Bill was gay.
My brother. On the monitor, he's right by the airlock.
Don't let this place get to you. Kendra, we're out of time.
He's not there. I can make it if I run.
Yeah, it's just in the show they decided to pretty much change the entire interaction with Bill, but decided to completely focus on the fact that he was gay. And it's like, why? Like, it just doesn't. Nobody cares if he's gay. You want to be gay? Be gay. Guess what? No one cares. Like, you do what you want, man. If you ain't hurting anybody, make your own choices. Like, literally nobody cares. But I think because it shows that the people making the show are like LGBTQ friendly or whatever, they like put way too much emphasis on the fact that he's gay. Like, it's kind of stupid if you ask me. Like, in the show, like, again, you know that about him, but it doesn't define who he is, you know? Like, it's just strange. Like, it's a very unimportant fact, in fact. Like, it's not what's interesting about Bill, you know? And they just... the way the whole scenario goes down with Bill in the game has just been changed completely to, like, it's not there at all, and, like, he doesn't really meet up with Ellie and Joel. He knows Joel, but that's about it. Also, in one of the newer episodes, I'm sorry if I'm spoiling anything for you, I hope I'm not, but in one of the newer episodes you see the section where Joel breaks down crying, and it's just kind of like, no, don't do that with Joel, okay? He's like very emotionless and stern. Like his emotions are shown very subtly in the game, and that's kind of the part of the beauty of Joel, you know? He's super stubborn, stern, emotion, like tries not to show emotion, you know? Even though, like, you do see it, but layers, man, layers. Like, making it as obvious they did in the show with Joel breaking down crying and stuff. Nah, man, it's really It's really out of character. I just wish they had... I don't know, maybe some people like that. I didn't like that at all. I don't know if anybody agrees with me.
Stand by, Isaac. He's bringing the shuttle in now.
Other than that, I think it's been done really well. I just hope that with the whole Joel crying thing, they make it... Oh, Joel is starting to realize that he has emotion towards Ellie and he hasn't felt emotion in a long time or something.
Must be the damage to the ship.
We're losing time. The hive mind is down there.
Kind, relax. I'll turn off the gravity in the hangar, then I can load the marker by hand.
All right. No, don't worry, Amelia. They understand.
Jesus.
I was messing around with Kinesis here. Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't... I think someone out there is probably going to be taking it as me thinking men shouldn't show emotion, but that isn't how I see it. I just feel like it's the studio being so desperate to show that men have emotions, but it's just like, yeah, okay, men can have emotions. Nobody's saying that is wrong, but that's not who Joel is. You know, like Joel isn't portrayed as that kind of character. You know what I mean? He is the man of men. That's who Joel is, kind of, you know. But he's also like, the one thing they've done well in the show is like Joel is kind of a shitty person. Like, he has done some very questionable things in his past, you know, and that's something that anyone who's a fan of the show, even though everybody loves it, like, you know, everyone who's a fan of the game generally really likes Joel. He's done a lot of really shitty things in his past, and that is made obvious to you, but that's kind of like hardened him, you know? Like, he's a survivor. I just wish they would, stick to that a little bit, rather than, again, it just feels like so much stuff these days is trying so hard to be, what's the word, like, not PC, but, you know, like, just pander to this overly sensitive breed of people that will care if stuff isn't handled in a very delicate manner, and it's like, bro, like, sometimes the beauty of a character is the fact that they're not like that. You know what I mean? They can, it's not, like, completely wrong for a fictional character to be old-fashioned, you know? You don't have to be culturally relevant all the time. Like, you just don't. Like, it's also, like, not the characteristics that kind of, like, define them, I guess, but that doesn't mean it needs to be changed. I don't know. They could literally, with a game, with something like The Last of Us, they could literally do the show as a carbon copy of the game, word for word, play for play, and it would be great, at least in my opinion. But given how critically acclaimed The Last of Us is as a game, at least the first one, I know the second one's a little bit more controversial, but the first one, at least, I feel like everybody would fucking love it. You know what I mean? They don't need to change a thing. Like, it's one of the few games I would give a 10 out of 10. There's a lot of 9s out there, man, but there's only a few 10s. And The Last of Us is one of them. But that's just my opinion. I'm a bit of a super fan, I guess. I really, really do enjoy that game. Also one of my favorites. Oh, and if you're interested in that, I've also done The Last of Us 1 and 2 full stealth, no damage, grounded mode, if you want to go and check that out. It's been done. That's probably one of the first challenge run type videos that I did. I had a lot of fun doing those. The Last of Us 2 is a lot harder than the first one, though. One thing I need to do is go back and do the Left Behind DLC for The Last of Us 1. Maybe I'll get around to doing that when the new Last of Us comes out. But we've got Resident Evil 4 Remake right around the corner. I'm not sure if I mentioned this yet, I probably did, but I'm doing a 24-hour stream for that game when it releases on the day of release. So if you're watching this before that comes out, you might want to go check that out, man. Might want to come check that out. And if you want to argue about characteristics in video games and what they do in shows, come on over to my Twitch stream at twitch.tv/rfreaks. I'll be happy to have that conversation with you, man. Shameless promotion once again. You thought I was forgetting about that, but I wasn't. Load you into a full sense of security, boy. Yeah, come on over, honestly. I would really appreciate it. Okay, so we need to keep pressing these buttons and moving this thing along, looking out for these necromorphs. I'm pretty sure I'm getting some lag going on right now. Okay. Okay, so hopefully this will be the last little recording section I've got to do for this run. Apart from like intros and stuff anyway. So we're moving the marker onto the shuttle.
There it is. The marker.
The safeties are still on. I need to restore gravity before we can load it.
Hurry, please.
Exiting zero gravity.
So there's a lot of waiting around.
Come quickly.
Go open the hatch for him.
A lot of waiting around in this section. You gotta wait for Kind to open up and come outside, and you gotta wait for Daniels to talk to you, and loads of stuff. Oh dear.
Trust him with the marker.
Kendra, what are you doing?
What my department sent me here to do. Even if the Valor couldn't help me out like I wanted.
Department? Who are you?
I work for EarthGov, cleaning up a very, very old mess. I told you and Hammond that Aegis 7 was off limits. The planet was one big government experiment. The marker, this divine artifact, it was built by human hands.
That's impossible. It's an alien world. The miners dug up the fucking thing.
After it was planted here a few hundred years ago. Even Kind didn't pick up on that. They found the first marker in some crater on Earth. That one. That was real. Alien. Enough to inspire unitology. Our people studied it and reverse engineered this red marker. But they needed somewhere to test it.
Aegis 7.
You've seen the result. The stuff of nightmares. I thought the old reports were just hysteria. Until I saw what I saw. They sealed off the whole system, buried the records nice and clean. Until CEC got greedy. Those idiots tore Aegis 7 apart. And woke up with the old research team left behind.
So EarthGov sends you to sweep it all under the rug. Damn it, we have to return the marker. If anyone else stumbles across Aegis 7...
It was disappeared once. We can do it again. I've seen how the marker fucks with your head. It must be contained. For what it's worth, we made a great team. You'll find another way off the Ishimura. I mean, you're one hell of an engineer.
Your experiment's gonna kill us all! Daniels!
Right.
It was all for nothing.
Doing a little bit of research on what we talked about last time. It says here, where did the first necromorph come from? Oh god. Damn it, Nicole.
Isaac, come in, it's Nicole.
Where are you?
In the flight control room. Please, you have to come up here now. There's still a way out for us, but we don't have much time.
Right. So it says that basically the marker, they're created by an alien infection that reanimates dead tissue and brings the deceased being back to life. The sole purpose of these life forms is to continue spreading the infection, creating as many So basically, I did mention before, it was probably something like they mutated or something like that. You know what I mean? Something along those lines. Doesn't make much sense to me, but... It says the game indicates that the first infector was created from a researcher infected with the corruption virus. He died and mutated, then escaped, or something like that. I'm gonna keep reading though and see if I can find any useful information. We're just gathering up the resources in this room. We're gonna have a long cutscene coming up anyway, so we're gonna have plenty of time. Here we go.
You made it.
I tried to find you. Half the Ishimura is coming apart, and the other half swarming with those things. How'd you get here?
You cleared the way. I can always count on you.
Not this time. Daniel screwed me over.
You couldn't have known she would take the marker.
She left us to die.
There's still hope. You can recall the shuttle and remote pilot the company. Bring back the marker and we can return it to Aegis 7. You can make us whole again.
I just don't know what to believe anymore.
It's okay, Isaac. You'll know what to do.
Right. So is that all we got from Nicole? This is actually a lot shorter than the original, man. But yeah, it basically says that the marker can turn stuff or bodies into slashes on its own. That's pretty much what it's saying. Maybe it just takes longer.
Damn it, Isaac! You don't know what you're doing!
I know. Someone's gonna answer for this.
You fucking kidding me? Shit!
Warning. Escape pod launch detected from shuttle USG-09.
Escape pod. Damn! We lost her.
It doesn't matter. She can't escape her fate. But who can?
You got anything else to say, Nicole? No? Alright. Well, yeah, so I'm guessing the marker can turn bodies into slashers on its own, then, I guess, is what they're going with.
Isaac?
What?
Ishimura's finished. If we get on that shuttle, there's no going back.
Leave no regrets. Go. I'll reprogram the shuttle with our flight path to Aegis 7 and join you on board.
So, if you want to go and do side missions, now is your last chance.
Cross my heart.
Oh, creepy, ominous of Dead Space 2 also. So, yeah, now's your time to do side missions if you want to go and do them. After this, you can't go back and do them, so entirely up to you if you want to do that. I'm guessing... Alright, Nicole, relax. I'm guessing then that the infectors just speed up the process. You know what I mean? Because it turns stuff instantly rather than it taking some time, I guess, maybe. But, again, there's always more questions I gotta ask about this stuff, like stuff that, you know, doesn't really make sense. But it is fictional lore, right? It's a fucking video game. It doesn't matter if it's not 100% correct or anything, or there's plot holes. But, if the markers was on Earth, if the red marker was created from a marker that landed on Earth, shouldn't the marker on Earth start infecting people on Earth? And wouldn't there have been like outbreaks on Earth or something like that? I think actually there was. But I wonder what they did with the black marker then. I'm pretty sure, not 100%, someone who's more nerdy with this will have to fill me in maybe. But I think what happened was the black marker was like a save point here, by the way. Being researched or whatever, they were learning what they could from the black marker on Earth. And then somebody destroyed it because he started seeing what it was doing to people, like it was affecting people, and, you know, essentially the necromorph outbreak was starting, so it was destroyed. And then from the research they had of the black marker, they created the red marker. I think that's how it is. And rather than leaving it on Earth, they sent it to Aegis 7 for, like, the government experiments that Daniels was talking about. I'm not sure what Daniels wanted to do with the Valor, because she was saying she wanted them to help her or something, or maybe they were sent to help her or whatever. Maybe that just didn't go to plan for her. I guess that's kind of what she said, because she wants to, like, get the marker, I think, like retrieve it or whatever. Whereas the Valor's probably there to, like, destroy it, right? Weird. I know we talked about a few of these things earlier, but it's always good to back up. Try and fill up those plot holes, man.
I never doubted you, Isaac. I knew you'd come back for me.
Are you ready?
Yes. We're together again. Nothing can stop us now. This isn't how I imagined.
There's a section towards the end of... Oh, god damn it. You'd have to be a damn psychic to know this is how you were going to say goodbye to the Ishimura, really, wouldn't you, Nicole?
I'm good.
Are you afraid, Isaac?
No. There's no going back.
It's easier when there's nowhere to go but forward. This all began in the core of the planet.
Daniel said EarthGov built the marker. Some experiment they abandoned hundreds of years ago.
If you're not ready, the miracle must be as terrifying as a nightmare. The planet is restless, hungry. It'll try to eat us alive. But we have the marker. We'll put things back the way they were. We will be whole again.
Yeah, towards the end of this mission, there's a section. I've tried to zoom in on Nicole's face, but Nicole's face just looks straight demonic. It's really weird, and her like mouth is moving as if she's talking. Really, really strange. Not sure if it was intentional or not, but either way, it's there, and her face just looks so weird. And it wasn't a bug that happened to just me. I think I've seen it on other playthroughs, and
You can upload the marker from the console. Come on.
yeah. On multiple runs of my own as well. It's really weird. We'll talk a little bit more about that later, though. We'll have time to talk about it. So, chapter 12. Not a huge amount has changed in this section.
Feeling the tectonic load. We don't have long before all that rock falls. How do we do this?
No, we're not exactly close enough to Nicole to hear this, but...
Come on. We need to hurry.
Yeah. So Nicole keeps saying all this really weird stuff in this chapter. Right. Infector in this room, be ready. Yeah, this is really out of sync. I need to fix this audio. It'll be fine by the time we're uploading this video. It should be good. Is that 2 infectors and a necromorph? Or did that one get infected?
The marker signal changes us, reminds us, but there's a dead space in that signal around the marker itself.
Oh, she said it.
The eye of the storm. They can't stay in it for long.
I've seen it. But this pedestal, why there?
It amplifies. The marker's pulse will be felt across the planet. The dead will sleep, and the living will see what can't be forgotten.
That's so creepy. Little text log there. Got a bench, safe station. We need to grab the battery that's in this room. Yeah, little side note. If you do the New Game Plus thing and try and get the alternate ending by collecting all those marker fragments we talked about, Isaac actually starts saying or playing into some of the stuff that Nicole says, which is kind of creepy. Changes a couple of his dialogue lines. You will see that in a future run that I'm going to do. I've put together another one It's probably going to come out shortly after this one. It's a lot shorter than this one, so yeah, look forward to that if it's something you're interested in.
This is Sergeant Bram Newman. PSEC evacuation report. The shuttle's gone. Took off and then crashed right back down into the bay. Took a whole crowd with it.
Oh, interrupting the audio log, my bad.
Must be 100 people dead. We've lost the rest of the shuttle. God help us. There's no way out.
There's no way out.
Hearing this, do not land. I repeat, do not land on Aegis 7. Fuck the Ishimura. They left us to die.
Right. So I think I saved it way too much in this area. I ended up saving it like 3 times, but it's because it's really easy to take hits, and I had to retry this segment a few times, and I just thought, if I get the marker right there and then save it, everything's done that I need to do. I've got all the pickups and audio logs and whatever. And if I do mess up, I can just hit this save point and then run straight in and try again, rather than having to keep move the marker and wasting my time. So sorry for saving it a bunch of times there. It's kind of just the easiest way for me to do things. So I just saw, I think posted on Reddit or something like that, people are saying that they're getting polls from EA asking if they would like to see Dead Space 2 and 3 remade. I think a lot of people are saying yes, which is cool. Looks like we might get a Dead Space 2 remake though, after all. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna play it, but I don't know how excited I really am for the Dead Space 2 remake. I'd much rather see that Dead Space 3 thing that we talked about. Alright. Lots of enemies coming through here. A big change in the remake from the original in this section is that you could manipulate where the marker was. In this one it's kind of controlled by switches. You just press a button and the marker moves. But in the original you had to move it. I'm trying to grab a spiky bit here. I'm struggling for a second. Let's get that locker. Another locker over there. Yeah, you had to kind of move the marker like under the bridges. You would press a button and it would lift the bridge. And then you had to drag the marker around, which was kind of hard to do whilst you're fighting stuff. But also I think it was like when you got the marker to certain sections, more enemies would spawn and stuff like that. And what you could do in that section is sort of lift up the bridge, drag the marker under the bridge, and then when the switch released, because it's kind of like on a timer, after a few seconds the bridge would drop back down. You could sort of prop the bridge up.
Do you miss them, Isaac?
Kelly and T? Yeah.
Medical emptied day by day. My friends left, came back in body bags, then came back. You wonder, is it insanity if everyone else sees what you see?
I'd never have left you in that place. You know that.
It was my one bright, shining star in that darkness. Isaac will find me.
Oh dear. Yeah, what was I talking about? Oh yeah, propping the bridges up. You could prop the bridges up and it would stop the necromorphs from crossing those bridges, so you could sort of funnel them all into one area, which made this fight a lot easier in some sections. Like, say, for instance, right here, we could prop one of these bridges up and then they could only come at us from one direction, so kind of saves you from them coming behind you and stuff, or there's just less areas they can come from, but they've changed that in the remake, so you can't do that anymore. Lots of stasis recharge in this room if you want free stasis, something to bear in mind. Always take advantage of them, men. Makes things a lot easier. So how long have we got left of the run now? I think it's just under 8 hours and 15 minutes this run, so might be a little bit more than that once I've got my intro and everything in, but I'm at about 7 and 7 hours 36 now, so I've got like, what, 40 minutes or something like that left to do. We're doing this thing. Really not a huge amount left at all. Happy that I'm getting this recording finally done. It's taken me far too long to get it sorted. I apologize for the wait on any Dead Space content from me for those of you who've been waiting for it. I have really enjoyed the remake though. Really enjoyed it. I've got some other stuff I want to do with it, but I also want to start focusing on getting some Resident Evil runs done. I want to do Resident Evil 0 No Damage. I think that's the next No Damage game I'm going to focus on.
Isaac, there's no power in this section. The marker won't move. We're losing time.
It's okay. Hit test connection. What's it say?
Power failure detected. Tether generator. Gravity control.
One of the ground-side gravity tethers. Maybe a busted power line. I'm on it.
Please hurry. We can't fail now.
Yeah, whatever, mate. So, yeah, I haven't really done a lot of No Damage content when it comes to Resident Evil. I've done guides. Some of you have probably used those guides to get achievements, like I've done Resident Evil 1, like hardcore with both characters. I'm pretty sure I've done that. S ranks. I've done the no saves and all that good stuff. I think there's one for no heals, but I'm not sure if I did no damage. I just did no heals, or I don't use any healing items. I also did CQC FTW, which is like close quarters combat for the win, which basically means you've got it's knife only, more or less. There's some more rules to it than that, but yeah, knife only. Which is kind of difficult for Resident Evil 1 HD remaster. I've done for Resident Evil 2 Remake, I've done like the under 4,000 steps and the speedrun achievements or whatever for that. I've done those guides. I did it for Resident Evil 3 Remake as well. There's a few little guides I've done for that. Resident Evil 7, I've done Madhouse. I'm pretty sure I did the speedrun achievement for Madhouse. Oh no, for just Resident Evil 7. And Village, I think I've done the knife run, the Knives Out one. I think we did hardcore no damage for Village when it came out. There's a few other ones I'd like to do. Like obviously there's other games, like there's 4, 5 and 6 we got. I'm not sure if I'm going to bother doing anything with the original Resident Evil 4. I'll just wait for the remake and do some stuff with that. I'd like to do Resident Evil 5 No Damage, and dare I say it, Resident Evil 6. I've never done anything with Resident Evil 6, but it's a pretty bad game. Also, the entire run of Resident Evil 6 is something like 8 hours long. I think the speedrun record is something like 7.5 hours, which is insane, but generally I think people break it down into campaigns because there's just different characters that have different campaigns, so maybe I could do those, then maybe compile them all together so we've got like a full no damage run that's done in character segments. But Resident Evil 0 I've never done anything with, and again it's one of the lesser loved Resident Evils, but I don't think it's terrible. It's not a terrible game. Some people think it is, but I don't think it's that bad.
Warning, main power interrupted. Tether generators are offline.
But I'd like to do something with that game. And then I could go back to Resident Evil 1 and do the no damage of that. There's about 17 different runs for that game. I've done Invisible Enemy mode before also, if anyone's interested in that. No damage is always a little different from speedrunning though.
Notifying maintenance.
Just because with no damage you're not really trying to get through the game as quick as you can, you're just trying to do it safely. Although you might, it kind of helps to know the route and where exactly you've got to go, you know. But yeah, doing it super fast doesn't really matter.
Power restored to each generator.
Not to degenerators. So in this section you've got to basically put batteries into the generators, and you don't have to put one into the elevator. This battery did not want to go in, man.
Power restored to west generator.
I think at this point I was looking for the other battery, but I didn't realize that I still have one in the elevator. But basically, yeah, the one that's in the elevator has to go. You also need to pop these so the fan's open. That way you can go up there. You can't just do that when you enable zero gravity. There it is. Alright. I think the one I want to put it in is actually behind me. This is the one for the lift. Yeah, I put it in the wrong one. I was looking for the 4th battery and then I realised what I had to do shortly. Yeah. One more elevator to sort out. Free stasis. I was just wandering around here like, where's that other battery, man? I'm confused. But it ain't there. There's another one of those things to pop. I don't think you need to do all of those, but doesn't hurt. I'll figure this out eventually, damn. Take longer to do stuff, freaks. Checking the same spot 3 or 4 times here. There's no battery in this room, man. You're just making yourself look stupid at this point. Alright. I think I ended up looking at these screens like, what? Oh, we'll have another look around the room, man. You know what they say, when in doubt, just blame everyone else.
Elevator offline. Notifying maintenance.
It's everyone else's fault. If you're watching this video, I blame you. Anyway, so now that we've done that, press the button. We can go up.
Ready for restart. Restarting tether. Now entering zero gravity.
Alright, so stasis up these fans.
Power's slowing again. Go back to the marker quickly. The excavation site's just up ahead. Make us whole.
Okay. Free stasis. Need to go for these fans now. I think there are some enemies you can fight in this area, but you don't have to. You kind of just need to leave. Just pretty much looking for the way out. There's a platform over here somewhere that we need to go to. I think it's over there. I'm pretty sure this is just where we came into the area, yeah. Here we go. This section's actually a lot shorter than the original. But there's not a lot to it, you know? Alright, so when you come back out here, you're going to have a bunch of stuff to fight, so be ready. Here we go. Smack them up. Be careful of those leapers. I'm trying to get rid of these exploding guys first, because they're just dangerous. When you've dealt with the majority of these enemies, the brute's going to spawn up, which is always fun. Thank God I've got a lot of ammo, I guess. I think he just tried to spit at us, but hit something else. A slap on a stasis pack. There are recharge stations around here, but I'm happy to slap on a pack. Stasis, the big boy. Look out for the lurker. Dodge his shot there. Alright, and around we go. I'm pretty sure we're on quarantine, right? So we have to kill all these enemies. Let's run away. Yeah, play it safe. Could have probably shot the lurker earlier there, but I just wanted to be safe, you know? Free stasis. Here he comes. Oh, he's charging. You see what I'm talking about? I don't know if you saw the red sort of glow effect on the brute there. I think it like slows them down. I just don't understand why. It's kind of strange. But either way, there we go. Give me the node. And now we can move the marker again. Quick pit stop at the shop, why not? Sell off what we don't need. Okay, so I think we need to move the marker now. No, it's moving. It's already... We're good. You won't be able to open up these doors until the marker is finished moving. When you hear a smash noise like that, it can put you on edge, man. You think there's just something coming after you. Use all of the save points you can get your grubby little hands on. Just use them. I know I save it a lot, but at least that kind of proves to you guys that I am playing on Impossible, you know, because you see the save file. Alright. So I don't know what I'm doing here, why I'm not going through, but... Guess I was checking something out in the chat. Maybe someone being generous to me. Alright. So, we can't move the marker yet. We have to go up to the right here and up this ramp and clear out some stuff. We need to shoot this thing at the end. We need to go up that way, yeah. Pop that. Slasher in the way. Alright, he's done. Now what I'm trying to do here, I don't know what happened to that guy either, he just flew across the room somehow, but okay. Yeah, we need to go up to the right. I think these last couple of chapters were a bit sketchy for me, like I don't know them very well. This is sort of like new content as well, so I'm a bit lost when it comes to figuring it out sometimes. There we go. Right, we've got a couple of enemies spawning in. Thought that was a spitter for a second, but it's not. There we go. Let's get rid of them. Nothing else around us. Just keep heading up these stairs. Let's go, go, go. And look out for these guys on the walls. They can slap you as you run past, which can be super frustrating. Alright. So we've got another enemy coming towards us. It's one of those things that breaks apart. Kind of hard to see with this sort of fog in the way. I think that's it for him. Alright. There's stuff on the floor that makes you walk slow is really annoying. Especially if you're in a sticky situation. Well, floor kind of puts you in a sticky situation. Eee. Let's open up these lockers. Credits. Plasma energy. Yeah. Right. Okay, so now we can move the marker. Sorted. Oh hey, a foot. Another foot. That's exactly what I wanted to pick up. Alright. Patiently wait for the marker to do its thing. Don't think we get attacked by anything else here. But we have a bunch of stuff to deal with when we leave this room. Only really one more Necromorph fight to go, and then we've got the boss. Although you do have to fight some Necromorphs during the boss fight. I was standing there like a sausage, like, what's going on? You have to press this one. It's kind of cool that Isaac has that sort of hazy effect come over the screen when he's near the marker. That's very clever. Alright, more lockers. Let's open them up. There we go. Got another save point here. So 7 hours 50 on the timer. 7 hours 53, and in my editing software it's 7 hours 51. So it's probably because of me cutting out really small parts of the video. Alright, open the shutter. I'm just standing here like a muppet right now. What's going on? Come on. Wasting time. I didn't even press the button. Here we go. Oh god. Alright. Alright, so once we get out here, we've got some necromorphs to deal with. Turn the marker to the pedestal.
You're almost there, Isaac. Get the marker to the pedestal. Hurry!
Yeah. Watch out for the tentacles here. Shoot them in the yellow bits. We gotta destroy a few pods to move these tentacles out the way, whatever they're called. Tendrils, I think the game calls them. Every time you do that, you'll get attacked by more necromorphs, so watch out for that. Yeah, there's one sort of below this bridge to my left. I think I was looking around for the next one here. Kind of couldn't figure out where it was. But it's kind of underneath us. Difficult to see. Like you might have seen it then when I just looked down there. There it is. There we go. Kind of a clever little system here that they've put into this section to make you destroy all of these. The marker's kind of helping us out. Maybe it makes them stronger. Maybe it makes it so that if they hit you, it'll do more damage or something. I don't know, maybe the developers watched the anime movies. So you see I just burst that guy there, and he gave birth to a lurker. That's gross. Alright. So, a couple of pickups to grab here. I'm pretty sure the next... It's typical, when I want to grab the stuff that's on the floor, like loot, I always pick up the claws. Whenever I'm trying to pick up the claws, it picks up the loot. It's a vicious cycle, really. Alright, let's go get this next tendril popped. There it is.
Please, Isaac! The hive mind is coming! You have to make us whole!
Shut up. There we go, he's dead. Another couple over there, watch out for them. I think now we can press the button to move the marker. That's one of those ones we have to shoot in the arms. Those guys really suck. Alright. Grab this. Press the button. Tentacles to deal with. That's done. Another couple of enemies coming in now. One over there. There's one straight ahead of me, sort of as well. Maybe it's, I think it's going all the way around. Yeah. Oh, that was creepy. All right, I'm running away. Let's back up. Good job. I've got plenty of stasis, man. No arms for you.
Now reunite it with the pedestal.
Damn it, Nicole, stop telling me what to do. So many. All the stasis just got used, man. I think we're safe now. Kind of got myself cornered there. There wasn't really a fat lot I could do about it, but... moving on. So this section here is where I was talking about Nicole's face looking all weird. Take a look at it when Nicole shows up. It's really, really strange. Like when Isaac is in the little glass room and he's looking at Nicole. See if you can see her face. It looks all demonic and weird.
I always believed in you.
Nicole.
We're whole again. We are whole.
Emergency. Geo-orbital gravity tethers offline. Tectonic load released. Impact imminent. All personnel, evacuate immediately.
Payload. I'll restart the tether. Buy us time.
No.
Okay. Yeah, so just in here. try and pay attention to Nicole's face during this section.
Rerouting gravity tether controls.
Come on, come on.
Forget it, Isaac. There's no fixing this.
Let her go, Daniels.
Let who go? Can't you see how delusional you are?
We've got to go. The payload from the planet crack is about to fall.
I gave you a chance to come around, Isaac. But if you still won't see it, I'll help you. One last time.
Rig link override.
This time, watch to the end.
Isaac, it's me. I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about everything. I just wish I could talk to someone. It's all falling apart here. I can't believe what's happening. Strange. Such a little thing. Just had a talk. That's all this research was in the end. Not much, is it? Just had to make it listen when he begged for convergence. But I had a different prayer. It spoke. And then it listened. Make this stop, I said. Maybe it understood, but... I can't return what was taken. Why can't I see you again, Isaac? I loved you. I always loved you.
Look at her face! I'm gonna zoom in on that face. Looks like she's talking, her mouth is moving and everything. I'm so gonna zoom in on that so you guys can see it.
Nicole's been dead this whole time. And you knew, didn't you?
I knew something wasn't right, but she'd been through so much. And...
At least now it'll be in safe hands. The marker won't turn anyone else into its puppet. Give me the loader remote.
No. It's over. We're whole again.
For Christ's sake, I'm not going to ask again, Cross.
No! Enough people will die!
Then just do it. I've got nothing left to lose.
Cross!
Damn.
It's better this way, Isaac. You'll never recover from what the marker's done to you. And when the tectonic flow drops, all this will be buried. Just like Earth God wanted.
So, she wants to steal the marker and basically blow up the planets, right?
Evacuate to safe location.
I guess so. I don't know if you... Oh yeah, I'm going to try and, on the edit of this video, I'll zoom in on that shot of Nicole's face. She looks so weird. I don't know why I noticed that, but I guess it's... Maybe it's intentional and they're trying to make it look that way, I don't know. Right, a few pickups in this area. Let's try and grab everything we can. We got stuff to sell. All I'm going to need to buy here is a ton of ammo for the cutter and maybe make sure I've got a little bit of stasis. Yeah, we've pretty much just got the final boss now and then we're all done. We've done well. I'm proud of us. And if you've made it this far into the video, thank you very much. I appreciate you watching this far. It really does mean a lot, man. Supporting the channel big time doing that. You probably have to sit through many ads. And if you use ad blocker on YouTube, then you're really not helping out the people who make content on YouTube, because that's how they monetize it. A few seconds of inconvenience is how they make their income with YouTube, so maybe try and consider letting your ad block take a rest when you watch stuff on YouTube. As in, don't block ads on YouTube if you care about the people whose content you watch, basically. That's kind of the best way to think about it. I use ad block myself, but I don't run it on YouTube because I actually want to try and support the creators I'm watching. You know, I know ads are annoying, but that is how they monetize their content. And if it weren't for ads, 99% of the content on YouTube wouldn't exist, so...
Last warning, Isaac. I mean it.
Isaac.
Oh dear. Oh. Alright. So, we need to pop these little yellow pods on the hive mind's face. Quite an easy first phase to the fight. You get a good couple of seconds to shoot him. You also need to avoid these projectiles he shoots at you. You can just stand away from them. You can shoot them if you want to, but you don't have to as long as you've got, you know, enough distance from them for them not to explode and damage you and stuff. Just make sure you don't get hit with them when they get shot at you as well. A little bit of lag I'm dealing with here. Just go ahead, get that last one popped if you can. Gotta hit it one more time. Right. So, at some point during this fight, he spawns a bunch of necromorphs. I'm not sure if it's now or in a little bit. Yeah, here we go. It's just after you do that. So you gotta fight a few necromorphs here, be ready. Try your best to get rid of them before they get anywhere near you. Use your stasis if you need to. There's a bunch of them that spawn up. Just keep shooting. I don't know how this one isn't dead. Loads of items if you need it as well. We should be good though. All we really need is cutter ammo, and I've got a ton of that at the moment. Kind of just filled up on it before we came to this fight. Right, there shouldn't be many more of the necromorphs coming now. Okay. So, look out for these tentacle smashes. You pretty much just want to strafe away from them. Left to right. You can sort of tell which one he's going to use. And when his chest opens, shoot the pods. You need to do that a few times. After you burst a pod, he'll do this thing where he sort of spits at you, and you sort of want to stand still until you see it coming and then strafe away from it, and that should give you plenty of room to still strafe out of the way of his tentacle attacks. Just try not to get trapped by it. Sort of make sure you're standing to one side when he goes for the spit, and you can avoid it pretty easily. Pretty sure he does each tentacle smash 3 times, so 6 in total. And then yeah, you get another shot to pop one of the pods. And again, just stand like far to the right or left. When you see the spit coming, just strafe to the area that you've got more space on. And you'll be able to save yourself enough room to dodge the tentacle smashers and avoid getting smushed. Nice and easy. I think on the last couple of pods that you've got to pop, he spits more than once. I'm trying to hit them with like more, well, I'm trying to hit multiple pods in one sort of phase, you know, to get a little bit of damage done to him. It doesn't really matter as long as you pop one at a time, which is pretty much all you can do anyway. So let's see. Yeah, he's spitting more than once here. I'm pretty sure it's the third spit that counts. So on the third one, make sure you're using that strategy when you're far over to one side and then you strafe away from it, you know. Give yourself enough space. Right. We only got one more to do now, or is it two? I can't remember. I think it might be 2 left. Yeah, 2 left. One more to pop. Again, just... You might want to start in the middle when he actually starts spitting, but it's the third one you need to worry about, to be fair. The others just phase away really quickly, so that's number 2. By the time he gets the next spit off, the other one phases away, so buy yourself all the time you need. There we go. That is a new attack for the remake. You never used to do that in the original. Alright, so we got one more to pop. There we go. So now we got one more little phase. He grabs Isaac up and you need to shoot this thing on his face. It's just kind of like the whole deal with the tentacles grabbing you and trying to pull you into their hole. He doesn't do any damage when he shakes you, but if you get too close, he'll basically eat you. I think you need to hit him like a few times. There we go. GG's! That's it, man. Got this ending cutscene coming up. That is the final boss killed. Very nice, very nice. Again, if you've watched this far, thank you very much. I appreciate you sticking with me to the end of this video. It really does mean a lot. Now go stomp on him for his loot. Right. So we just need to go to the shuttle now and leave. Yeah, man, if you want to show some support to me, just drop a like on the video, subscribe, comment, all that good stuff. You want to go further? I know we've talked about it all already, but come on over to my Twitch, at twitch.tv/ifreams. Links will be in the pinned comment below the description. I also have a Discord. You can donate on YouTube now. There's tons of different ways. You can do all the things. But yeah, I appreciate all of the support. Even if you're just here to watch this video, man. I appreciate that. If you're new to the channel, subscribe up. Liking and commenting really does help with the YouTube's algorithms these days to get this video in front of more people. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll link around a couple of more videos at the end of this one if you want to check those out. And again, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.
Isaac, it's me. Oh, I wish I could talk to you. I'm sorry.